And we're off. As usual, if you like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Welcome to BALLBUSTERS Live, episode 129er. Throw it on over to Discord to the distinguished Nathan Oakley. Distinguished Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley, sir, go.
Are you Johnny two times? The distinguished Nathan Oakley, the distinguished Nathan Oakley. That's me, I guess. Hello, good to be here. Welcome to BALLBUSTERS. Share the show, all the usual stuff that QE's just said. I'll repeat it now. Smash that share button. Important stuff being done. It's not really, we're covering TFE again. I can summarise this show in about 25 seconds. It's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy with the assumed antipodal positioning and juxtapose a false dichotomy where flat earth also affirms the consequent. And there we go. Let's go home.
Yep, that's it. Got it. You know, I just got a darn warning on my computer. I know you don't like to talk about back office stuff. I just got another warning about it's not getting enough video. What's up with that? Now, it's good now.
No.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's something wrong. There's something definitely wrong with, something. But you've had an engineer out. He's looked at your internet. As long as it ticks along, I don't know what to say. But there's something wrong. Your computer, probably.
Something's got to be wrong with the OBS settings. We're going to have to take a look at that maybe next week.
That guy you swear at on the after shows, Craig, the guy who works on my computer frequently, he would help you if it wasn't for you being so rude to him generally.
I'm not rude to him.
There you are. I've heard you. Who are you? What are you talking for?
Yeah, because he's new. He's always in there. He's a new guy. I didn't have a proper introduction. He just showed up. It's like a stranger in the circle of trust.
I've actually known him for years and years and years. So been taking my computer to me. Only just in the last 3 or 4 years found out that I was a flat earther. Prior to that, I was just that customer that would come in and go, give me the most expensive component there is to replace this one that's broken and do it yesterday.
Yeah, I got you. Well, why don't you properly introduce him to me, then we can... Did he say anything to you?
No, but that's what he does for a living. So, while I'm sure, like anybody, if someone asks me about flat earth, in a way, I'm not saying this is the case, but to a degree, I'm slightly put out because it's like, not working. Why are you asking me this? Come on my show. And then I can monetize your question.
The super stupid super mustache. Go just over talk him, booger. Super stash.
TVH, he sent big up the two Mr. Legend, Nathan and Quantum Eraser. We need more berating glurf.
You're going to get that. Thank you very much.
Hello, Brian and Adam are both here.
They're not legends, though.
I think you'll find both of them are legends. And Neil, to a certain extent.
And Flatsy. And Bugger's a legend, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Let's not just throw the wide net that you want too far, okay?
I can concur with that one. I'm always on board with Booger being a legend. But I'm surprised that QE didn't say something about his name not being mentioned first.
Oh, give me a break. Now, back to the question. Now, pay attention to my question about who's the computer guy? What's his name?
Craig. By coincidence, there's two Craigs that both work in the same shop, a younger Craig and an older Craig.
Okay. So his name's Craig. Now, did he mention to you, did he say, why is QE so contemptful towards me? Did he mention anything like that to you?
No, I happened to be in the shop while you were being quite rude to him, so I didn't need to ask him anything.
But
it was quite amusing. I also heard you slagging. I
It's,
just take that as just what happens when I'm not around.
So he took it in stride, like, well, he's heard me before. It's going to take a while for, me to get comfortable with a new person. And he just took it in stride, and you're the one making a big deal out of this.
Well, yes and no. The older Craig, yes, absolutely. He was indifferent to it, and he's part of the course. He's met plenty of people. He's run a shop for many, many years. Whereas the younger Craig was quite put out by it, and I had to sort of say, that's just how QE is, he'll get used to you, is how I phrased it to him, as opposed to, you need to try and figure out how you're going to... No, that's not relevant. It's how quickly QE gets used to you.
No, that's irrelevant. Too funny. I don't mean to
Yeah,
be.
no,
Good.
I was just going to say it was a little bit put out. I'm over-egging it a little bit, but no, you are who you are. Let's not pretend that you don't know what you are and who you are. Me too. I know who I am.
I'm generally not a rude person. Generally not.
Outrageous lie.
I'm generally not. I mean, in day-to-day life, I'm not. I mean, but if somebody new comes in, like to our inner circle, what I call the inner circle is when I see somebody consistently inside the FED room during the show, and I haven't been properly introduced, and he just all of a sudden shows up, I'm going to raise a weathered eyebrow that way, even though I know that you're in charge of that over there. I'm still raising a weathered eye because there's been a few people in that circle that weren't in the circle. They just thought they were. And I've questioned why they were there.
Fair enough. We're all vigilant in that regard, and sometimes some of us get it wrong. Let's be honest.
That's true.
Anthony Riley brought anti-flat Earth into that circle at one stage. So what do you want to? That's how it goes sometimes.
It is. It is. Okay. Well, you know where I stand. Evening.
And a very good evening to you.
All right. I'm glad you can join. I didn't even know you were in there. I just took Nathan's word for it because I'm not in Discord. I'm in there, but I'm not looking in there.
I joined like a second or two before Nathan mentioned me. I'm running a little late, but yeah. Good evening, everyone.
No birthday parties?
Not yet, but it is Goose Fair again.
It's what?
I'm going to go tomorrow.
What?
Goose Fair again.
Say that clearly.
Goose, as in bird. Fair, as in fairground rides and.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah.
I told you last year about it.
You told me last year. I should know that it's that time this year, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, know that this time next year I'll mention it again.
Do you got a fan running or something in the background?
Yes, sir. It's cold.
Now it's cold.
This is England.
Betty said the cult, you mean, QE.
The cult. Where's Betty? Betty out in chat. Where are you at in chat? The cult? There's no cult.
There's such thing as cold.
What do you mean me and Adam aren't legends?
Oh, God, I didn't know he was in there. Oh. I meant it in the nicest possible way.
By that, it means welcome to the show, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are we going to talk about today?
Talking about TFE, right? But there's a new video out. None of us have watched it, as far as I'm aware.
Well, there was supposed to be honest. Well, there was supposed to be a new video out because he prefaced his during the end of his last show that there was going to be a Friday show at 6 o'clock, and I was ready for it, and then it disappeared.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I'm not paying attention to this stuff. I was just aware of what the show was supposed to be.
Yep.
Wasn't he supposed to be? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm just saying, wasn't he supposed to be introducing Elizabeth Acosta?
Yes, sir.
You'll find that's Lise.
That's Lise Bet. Yes, I was there. It was on the screen that was on the live screen, but I got there a little bit early, like at about 4 o'clock or something. I said, okay, I'll just keep that in the background and go do other things. And came time to 6 o'clock, and all of a sudden it vanished. But that's okay.
Neil represents my everyman, and Neil's attitude towards this on Friday was to say, I'm sick of covering this. My attitude in response to Neil was to say, look, every time this surfaces, I'm more than happy to say the same thing. I said it in right at the beginning of this live show intentionally, so I don't have to keep saying it. That will be my rhetoric because it will not change. Therefore, the response to anything that surfaces to do with TFE will always be discussing the antipodal assumption, affirming the consequent on both sides of a false dichotomy for flat Earth and globe Earth. That will always be the summary. So it doesn't fuss me. It's right up our alley, right? I don't mind covering it if it gets covered frequently because he does more and more work. And we'll just keep telling people it's an affirming the consequent fallacy where they assume antipodal positioning to beg the question of a globe and stack it up in full dichotomy against a second affirming the consequent for a flat Earth. Yeah, that's all they're doing. And I don't mind saying it again and again and again if it keeps coming up. I don't know if Neil's going to lead in off me with this, hope so. I think his sentiment is that covering the aspects of people like Lisbeth or Lise or jumping camel toe, whatever we want to call it, is tedious after a time. I don't know if that's echoing your sentiments correctly, Neil.
Yes, that's correct.
Shocking. We heard him clearly. That's all right. Just wait for a few seconds.
It's just a promo
What?
train.
You, me,
Head on.
my, that.
There
Very
he goes.
funny. I think he was putting that on.
Oh, he was just faking that, huh?
I think so.
Uh-huh.
Pretty
We
good.
Unless
Huh.
we don't get enough of it in real time.
I was going to say the same thing, Fallacy. It had the same exact effect.
But don't fret just because there wasn't a show, because I went to videos and it seems like he had another show with another flat earther about 10 days ago. His name's Joe. So we're gonna be looking at Joe's case.
He did bring out a
fine.
video where he done a thing on Mark Sargent turning down the offer.
Yes, I seen that, but there was a big nothing burger. So
Yeah.
Did he actually confirm and validate that there was an available ticket that had the funds to offer Mark Sargent the ticket, or is he just fraudulently using Mark's name based on a nothing burger that wasn't actually paid for in any way, shape, or form? Did he demonstrate that there was money in escrow, money in a bank, and a ticket paid for him to offer to Mark, or is he just the same old fraudster that's going to use Mark's name invariably, regardless of whether or not he's acquired the funds to actually buy him a ticket to offer it him?
I couldn't tell you, Nathan. I mean, what you were offered, not directly or personally, but what they claimed you were offered, the money was never there because that was in the moon. This thing with Mark Sargent, I have no idea where the money, I can't remember if it was that in the video, but where the money was coming from. If the money was even there. You know what I mean? I have no idea. They seem to be just offering people these free, like, I have a free bike. Do you want a free bike? Do you want a free bike? It's like that, isn't it?
Betty will take that free bike, that's for sure.
Yeah, but
well, it turns out there is no free bike. But what we can do for you, QE, is we can monetize your community and get them to do a GoFundMe that goes towards a bike that you wanted for free. We can do that for you. Is that good?
No.
It doesn't sound good, but yet you wanted the free bike. Said you wanted the free bike. Now I'm going to monetize your community so we pay for that free bike that you wanted.
I didn't want the free bike. I'd give it to Betty.
You said you wanted it.
I did.
Here we are with 10-year-old videos of you saying you wanted a bike 10 years ago.
Yeah,
10 years ago.
Yeah, right. How pathetically feeble is that?
I'll have a free bike if it's going. I'll have a free bike if it's going.
You mean you'll have a free bike if it's going? Is that what you're saying?
You can join the queue with 10 other individuals that also want a free bike, Jin. Come on down.
Don't give
free
it
bike
to
is overlapping the actual question that was supposed to be answered. That we actually sent someone on a homework to do to offer to Lisbeth, right?
I just want to say that I'm highly disappointed we're not getting that clear mic from you today. What the hell happened to the other mic?
Where did Barry White go?
Not chocolatey smooth today.
Got to keep you on your toes.
So go ahead. Sorry, I rumpushed you.
Mr. Duffy said that one of the reasons why he was having the interview with Lisbeth that was canceled is because she had to answer a very important question, and everybody needed to know the answer. Now, was it the answer to what's the hypothesis or independent variable or observation? No, of course not. It was whether or not she was a NASA agent.
Oh, that's what he deflected to. That's too funny. That's right. We
Yep.
did ask Curious. Remember last time? We asked Curious, and he went to Lisbeth's server to ask her that question. What is the hypothesis? Did anyone? I didn't see anything in text, in BALLBUSTERS text or anything. So did anyone get any word about that? No?
She was never asked that. Nobody's going to ask her that. She's
Curious
never going to
did.
be asked that. She's completely separated from us or anyone like us.
Super mustache, super fraud.
New Moon, he sent number 1 or Globy can say it's me again behind that.
Ah, gotcha. Thanks, New Moon. Yeah. You're a naughty, naughty boy.
Sorry, it's no one or Globy can say it's me again behind that. I thought, you know how number can be NO period? I don't know what I was
Number
thinking, I'm
1,
sorry.
yeah, and no, yeah, he forgot to put the period there. You know why? He might be a scammer.
Because it's no one. No, because it's no one, not number 1.
Yeah. Thanks for the super chat, New Moon. Appreciate it. You're a naughty, naughty boy.
He is still on the step, isn't he?
Still on the step. What step?
The naughty step.
Yes.
At least another week, New Moon, I think.
And then he'll be forgotten about?
No, well, probably. But that, you know.
You know what? Stop mumbling.
Well, probably forgotten. Because it is just a prank, isn't it? It's not going to go down in history, this, is it?
No, it's going to be forgotten next week. All right. So let's get right on into this. I didn't have to change it. I didn't have to change the title of the show. Anything else from Fraudulent TFE Fiasco? God told you. I was waiting there for Lisbeth, and then I hit the video, and there was a video with Joe from 10 days ago with Will Duffy, the Dozy Duffer. So that's what we're doing.
There's a video out there. I meant to say this to you last night, Nathan, then I went for a glass of wine. I forgot when I came back. This Clubhouse thing that, you know, the guy that was talking to us.
Yeah. Curious.
Yeah. Yes, I went over there and she's there celebrating. And I've not listened to it, but she has a good chat with Witsit, Dave Weiss. Not sure about Jaren, but there's a good chat online with her chatting with them. So maybe they've helped her formulate a hypothesis before they go. But they'll be with us, so they've got plenty of time to do it, haven't they?
Is it a video? Is it a YouTube video we could play, or is it just no?
No, I'm not very good with tech, so I tried to download it into BlueStacks on my PC, and it won't work. But it's only something I think you can access on your phone. Then you can just if someone can help, it's out there. There's the full record. It's like 3 hours long as well. So
okay. Well, if somebody could help out and do that, I don't know if we can do anything with that. But it has to be on the phone? Have to listen to it over the phone?
With my limited techno knowledge, yeah. Maybe someone can have it on an app or
well, we can get Craig on it.
Get the Craig on it.
Yeah.
Big Craig, little Craig.
Big Craig and little Craig.
Is it true that Lisbeth Acosta is a lingerie model or something?
What? Huh?
Is it true that Lisbeth Acosta is like an underwear model or something like that, Nathan?
Where'd that come from?
Oh, gosh. You're dancing in some serious
What do you mean,
dirty
Nathan?
water.
He told me that what was the name of it again, Adam? House had an underwear section to it. That's what somebody mentioned while we were discussing it initially. I didn't say that.
What, the people put pictures of themselves up there under underwear? Is that on there?
I didn't say that either. You've just inserted that. Somebody mentioned it briefly while we were first discussing it. Not me.
Well, you did say that she was an underwear model.
That's
I might have japed at it. I might have been joking along those lines, but I don't know anything about her. So if I've inferred any knowledge about this Lisbeth or Lise or whatever she's called, I have none. If it seemed like when somebody's dropped that into the conversation, I've piped up, yeah, sarcastically, I might have said that. I have no knowledge of this person. I don't know who she is, what she does. I've no idea what Clubhouse is. Literally, I've no idea. I just want to drop this in. And I don't care. Well, you guys are like, oh, can we get this hypothesis to her? Why? I don't care. So she doesn't recognize any of this stuff. Yeah, because she's obviously not going to be part of our group. We're about the most censored group in this community. Well, who is she a part of? People celebrating. What are they celebrating? Going to Antarctica to affirm the consequent. And who are this group that are celebrating this affirming the consequent that's not getting pointed out? Oh, it's Dave and Jaren. All right, you mean the true earthers? I see, how fascinating. Yeah, none of this holds any interest beyond the fact that we point out how fallacious it is. Some tosser getting involved, in this case, Lisbeth, and being celebrated and patted on the back by Dave Weiss and Jaren. Like, yeah, these Muppets are involved also, are they not? Right? Aren't they part and parcel of this whole shebang? They're not pointing out the affirming the consequent fallacies. They don't know what that is. They just think that there's some what validity going to be lent to anything by going down and seeing or not seeing a 24-hour sun down there. What's that? Down there? The bottom of a ball? That's the end of the argument. So this is no real interest to me. This Lisbeth character, it's yesterday's newspaper. It's today's chip wrapping as far as I'm concerned.
I was hoping to see a few pictures.
Yeah,
well, something out of it.
You little vixen.
I would point out,
Brian's
Brian,
it's just a bit pervy. He heard underwear model and got all excited.
that is a profession, guys. Unlike, I don't know, doing emails. That's not a profession.
Not doing emails, just email.
He does email. He does email.
How do you
guy.
do email?
Well, that's my question to him.
Well, I've just walked in and went, I do emails.
You know? See?
All right, did everyone join? We're gonna meet Joe. I've just skipped through here and decided, well, let's roll with it because I didn't want to change the title. This was 10 days ago. Let's go ahead and put it over first. There we go. This was 10 days ago, a live chat with a flat earther, Joe Hanvy. I don't know who Joe is. I've never heard him before, but it looks like he's got a lot of equipment back here. Some telescopic equipment, it looks like. But this looks like a lot of cash to me. But let's see. We'll see.
Share this in Discord. We're not watching along with you.
Oh, you should be, because I did share it.
Oh, yeah, so you did. Sorry, my bad. I hate it when people do that.
I'm going to play 5 seconds, you know, the usual routine. Tell me if you can hear it. If you can't hear it, then turn the damn thing up. So here we go, 5 seconds.
Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and dive in. So, Joe.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, it's all good. All good.
Okay.
Good. Yeah.
Let's pull a half a J. Here we go.
Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and dive in. So, Joe, my audience kind of knows you as the guy who's trying to make a 24-hour sun work on a flat Earth. So how about you introduce yourself and kind of...
Good.
What's his neighbours been up to?
Whose neighbors?
Joe's.
Joe's. Are you claiming that Joe is some type
Tom.
of...
He's inferring the guys are peeping Tom. Let's just move on.
But yes. Can you let me... Don't interrupt my sentence. Because I was going to say that same damn thing. Yeah, damn. Can't you hear me talking? That's to you, Nathan.
I wouldn't want to interrupt.
Uh-huh.
kind of give a little bit of your backstory so people know who you are and how you got here.
Okay. Well, probably sometime around 2010, 2011 is when I...
He's a old flat earther. 2010, 2011. Damn.
Let him finish the sentence.
All right, Joe.
first started questioning this. And at the time, I was teaching a course on prophecy in the church that I was a part of at the time. I was helping teach. Let me rephrase that. I was helping teach a college and career course, and we were talking about apologetics and prophecy and things like that. And a lot of the prophecy that I was teaching on at the time was cosmological and things that the
You should probably teach on getting closer to your mic. That's what you should probably be teaching on.
Bible mentioned were going on in the heavens during prophetic events. And I just started to notice that
1 second.
things didn't seem to add up with.
Good.
And when he learns it, he can teach Adam.
What I
What?
always
I
been
missed
told,
that.
versus what I was reading in scripture. And just to clarify, I'm a biblical cosmologist as far as what we as flat earthers consider a biblical cosmologist, because I know there's a lot of people that don't agree with me biblically. So it's hard to say that you're a biblical cosmologist and people understand that I am a flat earth biblical cosmologist. Like I said,
He's a flat earth biblical cosmologist. Does anyone know what that is?
Don't know. Is the Bible a book of cosmology per se?
According to him, it is.
It's got some certain references that we can lean on, and we all know them reasonably well. By saying that, I mean I don't know them. Would have to call on one of you to repeat any of them. But nevertheless, there's plenty of scripture, and with verses you can quote the Bible. But in terms of saying it can form a cosmology, I don't know if I'd agree with him, even with my very limited understanding of the Bible.
Well, we have a couple biblical cosmologists. We have Josh. Adam, you remember Josh. He's a biblical cosmologist. Seems like Joe is a biblical cosmologist. We got Boy Zero to Sky Grifter. He's an alternative cosmologist. So we've got all kind of cosmologists floating around here.
The alternative cosmetologist.
I was just about to say that, Nathan. I think I'm still hung up on the fact that this Joe guy is willing to compromise his volume on the mic just to showcase his equipment and him in front of it.
Blatsy.
No, you can't. He's a man. No male here is. Did you hear that little pause?
Yeah.
It's because that is a legitimate reason to sacrifice audio quality. Look at those beautiful machinery, pieces of equipment behind it. Ooh, yeah, I'm slightly moist. And nobody was complaining until a female stepped in to moan about his audio quality in regards to that. We like the view of his technical stuff, okay?
This is a family show.
Go ahead, Brian, you wanted that? Yeah. Go ahead, Brian. You had something to add there.
Yeah, I think you'd find that Whitsitt is an aetherologist.
No, he said he was an alternative cosmologist the last time he spoke.
Yeah, they were all made up titles, aren't they? Just to make you sound clever. Even biblical cosmologists. They're not. What these people are, they're not biblical cosmologists. They're just Bible-believing Christians that are looking and trying to interpret some cosmology from the fact that they do believe the Bible is true, which is a problem for Will, because there's lots of Bible-believing Christians that read the Bible and it's plain for them to read that a ball doesn't fit that description. It's not to say, as Nathan alluded to, that the Bible is a book of cosmology, that you can draw anything out. There isn't. There's certain passages that demonstrably cannot fit with a ball paradigm.
Yeah, but statements that don't fit with a Paul paradigm don't make a cosmology.
I just think from that statement, I'm technically a biblical cosmologist.
We can all ascribe nonsensical titles to ourselves, I'm sure.
I'm having it then.
This is a good way to put it. But that's what led me to start questioning everything. And for many years, once I figured out that I believed that the earth was flat and enclosed, I just didn't say anything. I didn't think it was important. My best friend, who was really the only person I told probably 10, 11 years ago, his response was, it doesn't really matter. It's not a salvation issue. And just when I would kind of...
Wait a second. The math isn't working out here. Your best friend, and you told him how long ago? Because
I think...
Superchat.
Super mustache, super fraud.
Tony Whitcomb sent Glober's basically donating to Star Trek. Good luck with that. Booger eater. Listen to mom. She will give you what most will not.
His foundation that he laid is akin to my foundation when I describe being at the back of an aeroplane as a rep. I wouldn't say that was my entrance into flat Earth. That was I'm questioning it, and when I found out from Math Powerland, that was the image that I flashed back to because I was contemplating it without realizing it, if you will, back in that time period. The way he laid his foundation was similar, a little bit vague to make it sound like he'd been a flat earther since 2010.
Yep.
Now, I don't think that's the case, but he's sort of alluded to the idea that a foundation based on his research into the Bible was established in 2010.
Okay.
That's why the timeline. I wouldn't hold that against him necessarily.
I'm not. It was just something minor that I thought I'd stop it, but we can continue. Can you guys hear him? Can you guys hear him?
Not really, but just about. Good enough. I can make out what he's saying, just about.
Mention it to people, it just never really landed. So I was like, you know what? And they would always say, well, it doesn't matter. And I kind of agreed, but ended up to where I realized that if it's true, it does matter. And I already believed it was true. So I knew it mattered, and I needed to answer all the hard questions, I guess was kind of where I was at. How do eclipses work? How do seasons work? You know, all the questions you go through when you first find out that it's a possibility the Earth's flat.
Did that go through your mind when you became flat earthers out there? How do eclipses work? How do seasons work? Was that the first thing that came to mind?
Yes and no.
But
I really like this guy's
don't be mean.
Well, I'm not. I was about to say I really like this guy's
QE.
I'm not being mean. I'm just asking the question because those things didn't come through my head.
It did mine.
Okay.
Well, if it's because if it's not a ball and it's not the Earth eclipsing the moon, then what the bloody hell is it? Now, it doesn't mean that I had to go and search for that answer.
Hey! Somebody, Adam is talking.
Yeah.
Shut the hell up. Whoever's trying to overtalk. Hey, Elijah, shut the hell up. Go ahead, Adam.
Not rude at all.
I'll keep it short, Eli, and then answer you, dude. No, but to me, it would be disingenuous to think that all of the seasons, all of these things, that you don't then go, well, bloody hell, what is the cause? Yeah. If we're not on a ball that's eclipsing at the moon, what is causing it? And for me, you look at, is there an explanation in the past? Well, there's Ryo K2. There's all sorts. It's perfectly reasonable to want to fill the knowledge gap that you've just created. Part of the feast of nonsense is to recognize what you can and can't fill it with. You don't need more nonsense.
Fair enough.
Eli, over to you, mate.
Well, he asked you if it was the first thing you thought of. It sounds like it wasn't. It sounds like the first thing you thought of is what you knew about the globe. Because you started questioning, well, if it's not a globe, I would assume that you started there with it being a globe, or is that not the case? You just automatically started thinking flat Earth. How do sunsets and this work? Because I didn't think like that when I got here. I thought, well, what the freak do I know about the globe then? Like, what's space? What's all of this? It was,
Yep. Okay, fair enough. Anyone else want
to have a difference altogether? Sorry. So, yes, I understand Adam contemplated it immediately. I contemplated much more basic stuff like why is the sky blue? But in terms of what was handed to me and told to me that I should consider, that seemed to be on the plate at the Feast of Nonsense. Like, you should be concerning yourself with how eclipses work now.
Fair enough. Anyone else want to chime in real quick, concisely?
It's not. It's
not you, Adam. You already chimed in. Anyone else?
Ryan had something to say, didn't he?
Concisely, please, if you want to add something. I don't want to spend 8 years here. God.
I can't remember what it was now. You had to put me off. I had a really concise thing to say, and it was gone.
All right. Go ahead, Adam. Concisely, please.
Can't remember now.
That's what I thought.
Shouting at me.
Here we go.
And you just have all these questions flowing through your head because everything you've been told prior to that moment contradicts completely everything that you now think you know, I guess is kind of a good way to put it. But yeah, I was led to it by teaching a class on apologetics and scripture. And
Pause.
about problems.
Yeah, so he doesn't know. That's a shame. So at that point, he's now disclaimed that he doesn't know. Way to put it is a way to tell me that you don't really know. You still have the belief. That's unfortunate, but yeah. Oh well.
But he's still back in history. He hasn't brought it up to the current yet, right? You follow?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, he can he could have phrased that in present tense. He didn't, and he appealed to the person he's talking to for whether or not he knew. That tells me straight away that he doesn't. We'll see if I'm right. Pretty
Fair
sure
enough.
I am.
That's a fair statement. Okay.
Prophecy and cosmology, and it was somewhere around, I don't know, 2009, 2010 when I was doing that. And here we are today. About 5 years ago, I decided to start trying to model it. But first I wanted to do a lot of research, which you can see.
Model what?
It.
Oh.
Stars. He's a cosmologist. We can only assume he's talking about the stars.
I've not skimped on trying to figure out how all this stuff works. You know, one of the challenges was go buy telescopes. So I went and bought several, learned how to.
Why would you go buy telescopes? You're trying to you went and bought telescopes to figure out if the Earth is flat. Really, that's interesting. Not the route I would take, but okay.
How to use them. Bought the cameras. Have taken flights for blood moon eclipses, flights for solar eclipses. Video sunsets, sunrises, moonsets, moonrises from all different locations, from high altitude and plains to mountaintops to oceans to just in the city. Have worked with lasers and.
Hold on.
Pause for a sec.
Sorry, Adam, you go first.
Well, my only point was to be, if he's done all of that already, what's his conclusion?
So exactly what I was going to
do
say.
More of it.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's like, okay, you're missing a bit. At the end of those statements about doing those things, I want to hear why you did them, ideally before you started talking about them, and then what you concluded based on what you did. He's just gone out and had a load of look at stuff. Okay, you've had a look at some sunsets. Okay, and your conclusion was?
Fair.
I need to go and look at some more. It's the only conclusion.
Well, he might be nervous, so let's get him let's give him a chance. He's just given his the beginning of his story, so let's not be quick to judge.
Isms and Tesla coils and noble gases and.
Why are you talking about Tesla coils and noble gases? I'm going to indict you here in a second myself. The hell are you talking about?
I'll tell you why. Because he had no conclusion to the stuff he made observations with, and now he's talking about sciencey things. Sound smart. Sad.
Yeah.
Just all kinds of different stuff, trying to figure out how the science behind all this actually works.
Oh, goodness.
Hold it.
Yep, you did.
Well, hey, why don't they have Tesla coils in cars? That'd be really great.
Yeah, he compromised himself right off the bat. Joe.
Brian, why? What would they do?
Great in a movie. Just look great in a movie, don't they? Your mind goes to seeing those things looking cool. Like, wow, science.
Oh, brother.
So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Cool. Now, you're one of the few flat earthers that I'm aware of that does have telescopes. Can you tell us a little bit about your gear?
Yeah, let's talk about your let's talk about
what
your
the hell? One of the few flat earthers that has telescopes.
No, one of the few flat earthers he knows that has telescopes. He defined the category of people he was indicting very narrowly.
All right, I've observed the eclipse with my telescope. Will, I was doing it 10 years ago. You ignored that bit of Nathan Oakley when you went back digging for a clip where I said I needed to go to Antarctica. Right, what about all the telescope observations that I was making 10 years ago? All right, none of us have got telescopes. Yeah, whatever.
I'd like to point out that he is one of the few flat earthers I know that's got telescopes and a brown front door.
Amazing.
But in fairness, Nathan, Will doesn't know you because he's never actually spoken with you.
No, he hasn't. Yeah, he just publicised a fraudulent ticket that he hadn't got the money for and claimed that I'd declined a ticket that didn't exist without talking to me. That's right, Brian.
My main mount here, because it's lightweight, this mount right here is for a much heavier scope, so I don't really use it much. But this is a Celestron AVX equatorial mount. This is a Spavoni or Espivoni.
Oh, we got an equatorial mount. Uh-oh.
A flat earth proof right there.
Yeah.
102 ED refractor.
Do you
Got the
right?
ASI
So
532.
Hold on a
pause.
second. Hold on. Hey, Adam. I'm hitting pause, right? But it takes a few seconds. So just relax.
That's why I stopped speaking.
Go ahead.
I'm relaxed. Somebody get this man some pineapple or an orange or something.
Yeah.
Right. The point I was going to make was, I want to be fair to him. He's just announced an amazing flat Earth proof. Does he know what he's just announced?
No.
Is he going to reiterate what the equatorial mount proves, or is he just going to move past it and just say what a nice quality equatorial mount he's got?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, I'd have to admit.
Yeah, but we just
Look
need
at
to
the bezel
highlight
on
for
that.
the audience's benefit so that they understand what Adam's just said. It's not to be taken lightly. We're covering on an almost daily basis transposition with parallel light into hell. There's a guy on the panel. Is he gone? Oh, there was a guy on the panel called Hell's Angles. There's a reason for people getting behind us describing how Earth being measured flat works in a ball. What's his equatorial mount? Leveling with respect to the equatorial plane. That's how this functions. Now, Adam's saying, does he know he's got a really solid flat Earth proof and annihilation of the globe right on his hand? Well, no, probably not.
That's you're presuming that. He just mentioned it. He might say it.
Well, that was my thing. Let's give him 10 minutes. He's just mentioned it. He's tapping that bad boy.
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Be proud of it.
Yeah.
Why?
Let's see if he does it.
MC Pro astronomy camera, and then my guide camera and my guide scope. But I just mainly use this one mount, and I swap all my different scopes out with different filters and stuff and do astro.
I know this is beyond the scope, but how much cash you'd think all these telescopes and these mounts? This looks pretty expensive to me, just off the cuff. What do you think?
Non sequitur.
I know it's a non sequitur. I'm pretty impressed, though. That's some serious cash sitting behind him.
Yeah. I mean, that guy's got a proper hobby. I remember buying scopes and looking at all the equipment and going, oh, if only I had this amount of money, I would be blowing it on this mount. And so, yeah, fair play to the guy. But based on his tone and his demeanor, he's playing down and being humble about his exceptional equipment, not telling Will about how Earth must be flat for this mount to function. He's not saying that, is he?
No, not yet. Well, we don't know yet. Here we go.
Photography, which I catch a lot of flack from flat earthers for that, because they're like, oh, that stuff's all fake. It's not.
Whoa. You catch a lot of flack from flat earthers saying that this stuff is all fake. What stuff sees are flat earthers saying is fake there, Joe? I need some more detail with the stuff sees.
Superchat.
Super booger.
Tony Whitcomb sent Glober makes Lego house, looks at mom and says, Earth is a globe.
That's it. Yeah, that's at the level we're at here, Tony. You got it. You're all over this. So back to the point. What stuff sees do these nameless, faceless flat earthers say is fake, and why are you getting flack? I'm a bit confused.
Further to that, immediately that tells me that if we're going to the negativity of flat earthers in respect to his stuff that he's just touched, this ain't going to be about the horizontal plane of reference this tool requires, is it?
No.
It's going to be something else attached to this. And the next statement's not going to be about the flat earth proof we're brushing past.
Let's see.
Not fake. that stuff's up there. It's real.
That stuff sees up there. You mean those lights are up there? Yeah, there's lights up there. What flat earthers have you been talking to? Yes, there's lights up there. The lights aren't fake. They're lights. My God.
I'm kind of the opinion that truth is unafraid. You know, the
What
truth
the?
is
Oh,
always
now he's going to wax philosophical on us. Truth is unafraid. What truth sees? Are you a truthie?
Just pause a sec. Stop. Was that Adam that wanted to get in before me? Go ahead, Adam.
Well, my only point here is again, he's searching for truth. All he's got to do is check his manual of his posh EQ mount and realise the implications of what he's actually doing when he sets it to track the night sky. What he's doing in doing that, and what that proves. He's forgot, hasn't he? He thinks if he looks long enough at the stars, then the answer will come to him. But the answer's already there. And it's in his manual of how to set the EQ mount up. That's his proof that.
That's all I wanted to pause to say, Adam. Thank you. I really want to labour that, and Adam's just done it for me, so I've got no reason to talk now. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, and he's trying to relate to Will. This is what he's trying to do. Oh yeah, those bad flat earthers that are saying that stuff up there, the stuff sees, is not real. He just made up. He's just trying to relate, right? Feebly, I may add, Joe. I mean, you're going to start to piss me off here in a second.
I haven't seen any evidence he's a flat earther yet.
Let's see.
on the side of truth. So if those things are real.
If what things are real? What the hell are you talking about? What? Huh? My God.
Then what are they? It's kind of where I'm at with it.
What are what? What the hell are what? They're lights.
I know. Let's just pause. Whoa, just take a chill pill. Just calm down for a second. Right, let's just try and translate this for QE. Okay. What he's suggesting is, in the current heliocentric rhetoric, you've got a story about rocks and gases in sky vacuums orbiting. Okie dokie. As soon as you reject all that, it's then questionable what they are. When he talks about what he's looking at, he's saying, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." Okay.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Equatorial mounts and scopes evidence are enclosed realm. And I think they evidence it very well.
What is your understanding as to how an equatorial mount works?
What is your understanding on how it works?
Whoa.
No, but
this is interesting, isn't it, Adam?
isn't it just? So here, I would like to just, the past is just gone. Dude, here is an open invitation to make the TFE pointless. Please describe how an equatorial mount works, yeah? So what do you, please take this opportunity and make us all wrong, dude. Go on.
Make us all what? You mumbled. You trailed off at the end.
Brian's going to go next, but I'm just going to make a prediction. And give props to Will. Smarter than you look, Will. Love it.
No, he's not.
I don't know.
Let's see.
Are we going to talk? I mean, I'm not trying to be rude here. Are we going to talk about that, or are we going to talk about the finals?
Nope.
No, we can. Let me just ask you one other
he
question.
deflected. He deflected away a flat Earth proof right here.
I just give it a J. I want to see Will's reaction to that. I want to see. I want to see how he responds to what he got out of that. I know what Will got out of that and what that answer tells Will. I just want to see Will's reaction.
Okay.
I want to gauge how pleased he is with what he just got out of him with that question being the case.
So you want a J?
Did you see Will's reaction? Yeah, I want to see Will's reaction.
You get a J. Everyone gets a J. Here we go.
That works.
Are we going to talk? I mean, I'm not trying to be rude here. Are we going to talk about that, or are we going to talk about the finals?
No, we can. Let me just.
There's his reaction.
Yeah, he licks his lips. Okay.
Obviously, they have another subject that they know that they want to talk about, right? And he didn't want to get into to the flat Earth proof, which is shocking to me. But okay, this is one big nothing burger, and him just posturing like you know how an EQ mount works. Well, you can't even tie your shoes without a fleet of slobber nurses. You're a moron. And this guy left a perfect flat Earth proof right on the table.
I'm disagreeing with you, and I want to see if Adam backs me up. Hold on. Adam, was he testing the water there, or did he just stumble on a random question about a piece of equipment that his guest had talked about and asked him to expand on it? Which one is it? According to QE, he's too dumb to realise how important that question was. I'm
None of them.
giving him potentially more credit than he should get by saying, is he testing the water? Smart guy.
I mean, he doesn't, in terms of testing the water, he doesn't have to be able to answer the question himself. He just has to know it's pertinent. Yeah. So, and if the guy doesn't respond with it's a flat earth proof, which we were all begging for, he knows what division of flat earth this guy's in, doesn't he? He's so, yeah, I would say it is testing the water, and it's not a prerequisite that to ask the question doesn't mean you know it's not pertinent to gauge your opponent. Brian, for you.
Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, I have a different take on it. I think that when that guy Joe said that these telescopes and what they show prove an enclosed realm, that's when Will Duffy had to question him about the EQ mount. Because Will Duffy is a total baller. And he pretends he's on the fence, but he's not. He's a baller. And he literally triggered that response out of Will Duffy. Will Duffy wants to assassinate this guy Joe's validity when it comes to his knowledge on how the EQ mount telescope works, because they've been telling themselves for years that it proves a globe. When it doesn't, it proves a flat stationary plane.
Sure. Are you saying out of a reaction to his bringing up of contained systems, in essence, he's non sequitured his way into something that's accidentally making him look better than he really is, but he's accidentally non sequitured his way into that fear of containment? Well, that actually seems like the right answer, Brian. I think you're probably the most right here.
Ask you one other question, which is, a lot of flat earthers I've seen in the past have stated that
Really? A lot of flat earthers that you've seen in the past. Stereotype coming.
the images that are taken using telescopes and long exposure are fake. I've heard
No. Actual flat earthers, you got the reverse stump. You're an actual stump. See, what we say is, out in that fairy tale second law of thermodynamics violation, all the images that are said to come from there are fake. Not the other way around, you moron. Not from somebody standing here with a telescope looking at the sky. What type of retard are you? What?
I wasn't going to break it down that well, but I've questioned. I took off mute just to say, spot the straw man.
Yeah, maybe he was just talking about when you look at the like the images that they show you of Mars and Jupiter and all of that. Maybe he's responding to flat earthers saying that those are fake.
Possibly. Still stupid.
It's the made-up story that he's being asked to respond to. That flat earthers go that pictures from telescopes are fake, as opposed to how I just gave you kudos for, reversed, that it's the pictures from the sky vacuum that we say are fake because the sky vacuum is fake.
Correct. He's just making shit up.
Calls to telescope manufacturers saying that when they look through their telescope, they don't see it. Can you verify that these images that are being taken?
What did he frigging say? That flat earthers do? Let's get that again. Say, come by with that again. Huh?
They're saying that when they look through their telescope, they don't see it. Can you verify
they don't
that
see what? Wait a second. When flat earthers look through their telescope, they don't see it. See what? What the hell is that? Is he delusional? Just making dumb shit up.
No, he's making stuff up.
Yep. That's what I just said, making dumb shit up. That was stupid.
images that are being taken are actually real images? Because I think you've taken some that are very similar.
What?
Listen to the language there. The images, which is the word NASA chooses to use, are real images. Well, we wouldn't dispute that, would we?
No.
Oh.
No. It's nonsense. This is a big old fat nothing burger that he just pulled out of his arse.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have no problem. And see, like,
oh yeah, you have no problem. No problem with what? But this is really stupid. Really,
No,
really
that's
stupid.
it. Any flat earth worth his salt here is on the second law of thermodynamics violation, aren't they? So we don't need. And his response is, "We have no problem here." You only need to have one problem, and that's the violation of natural law, and point that out to Will. So point that out that wherever they're images or real photos, yeah, they're coming from a violation of natural law as proposed by the exponents of the image.
this is the downside to an awakening to truth is, although we wake up, we're still under programming.
Oh, brother.
So it takes a long time to break that programming. So even
Can
though we
I
make it a little bit of
say
truth,
something?
Yeah, you might as well,
I
because
did-
he's definitely not. He's going off on a friggin' incoherent tangent to the topic. What the hell? Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't wake up like in 2015. Like I was awake. I mean, whatever that means. You can't wake up. I woke up to the truth. No, you just stop being stupid. That's all you did. That doesn't mean you woke up. You didn't wake up. You wake up when you're being asleep. I hate that rubbish. Sorry, it's just a bit of a pet peeve. Oh, when I woke up to the truth, like that tells me that you're just a believer in something. Sorry.
Nobody is as woke as Brian. That's why he objected.
I don't demean what he just said. No, you're demeaning what he said, and I completely agree. It gives me goosebumps when Brian talks like that. He's right. It's yesterday when we were chit-chatting, and I was saying, oh, it's cold because we've gone past the equinox. And it's almost like you went, prove it. Like, well, I've just kind of said it because it's correlating with what's happening now. It's a bit cold, and we've gone past the equinox. In other words, I'm just making stuff up. Idly. Now, typically, in everyday settings, that just brushes by most people. Yeah? Let go. Not in this corner. No. Don't talk crap. Just don't make stuff up. What are you doing? Yeah, that's not being awake. It's the recognition of talking crap that you haven't verified.
Pardon me, if I may.
Speculating.
Pardon, Blatzy. Go ahead, Fuzz.
Yeah, I just find it very funny that flat Earth doesn't have to be super complicated. It's very simple. It's facts that we just put out facts over here on this side of the internet, and what you can verify. And
yeah,
these people want to act like there's something else that you can know, but you have to go to them to find it out. Like, that should be a red flag to anybody.
Yeah. Here we go.
Do you first start looking into subjects?
Oh my God, what are you going to wax on about now?
I was just going to say, you do it when you first start looking into anything. You know, you start. It's Dunning-Kruger, isn't it? You start with a little bit of knowledge, and it excites you, and there's like a learning curve, and initially you gain a lot of knowledge, so you suddenly have a high degree of confidence in reality Dunning-Kruger. Then that curve shallows as you do more and more and more research and actually acquire real information. And then at the peak, you realise that, as Splatzy's just said, it's actually quite simple. When you talk about Earth measurements, bypass all of this, what did you call it, waxing philosophical?
Yeah.
Bypass all that crap about waking up and, realising the truth and the deception. No, it's just measured flat. Shut up.
Yeah, the waxing philosophical part is puke worthy for me. Like,
yeah, me too. I'm disgusted with it.
That's what the crumb star is for.
So people get a little bit of knowledge and they get cocky or arrogant.
It's just good to know how the truth will set
Did you hear the video playing?
Right, let's just have a word with QE on Adam's behalf. Right, this is that moment where we've all got warmed up, and rather than the video interrupting us, we should just be allowed to have a little bit of a chit-chat about what's going on. We want to talk about the crumpster. Adam's not going to stop interrupting until we talk about the crumpster. You know what's going to happen if you stop him.
I'm doing that on behalf of everyone. And that man comes up. We've all got a soft spot.
That it?
He's got two. No, he's got two of those pudgy little cheeks of his. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Yeah, now I'm done.
I understand, and to some degree, because we've been lied to about so much, it's hard to trust anything or anybody. But where they get that is these mounts right here. That when you look up computerized telescope, that's what it's talking. It's talking about the mount, and the mount has right ascension and declination axes programmed in.
Axes, not axes.
Ooh, here we go. Here we go.
No, he's on it.
Okay, here we go.
Into it. So it's not images, it's not pictures that are pre-programmed into it. As far as the scope itself, it's just a tube with glass or a tube with glass and mirrors. That's it. So there's nothing electronic about the scope. It's not faking anything. It's not creating stuff that's not there. Now, what a lot of people say with
it's total non sequitur. He's pandering to this moron that thinks flat earthers think that images are popping up in telescopes that are not really there. Really?
There's a reason for that. Okay, that's another thing that's been peddled into society because of Samsung. So what Samsung were doing with their super zoom phones, and indeed there are certain telescopes that do this, to my understanding, they weren't giving you images. They were that you look through the lens and acquired. When an AI algorithm identifies what you are looking at, that is to say, you're trying to get a picture of the moon, it just gives you a photo and makes it seem like you're looking at something through your lens that you're not. There is this element that's been peddled into society about faking of what we'll call in inverted commas with claw hands space images. Now, yes, this is a glurf distortion by Will, and I'll just summarize it on QE's behalf because he's getting so frustrated with it. When we say images from, that's looking back at Earth from a sky vacuum, are all fake, because you can't be in a sky vacuum looking back at Earth. So those are the images that we say are fake. What do you get from Will? Well, a complete inversion, a distortion. This Christian inverts what we actually say into, there are flat earthers out there that say the images of the sky, the bit that you think is a vacuum, are fake. Yeah, it's just your average got to lie to glurf. You've got to distort what we actually say so you can represent and burn the straw man of what we're not saying. Yeah, fine. That's typical glurf behavior.
Yep, you got it.
I just want... Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to get in there fast because you keep on wanting to press play on the video fast. So I'm getting a lurper since the start of this video, a lurper feeding off of this Joe character. That he's actually a baller. Possibly. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. He did trigger Well Duffy. He did trigger Well Duffy. Maybe I'm wrong, actually.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think he's an average Joe flat earther. Flatsy put this value on, so I'm not going to take it, but I'll use it. 90% of flat earthers are like this guy. No offense to him. They believe Earth's flat and think they've come across the biggest deception in history. It's how we used to phrase it. Now, I'm not trying to demean him by saying we used to be there, but in a way I kind of am. Now, that kind of seems a bit beneath us because we know it's flat. Therefore, this talk of what you envisage the world might be based on this lie and this uncovering of this deception and it's all irrelevant. It just seems so silly to me now. But that's 90% of us. We're in the 10% minority that was arbitrarily ascribed, as most statistics are, by Flatsy. Us as the 10%, we don't do that. But we're not concerned with all the stuff that this guy probably is genuinely concerned about. So I don't think he's not a flat earther. He's just it's not what we call a flat earther. When earlier, I think it was Brian or QE said he's not a flat earther. Well, he's not by our standards anymore. A flat earther knows it's flat. That's what a flat earther is as far as we are concerned. If you don't know it's flat, how can you call yourself a flat earther?
Exactly.
Now, that might seem like a high standard to somebody who doesn't know. That's tough luck.
Yeah, I stand corrected on that. But by that standard, there's nobody who's a real glober either, because there can't be. Because you can't know it's a globe because it's not.
Yeah, I came to that conclusion about, sad as this may sound, 2 weeks ago when we were covering Creaky. The way he's phrasing it, 'cause you don't look at it from that side of the coin when you're being misrepresented. You just concern yourself with how badly misrepresented you are by a fraudster and how fraudulent the science is. In this instance, you suddenly start looking with the same keen eye that you're looking at the flat earthers when they're like, why are you misrepresenting this false dichotomy? Don't you know it's flat? Why would you buy this? Well, Creaky's buying it too, isn't he? He wants to know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is globe and it's going to be settled in Antarctica. You suddenly go, hold on, you're at the same level as the rest of the 90% of the flat earthers I just arbitrarily ascribed to the statistic that Flatsy gave us. You're in the same bleeding boat. You don't know, do you?
Exactly. You got it. Nice little twist, Nathan. Exactly.
You mean Brian?
And Brian.
They don't see it through their telescope. Visually, you're not going to capture nebula and galaxies for the most part. Like Orion's nebula, yeah, it's really bright, so you can see a lot of it with just a visual telescope looking with your naked eye. Whereas if you're going for things like the Dolphin Head Nebula or Thor's helmet, you're going to need the proper astronomy camera, which is also not pre-programmed with images. And it's easy to prove that it's actually capturing the pictures. It does capture the pictures and what's called.
Yep.
Hold it.
Yep.
Told you. About Samsung. Yep, told you.
Yeah, that means that there's no actual evidence.
And then you have to stretch that 8 bits.
Just say what he just said.
Oh my God.
Well, you keep playing. What can I do? I'm trying to get in there before you press play again. Then you press play, then you give out.
Thanks.
It's an impossible standard. Sorry. It is. But what he's saying there is, the telescopes I don't have see things that I can't see optically. So how do they see them then? And what do they see? They don't see, because nobody is seeing these things, is what he's saying. They're creating them somehow. I don't trust that, any of that. Never did.
So,
question on that. However well we see them.
Good.
He's doing it deliberately, Adam. He's doing it on purpose.
I'm not doing it on purpose. Shut the hell up. Go ahead, Adam.
However well we see them, what does that prove with regards to the nature of the surface you're seeing them from?
All that
Can I make a suggestion? That we take a 5-minute reprieve, maybe 6 minutes, and QE goes to the kitchen and cuts up an orange or something.
Yeah, I tried that, and he was like, Adam carried on, and then he just started pressing play again because everyone got scared off by QE's annoyance with wanting to get through this video. There we go. I think we should just chit chat about what's going on. How's your day been, Brian?
Yeah, but Nathan, this thing about the borders, what it actually means is there's people in the world who know the earth is flat, and the rest of the people in the world believe in some other nonsense. Or believe something, if you know what I mean. There's a small amount of knowers, and there's a large, huge amount of believers. Because that's what it means. When it comes to either flat or globe, they're all just believers, if they're not knowers of the flat.
Right.
It's a good take.
I can relate. Oh, go on, QE.
No, he's right on point. Very interesting.
I felt the same way.
Very interesting take.
Yeah, and I felt the same way. I often talk about me looking at Science at NASA emails and going through their video releases that they'd email me about. I'm still on their mailing list. I've never bothered getting rid of it because I get 10 billion emails anyway, so who cares? But I remember watching their videos and going, this doesn't satisfy me. It doesn't make me feel like I know about what they're presenting. It always left me feeling very hollow. Now I can relate to that as people like Creaky I described earlier. Yeah, I didn't know it was a ball either. That's why I was subscribed to Science at NASA, because I wanted to know. Right, but I never got it.
All right, here we go.
That's faking an image, but it's not. It's just not.
Cool.
Those images, those pictures are real. You can capture them. I can capture them. Actually, it was one of the things I captured it with my peanut. Sorry about that.
There you go. You're back now.
Yeah, my phone rang. So I've actually captured Orion's Nebula with my P950 without a tracker, just by itself. So I mean, the stuff's up there. It's just personally, I believe that it's evidence that they're much closer and much smaller once you start learning how to to really use
Right.
these things and how they work and operate.
Good.
Okay. So again, this this is what's it called? Third pitch. Yeah, gotta strike this one. So you know that they're close. Okay, so maybe you'll just employ a little bit of trig incorrectly with my teeth gritted.
Yep.
When you reference the horizontal plane that you need to be aligned to with your tool. This is third pitch. Let's see if it hits it out of the park.
But
Cool.
I don't want to spend too much time on the telescopes because that's not really what we're here for.
Yeah, no problem. We can definitely switch gears to the final experiment. So originally, I think you were saying that.
Strike 3 and you're out.
Yep. Yeah. Let's move over to the final excrement. Yep. Good job, Joe.
You didn't think there was a 24-hour sun, or that we would observe a 24-hour sun this December in Antarctica. Is that still your position, or have you changed your mind on that?
Yeah, I've absolutely changed my mind. The reason why I changed my mind was I got new information. And I mean, I think you would agree that if you get new information that seems to contradict your old way of thinking, then it's perfectly okay to change your mind, right? I mean, so that's what I did. I've never been beyond the equator to watch how the sun rises and sets in the summer there. So I didn't know. I had a misconception of what was happening. Therefore, through my misconception.
Say again. Go ahead.
What was all that about? Right?
I don't know.
I completely tuned it out. It was so boring.
But his whole hobby is astronomy, right? If his astronomy was collecting Marvel figures, would he have spent the first 10 minutes talking about that and go, anyway, that's irrelevant. Let's move on. Why did you take that part of my life away? Give me all that hope that he shook around all those actual real flat Earth proofs and then just moved on. He's done with it. He's done with the thing that will prove the thing he's off to hopefully prove.
I thought that it couldn't happen or it wouldn't happen. But as I've gotten friends in Australia and New Zealand, and they're able to actually show me what the sun is doing during their summer solstice, that's when I was like, hold on a minute. And not only that, my friend that I brought up at the Great Creation Debate the next morning when Dean handed me the mic and said, say that again, she did tell me that the sun set. She was on a cruise, so she was outside the ice wall, but right there at it.
Outside the ice? What ice wall?
She was in Australia. I'm a little bit confused.
This dude is pissing me off. I feel like yeah, I feel like, you know, when people say they could be authentic, they could be not. Like, these people are all actors to me at this point. Like, I don't trust them, any of them.
What an actor? He's a moron. You're just speculating.
That's true.
Where exactly she was at, but she was on a cruise, and she said that the sun set around, I think it was somewhere around 11:40, 11:50, and that was AM, and then it rose back around, I think, 2:30 or I don't remember the exact text, but it was something like that. It was only gone for a very short period of time. And once my friend in New Zealand really showed me how the sun was coming up and around his field of view, and having that in the back of my head, hey, the sun was only gone and she wasn't far enough south because she was outside the ice wall, I started thinking, well, maybe we're wrong. Maybe this thing can and does happen in the model. And because I've been
in the model, what thingy happens in what model, Joe? Are you living in a model? Was she living in a model down by not close or near the ice wall? What? Huh?
I want to know how she could have known where she was with the flat Earth proof. But Brian's got something to add. Go ahead, Brian.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, it comes back to the same thing again. It's like you can't make any claims about what the sun will or won't do or what it can or can't do if you don't know what it is or how it does what it does, or you don't even know. You can't even give a height to the thing. You have zero information on the thing, and you're telling me what it will and won't do or what it can and can't do. I'm changing my mind. It actually can do that thing now that I said it can't do. No, you don't know if it can or can't do anything. You're a bozo with zero information, just like me, buddy. Sorry.
I'm struggling with the repeated use of the word ice wall. Like, my garden wall is real.
It's super stupid, super fraud.
Mike 808 sent super chat blank.
Yep. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Adam.
There's a reification here by the flat earther of the ice wall. Not only that, but one of his friends has been beyond it. What the Scooby-Doo are you talking about, pal?
Who knows?
He's talking about hearsay. He's got a hearsay story about somebody that claims they might have been near the ice wall, an Australian, and somebody in New Zealand.
Beyond a place that doesn't even exist. He's reified the ice wall. He is Sleeping Warrior.
And trying to model
He's
everything like eclipses, solar and lunar, and just sunsets and sunrises.
He's trying to model all these things. That's what he just said.
Yeah, with what? With an azimuthal equidistant map. Yeah, he might have been doing this since 2010. He's not progressed from 2015 by the sound of things. Respectfully, dude.
It's lack of humility. It's overconfidence because of his equipment. Brian summarized it immediately, and concluded it by saying, "You're just a bozo like me." I chuckled when he said that because it's true. Well, we're ignorant, aren't we, Brian? But we can admit that. We've got the humility to say we don't know what it is. Based on the fact that Brian and I are disclaiming we don't know what it is, where do you start with your model? Is it a physical ball at a close near distance, as you've inferred, without actually implying incorrectly that you could use trig to establish the height, which you can't? You haven't done any of that. What are you going to do? What are you going to use to produce eclipses in a model? A physical body? How do you know it's physical? It's riddled. You're going to model it based on what assumptions? It's going to be riddled with them. It's sad. The moment you accept you don't know what it is, you accept that, well, how am I going to even begin to model what it's doing? I don't know what it is.
What model is that, by the way? What modeling? Can somebody define this for me? So it's screwed right there. His model shit.
And Rayleigh scattering and redshift and blue shift and all these different things.
Now we're going to come up.
Figure out how they work in the model and actually demonstrate and show them. I was like,
Figure out how
let me
they're
see if
going
I
to
can
work
get it
in
to
the
work.
model, right? This fucking mouse.
Oh, swearing.
What is up with all this name dropping? Rayleigh scattering, redshift, and just nonsensical, just gibberish. And how you're going to model it. What?
When Darth covered this, he had one of the characters in Low Birth Debate, Darth. These are all science words. Rayleigh scattering, redshift. These are all science words.
Work. Let me see if there's a way that it works. Now I believe that I have 3 different theories on how it is or can work, personally.
He's got 3 different theories.
Theory, get him.
He's on 3 different theories on how it can work. First of all,
Kiwi went and got that orange. He doesn't know what a theory is. He's got a colloquial Nostradamus Mystic Meg theory. He's got a few ideas. Yeah? Oh, category error.
On
Could
theories. Hold on. Theories on what?
Or you got a mouthful of food.
Yeah, you guys said I should eat, so I'm doing it. So
yeah, so shut up. We'll talk. We'll keep going. Don't worry. Eat your orange.
So he's got 3 speculation on how it works. What's it, Joe?
Oh,
the model.
Mental there must be. Sorry, Brian. Go ahead.
That was Adam.
Right.
I just said the same thing as Adam.
Do you get some sugar in you?
Why?
And press play. Well, then we'll hear it.
Well, he already said it. He had 3 speculations, which he think is theories, on how it works, on how what works.
The thing he was just talking about his bloody model. It's all it can be.
So, must be some English term to define this use of the word "it." to insert vagueness and obscurity into a subject that needs hyperspecificity. So where you need to very specifically say, in this case, it, what is it? Well, very specifically, Jupiter when I observe it after referencing a flat Earth for my equatorial mount. That would be a hyperspecific description of what it is. Both Will and this guy using this word, it, insert vagueness into their discussion.
You want to know why? It's
I
because
want to know what
they
the term is. There's a term that must be in the linguistic, usages of deliberately using the word it to create vagueness and obscurity. There must be a term for that. Why? I didn't know. I don't care. Just because they're both numpties and don't know what they're talking about. I know why. Unless you've got a different reason for that too. My bad.
I was just going to say, it's their attempt to explain the unexplainable, just like everyone else.
Exactly, Fallacy. The word you're looking for, Nathan, is evasion. Because when they start using words like it, then they're not going to be. Because it's ambiguous and vague. They're not held to anything because they actually don't have anything to present. There's nothing. They can't give you what they're talking about. They just won't admit to themselves that they can't do it. Because like we were just saying a minute ago, they don't know any more about the sun than me or you. And me and you know basically with the exception of a very small, like it heats you up, it'll burn you if you stay out too long. You might get a tan, depends on your skin type, whatever. Other than that, we know nothing.
What we do know is how it's utilised for navigation. That was something I was going to drop in earlier. So it's like he was talking about being near the ice wall. Is a hearsay account from a third party of being near the ice wall, but she didn't really know where she was. Like, well, you could have put a position with respect to the stars if she didn't know where she was and got an exact fix. You'd have had to have measured Earth flat like they did when they were navigating and expanding the territories. That's how we did it. That's how we made the maps.
Yeah, but that's the use of the sun. That doesn't tell us anything about what the sun is.
No, but that's what I'm saying. We don't know what it is, but we know how it can be useful if we know where it's above at a given time. What do we know about it? We know what solar noon is, where it's above a given location. And if we know where it's above at what time, we can utilize that to navigate. We know how to utilize its position with respect to the ground, its ground position. That's logged in the almanacs. Like the stars, we use them in the same way with elevation angles off a flat Earth. It's the same principle that's being used for the equatorial mount. Like we covered earlier, he's had 3 strikes. It seemed, although I think Brian's right, he was deflecting away from the containment issue, that Will had got a little winner and he was testing the waters. Does this guy know he's got a really stone cold flat Earth proof here? Well, tell me about your equatorial mount. Oh, he just was took away, perhaps as a Christian, from the open system space-based ball that isn't contained. Yeah, I think Brian called that one. Ultimately, he's got flat Earth proofs that he could be using when he's got his vague obscurity about being near a bleeding ice wall that he's not qualified for, a near and local sun that he's going to model. The guy's just a bullshitter. He's like most people. I haven't been disciplined like we do in this corner into not doing that. Most of us will have done that at some point. When Brian says at some point you realise that no, you just don't know what you're talking about, do you? Recognising that and being a bit more humble stops you occasionally from doing that. Then you go, well, if I'm going to open my mouth about something, I better know what I'm talking about.
Whether people accept that or not, that's fine. Most people haven't spent years shining lights through dawn, so that's just kind of where I'm at with it.
Did you hear that? Could you give me a J, please, Kiwi?
No, I'm sorry. He said most people haven't spent years shining light through domes. Is what he just said.
Yeah.
What? Huh? Joe, are you with me now? I'd like to know if he could sing his ABCs without the song at this point. Personally. What the hell was that?
He thinks he's doing a good job. He thinks he's investigating the nature of Earth. Delusional, isn't it? Delusion.
Yep, he's delusional.
Okay, so I don't believe there's a 24-hour
Sorry, hold up.
sun in New Zealand or
hold up. I'm going to pull a fiver. Go ahead. Sorry, you guys wanted to discuss that. Go.
just the point. It's all of his assumptions. But as a fellow biblical cosmologist, yeah, first lesson, yeah, is assume that rakia means dome, isn't it? So, and you move forward from that.
That
Well,
rhetorical?
it sounds
Highly, yes. Thank you.
he's a MacToon level expert at something.
It's
He's
just
a biblical
assumption, isn't it?
cosmologist.
I was just there was something that was bugging me about his last statement as well, right? His friend was on a boat and she looked at the sunset from the other side of the ice wall. How did she get the boat the other side of the ice wall?
No, I think he meant she was near it or just within the ice wall, or not the other. He's just the way he described it was all sideways.
Why she said she was the other side.
I'd like to know where he got from biblical cosmology that the sun is outside the dome. Book, chapter, and verse, please. Glue sniffer.
My point was dome. Where did we get dome from? Why is he saying that?
Exactly.
If he's a biblical cosmologist, why is he invoking that?
Get closer to your mic.
I was backing away so Flatsy could come in.
Well, I was agreeing with you, Adam, and QE. What a good point. You guys are just on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't believe there's a 24-hour sun in New Zealand or Australia. So
who cares what you believe or what you don't believe, glue sniffer?
What was it that actually convinced you to change your mind to think we would see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Who gives a shit?
I didn't say there wasn't.
Who cares?
24-hour sun in New Zealand or Australia, but so this right
There isn't.
Just take this dome, for instance.
Hold up.
I'm in New
Zealand. Lots of people live in Australia and New Zealand. Surely this one's settled. There isn't a 24-hour sun. Yeah. What are you on about now? Does Australia and New Zealand actually exist? Could we argue that?
Yes, they do. Let me just let's not. I don't want to demean the guy because I've been listening to what he says. What he said about 3 minutes ago, or however long in recording terms on this video it was, is that his observations from those locations, based on what people are showing him, is akin to. On his behalf, I'm going to compare it to what we see here in the UK. Is to say you get a kind of vector that's almost like it's about to go round in a full circle at the height of summer. Is to say, oh, if it just stayed above the horizon for a few more hours, it would be going all the way around me. And that's kind of what he's alluding to from those southerly locations. He's inferring that if we just nudged a bit more south, we'd see that little gap filled, and we would get 24-hour sun in these southern regions. Okay, that's lovely. Even if I take that as read, and I've said it a million times, what does that prove? Well, if I insert that I've travelled antipodal on a ball when I got to this southerly location, I can infer that observing this 24-hour sun that I've just seen and definitely does happen means I've affirmed that I was antipodal when I got here. No, it absolutely does not. That's what he's suggesting.
Thanks to Brian.
We asked you.
Yeah. That assumption that when you travel, you're going to accumulate an antipodal position is no longer a worry in anybody's mind. It doesn't happen. We have the pitch data to demonstrate it. Yeah. There is no realignment, however far you travel, unless we're on a very big hexagon. But that's not. So whatever they go to
hold
see,
on, Adam.
Wait,
Adam,
I'm really done.
Do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat, Mr. Very Big Hexagon?
Exactly. The point I'm making is whatever they go to see, there is no antipodal position that will be achieved. The pitch data demonstrates that. However far they're traveling, it's over a flat plane. So however they want to interpret it, can't be as an antipodal viewpoint.
Yeah, just before you go, QE, just very quickly, what I'd like to say is this whole TFE thing, what it really should be, if it was an honest expedition, it would be, We're going there to see what the sun does at this time of year, so we can then determine what the sun does at that time of year in this place for sure. And that might allow us to somehow come up with a greater annual sun cycle, or understand the situation a little bit better, because we know nothing. You know, that's really what they should be saying, rather than we're going to prove a globe or a flat earth with something that won't do. You can't prove a globe or a flat earth whether there is or isn't a 24-hour sun.
Is what you're saying, Brian, is what they should do is adhere to the first step of the scientific method. It's to say, step 1, observe a naturally occurring phenomena.
Well, step 1 would just, rather than talking about scientific method, if you want to actually even prior to a scientific method, step 1 is be honest with yourself, isn't it? And then go from there. Sorry.
No, step 1 is not be honest with yourself, you bleeding hippie. Step 1 is to observe a naturally occurring phenomena.
Yeah, but
then...
I didn't know. I'm saying prior to scientific method. You brought scientific method up. I'm saying prior to
right. Also,
having any,
well, as you're on the list, you're right. You should have an expansive. You should also eat a healthy breakfast. You're right, Brian. We should have an expansive list of what we do before the scientific method.
Okay, now focus.
Okay, this is
focus now. Focus now. All right, we're not talking about TFE as a whole. Focus now. We're on Joe. Okay.
Okay, I have to say this. This is feeling like when I was a kid and there'd be something on TV and you weren't allowed to talk or make noise. That was really boring. Just say it.
It ruined the family unit, didn't it? The television. Talk about this for a little bit.
No, we're not.
He got a dome in his hand.
Facing south, so towards you would be facing south, right? And, well, let's say this way, towards me is facing south.
Oh, God.
We know from what my friends tell me that the sun comes up in the east.
We know from what my friends tell me.
What is going on here?
Hold on, I need to write this down.
What?
Will you let me know when the adverts are on so I can talk?
Yeah. What is going on before you can talk to his friends? What is going on with this pen light around this glass dome you have in your hand? What the hell is this?
I'm going to lose track.
What are you doing?
Need to find out. You're gonna ruin this. I've written the first bit down. Rises in the east. Right, let's hear what he's got to say.
You know what's coming? It's plastic cup coffee crap.
You think? I just want to know what he's doing here with his biblical cosmology, with his light outside a glass dome.
I want to know what the sun's going to do next. I'm absolutely intrigued.
All right, here we go.
Well, you're in the center of his palm right now. Just try and imagine. Close your eyes. And wake up that you're now God looking from an outside, and you're holding the sun, and you're shining it into the dome, the firmament.
What Bible's he reading?
Hold on, Adam's going somewhere with this.
All right, let him go.
So it's wrapping around them, and it's coming up southeast, right? It comes up in the southeast, wraps around, and sets in the southwest, right? So, because it's summertime for them, it's in the sky for a really long time. And if you go to the southern island of New Zealand, what he tells me, it's in the sky even longer, which isn't that much further away from the northern island where he's at. And then we looked at it on the model, and if you move the observer far enough.
Really? You looked at it on the model? Let's see the model. Glue. He's a clown.
South in the model we were using, which is the Flat Earth Pro app, which
I guess that's the model, the Flat Earth Pro app.
Can someone look that up while Kiwi's doing his video bit? Has anybody on the panel got access to Google? Please, can you just look at what Flat Earth Pro app is, please?
Which gives you this your azimuthal dome, grid dome view, whatever you want to call it, your personal
Azimuthal grid dome view from the Flat Earth Pro app, huh? Is that what you're going for here, Joe? My
We've
God.
got an azimuthal equidistant. Now we know what he's talking about now, though, don't we? We've got an azimuthal equidistant globe projection being utilized with the dome above it. And that is being claimed with a light shining through the dome. Adam's called it already. We're going to have caustic coffee cup, aren't we? So what's coming next?
You think? I don't know.
View. It shows you that spherical view that your eyes create inside of the larger dome, giving you the apparent positions of the sun and moon throughout the day, every day.
Why do you have apparent positions? Where'd you get apparent from? That just showed up. Apparent? Why? Who, what, when, where, why, and how? My word, son.
Every day, year round. Well, the fact that it was only visible and only out of the sky for a very short time, and then when we moved it further south, it was in the sky even longer. We were both like, you know what? If you
What the hell is he on about? You
Not
moved
going
it.
south.
He moved it further south on his Flat Earth Pro model. Is that what he said? Who the hell knows? He's friggin' deranged. Look at him.
Got the Flat Earth Pro model. Found it. So I'm just watching the intro. Basically, it's a bit like Dave Weiss Flat Earth clock. But it's got an azimuthal equidistant, and then they take NASA images of the celestial objects, Sun, Moon, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and then show their orbits as they would be taken from their GP position on an azimuthal equidistant projection from a globe.
Are they within the dome? I'm sorry. Are they within the dome and the sun is outside the dome?
No, there is no clear dome in this. Wait there. Later on, wait there. We might be getting a bit of domage. What is this? Is that a dome or is it just colouring? I don't know. I can't see a dome. Maybe there's yeah, there's some kind of invocation of domage. But it appears to be local dome as opposed to dome over the whole plane. So it's a dome of view. As opposed to because the dome that they're showing here in terms of where the object will position itself is in a dome of your vision, which is smaller than the landmass, obviously. Does that make sense?
This is
screen
flat Earth feast and nonsense, isn't it?
Yep.
So this idea of a dome of your view is a bastardization of what actually turns into latitude and longitude grid, the maps, which then turn into a globe, which then turn into these projections, including but not limited to the azimuthal equidistant projection and Mercator projections. They're all based on the same utilization of angle measurements to the stars in the first instance. Now you can call that perspective. It's a system that's utilizing Polaris in the north and a non-existent position in the south to create a similar pole-based system for navigating. You can then sandwich those two upside down or antipode from one another, two flat planes, and create something called the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere, if you want to reduce it down to suggesting that that view, Polaris or otherwise centric, is your perspective view, is incorrect. You can suggest that the methodology of attaining that way of measuring angles utilizes what you can describe from your own personal perspective as a dome of your vision. It has nothing to do with the systems that have been developed to gauge where those ground positions that are described in that model will be. I have no doubt, without even looking at it, that the ground positions presented on the azimuthal equidistant globe projection in that claimed to be flat Earth model will be projected as physical items above their ground positions. Nobody's assessing where the ground positions were attained from, or how they were attained with a flat Earth, or how the model came to pass in this instance an azimuthal equidistant globe projection. How did you create that? Nobody's assessing their things. They're taking a sidestep into a vague understanding of how these models were produced, which is what we discuss, and then vaguely ascribing it to a dome of your perspective. Like, you don't really know how this is all created, but you're taking an advanced methodology of that system that's created this globe projection, slapping it down with a dome over it, putting lights above their GP positions without recognizing where any of the data came from in the first place. If you did, You wouldn't need Will Duffy. You know how much Earth was measured flat to get there. Nobody's seeing any of it. They're all in the woods, not seeing the trees. It's nuts.
Yep.
It's right before their very eyes.
The celestial dome is only mathematical. So anything that they're coming up with there, they don't. The problem with these people is this, right? I guarantee you they'll have a map where Australia is the size of the USA and Canada together, right? This big massive Australia on it, and they'll have this big dome, right, which will be a celestial dome that they don't even realize is purely just a protractor. It's purely an orthographic, mathematical way of representing your different angles to a star as you move away from it or it moves away from you. They don't know the basics of what it is that they're going to put into their claim model. Do you know what I mean? The basic stuff they have wrong. And they're trying to create a claim model. It's ridiculous.
This is why I objected when people like yourself, Brian, no offense, would say it's perspective. But like, I don't like using that word to describe how we observe the celestial object. And it's not because it's wrong. It's the very fundamental basis of how we're measuring angles to items that we see as they reduce towards the horizon. I'm not going to bandy words. That is perspective. However, because of the feast of nonsense representation that we get with the dome of our vision, like, no, that's too simple for what you're doing when you're using a Polaris-based system. Yeah? You can't just say that's the dome of your vision. No, it isn't. It's a Polaris-based system with latitude lines that gets turned into a globe and then projected back out onto various different models, including the azimuthal one.
Yeah, that's not a
not
model.
the world map. My bad.
Thank you. All right, let's focus on Joe. Let's see where he's going to go with this. It's going to be painful.
Go far enough into Antarctica, you may actually see the sun stay in the sky the whole time. We both kind of just came to that conclusion. And I was like, well, I've got giving you the apparent positions of the sun and moon throughout the day, every day, year round. Well, the fact that it was only visible and only out of the sky for a very short time. And then when we moved it further south, it was in the sky even longer. And we were both like, you know what? If you were able to go far enough into Antarctica, you may actually see the sun stay in the sky the whole time. We both kind of just came to that conclusion. And I was like, well, I've got the domes and the model, so let me try to see if I can model it. And admittedly, many of the demonstrations were very poor explanations, poor demonstrations.
Yeah, because you didn't have a model when you're modeling models. That's why, Joe. My God.
But at the same time, that's kind of how trying to figure this stuff out works. You don't get it right the first.
This stuff works. Stuff sees. That's where we're at. Stuff sees, right?
First time,
Vague
time,
and ambiguous.
That's not how science works.
What did you say? Hold on. What did you say, JoJo?
Figure this stuff out works. You don't get it right the first time, every time. Nobody ever does. That's not how science works.
That's not how
Keep
science
going and
works,
going.
JoJo. You're a clown. You are a clown. My God. You pretend to
That's the very
clown
thing I
flat
was going-
earthers. You pretend to clown flat earthers, right? This is what you need to do. Pay attention right here. It's fine that you have all your equipment and stuff and you go out discovering things. But for everything sacred and holy, don't go on a show and start talking about it. Okay? Just keep it to yourself. That's my advice to you. Go ahead. Somebody else wanted to add something.
Yeah, I didn't hear the part when he said the word science, but I heard the part before that, and that was what I was jumping on. Because it's this thing of, this is difficult stuff, so we're going to get it wrong a few times before we get it right. That's the rubbish that heliocentrism has been coming out with for eons.
Yep.
Right? We're going to get it wrong before we get it right. Right? But then they are expecting a pat on the back as if they've done something. No, you've just got it wrong. That's all you've done. Nothing else. So come back when you've got it right, or else shut up about it.
He'll come back after he does the science on it.
Until you either come up with a viable theory, explanation, or
Viable theory or explanation. Scientific theory? Really?
you
Clown.
just have to give up and say it doesn't work.
What doesn't work? Now we're back to it doesn't work. What's it? My God. What he just
Yeah, something that a lot
He just sniffed. Yeah, you understood what he said,
What
right?
people are struggling with on both sides, meaning some flat earthers are struggling with how this would be possible.
No. True earthers. Not flat earthers. True earthers. That the sides are globetards and true earthers. We already established that.
The globe side says, yeah, how would this be possible? And that is this.
How would what be possible?
So if someone is south of South America in Antarctica.
So if someone is south, south of us, south in Antarctica, fucking clown.
How does the sun go south of them while simultaneously being over Australia, which would be on the exact opposite side of a flat earth?
What? Anyone catch that? Huh?
Yeah, he's pre-assuming that there already is a 24-hour Antarctic sun, and he's trying to then take it to us to explain how that sun goes south of someone who's already in Antarctica when, or if you're on a flat earth. It's like, that question, okay, if you want to ask that question, fair enough. But you must observe the thing first, right? There's no point asking me questions about how does this work, right, when you haven't shown the this part.
Yep.
Show the this part and then ask away, buddy. But show it first.
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Just because we don't have an answer for a great answer, and I feel like I can't answer, but I'm just saying, logically speaking, just because we don't have a great explanation, does that automatically mean something can't happen?
No.
But, he's waxing philosophical on us. Do you want to get specific? I understand what you're saying there. It's one of the most coherent things you've said so far. But can we get specific here?
No. But we are in the business, at least in the science world, of making predictions.
You're not in the science world. You wouldn't know what natural science was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in jalapeno lace concertina wire. You're a moron and a retard. You're not in the science world. This has nothing to do with science anyway. Clown.
Testing them.
Oh,
and
shut
so
up.
that what I just explained with the sun does make.
But you didn't explain anything. You don't know what explanations are. That's how stupid you are.
Perfect sense on a globe.
Oh,
and I
God.
think it doesn't make sense on a flat earth model.
It doesn't make sense on a flat earth model. Really? Which one? Please show. There isn't a flat earth model, glue sniffer. This whole thing is idiot straw man that you dreamt up in that walnut-sized piece of horse shit you got between your ears. Go ahead.
Yeah, I watched. Remember Rory Cooper from South Africa, who does all the CAD work, all the modeling. I watched a thing from him today that was part of a bigger video from Don't Fear the Truth, and there was a whole section that was dedicated to what Rory Cooper shows. And he shows, and this is something that I always had an issue with, and I even tried to look at, kind of show it myself, but I think I went about it the wrong way. He shows how what they're calling what would be a 24-hour sun on, like just basically seeing the sun go around you on the globe, and that globe is rotating and the sun is not. And for you to follow that sun, he shows via a model what that would entail and what you would have to see for that to be a reality. And he shows that what they're expecting to see will debunk, if they see it, it will debunk their claims. Because it won't be what you would see, right?
Super fraud, super stupid, super off topic.
Yeah, it was. And Tony Whitcomb sent the street lights in the distance are scientifically getting smaller due to Earth curve. Give me a break.
Yeah, give us the scientific weight for those. You finished, Brian?
Yeah, well, yeah. I just think that people should watch that from Rory Cooper. He shows how what they're claiming and what we actually see, how it's completely wrong. what you would actually see is this, and he shows every part of it.
All right.
Do you know what I mean? And,
Yep.
and it's like because he's done the modeling. It's very good.
Done the modeling. Scientific modeling?
No, just on CAD or whatever.
Oh. Yeah, that's not a model.
At least any flat Earth model that I've seen. And so I think if that does happen,
the flat Earth model that you've seen, I've never seen one.
Okay, I have to stop this.
They love saying
I
model,
use the
don't
word-
they?
I said modeling. Modeling. Now that is a term that's used within the CAD community or whatever. They will use to say that they're modeling something. It's not a model, but it is modeling of something.
That makes perfect sense.
the logical and
some
natural reaction to
validation
that,
for that.
should be
Shut up.
maybe the globe is right, and maybe the flat.
Maybe the globe is right? Hey, globe, you're right. Glue sniffer.
flat Earth is wrong.
See, this is where I
Oh,
think
brother.
this is where you and I disagree extremely. Just extremely. There's an extreme disagreement here. I think your whole final experiment is a fallacy.
Oh, shit.
Second coherent thing he said.
Yeah. Second.
He said it's a fallacy.
Yeah, he did. He's got a moment of
He
levity here.
Totally redeemed himself.
I don't know if you can redeem yourself of the past 16 minutes, but okay, he's gotten close.
It doesn't matter, because if he recognizes it for what it is, that's it then.
Yeah.
Whether he's looked at telescopes, he believes this. If he looks through telescopes longer, he'll define the nature of the surface he's looking from. Doesn't matter anymore, because he's recognized what the TFE is.
Uh-oh, what you gonna do, Duffy? Let's look. All right, Joe. Here we go. Tell him, Joe.
It's based on an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Oh, shit, he identified it.
Way.
Whoa!
Oh, Joe.
Go, Joe. Go, Joe. Damn. He just turned the tables on us.
Yeah, I knew I liked this
Mojo
guy.
Jojo.
I think
Yeah, there you go.
Nathan says he'd like. I knew I loved this guy.
Yeah.
pulled
I
the
thought
Jesus.
it was harsh. When Flatty was picking on him earlier, I thought she was harsh. So go, Joe.
Damn. We're gonna have. I gotta go back. All right, here we go. What are you gonna do with this? I'll put every single cent of the farm on your Dunning-Kruger deflector shields are going to be at max power and divert away from it. Let's see.
Final experiment is a fallacy. It's based on an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Wow.
And not only that, it's arguably a begging the question fallacy.
Oh, say top of it.
All right, Joe, you've completely, you've done a sin.
He resurrected himself. That's unbelievable. That was totally unexpected.
Not yet.
That Brian's holding that. No, hold on.
No.
Oh no!
Not yet.
Why? What happened?
Right. This might be right something he's asked to say to Will, and he says it, and Will Duffy then gives some ad hoc response, and then it's like when someone hears about begging the question fallacy or whatever, affirming the consequent, that they can then go, "Oh, refer to this video. Will addresses that."
Huh?
You know, I addressed that in that video. It's a way of them hand waving it away.
What? Wait a second. You're saying that he was fed? This is some conspirator stuff right here. You're saying that JoJo was fed this by somebody?
I think it's likely that he's actually saying that because he's been asked to say it. I could be proven wrong.
Oh, we're waiting for you to be proven
who?
right.
Yeah, because why, Brian?
And
Because
by
Will
who?
Duffy-
Who's giving him that jam, Brian?
That doesn't sound like
because-
Brian.
no, it doesn't. No, because
Oh, I've got more
Will
questions for him
Duffy-
to answer.
You can get a
I
grip on
put
it.
that. Give me a
Try that one more
1
time.
second.
Why would that be, Brian?
Because Will Duffy is having this asked to him by flat earthers and it's put into the comments of his videos constantly, right? but this is just begging the question, or this is just affirming the consequent, whatever, blah, 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 right? This is his opportunity to address it possibly on a video.
You already
right?
said that.
But whatever.
Yeah, you already
So my
said,
question now,
you
then, right?
already said that.
Play the video. I'm just some conspiracy lunatic.
No.
Off you go.
Yeah, we've got the
Brian.
answer. Brian's just making this up. It's just a feeling he's got. Okay, Irish.
Brian, by whom? Who's just thought he'll throw it out there randomly, has given him the actual destruction of the TFE? Who's just randomly given him that? Who is this Machiavelli?
Will Duffy has him, and people working with Will Duffy has him asking them that now. And Will Duffy's response is going to be, okay, off you go. I said this is all above. I mean, there's literally nothing to see here. This is 100% an whole honest exposition. Everything about it is on the ball. There's no underhanded stuff going on here at all. So, Brian, I don't know why you're being conspiratorial about it.
All or nothing fallacy. All or nothing fallacy.
That's pretty good, Brian. Okay, I'm following you, but it'd be hard to prove that. But okay, I'll grant you because they're crawling out from under the rock right where the abyss is. So I got you, but that's a little bit hard to prove, right? Let's give JoJo credit for right now. How about that? Is that fair?
Brian's asking a question. He's saying, "Where's he got this from?" Well, I'm going to say us. Regardless of the conduit. The conduit might be comments. The conduit might be another person that's told him it's a good argument. Might be because he's watched the show. Doesn't matter.
All right.
As well. I mean, you're basically saying that if the sun remains above the horizontal plane of reference,
oh man, he's going for the kill shot.
that we're on a globe.
Exactly, Joe. You have redeemed yourself. Yes. Great job. This is I can't believe
Out of the game, Rooster.
I can't believe the complete turnaround that he did. I can't fathom how he did that. Just wow. What, right?
Let's hear, I want to hear Brian. Brian, come on, man. Yes, he hasn't referenced it back to his own equipment. He said he hasn't connected this argument to his own standards. Maybe he does it later. Who knows? But so far he hasn't. But now he's in with the kill with the argument. He's stuck the knife in, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind what Brian has to say. Let's hear what Will has to say.
Okay. Let's. You know what's going to happen. I already told you, right? What he's always done. But let's see.
That's an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Damn, he double banged him with it. What you smiling for? So, employing logical fallacy is grin-worthy there, Will Glue Sniffer. What you gonna do? You're dead right now.
That's not even a grin. That's a jackass look.
It really is. And then, the second, in the begging the question fallacy, you could put it as because we've always been told that a 24-hour Antarctic sun can only work on a globe, and we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, therefore we're on a globe.
That's an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy.
I mean, those are just fallacious.
He even broke it down.
Yeah, he broke it down for him.
You're not impressed, Brian. Brian, he not only stated the logical fallacy, he broke it down with form. Tell me you're not impressed.
Oh, it's not. Listen, whatever. It's the issue isn't what Joe is saying. It's why he's saying it and what the response will be from Will, because Will has said nothing so far.
Okay.
I don't know. We've been highly critical. Hold on. Just pause for a minute, QE. Just hang fire. We've been highly critical of this guy. What's his name again?
Joe.
Joe.
Oh, we've been highly critical of Joe based on his standards as a flat earther. Now, as QE just put it, he has totally redeemed himself. I am prouder as a game rooster, or however QE phrases it. I'm very proud of the guy, and he's completely redeemed himself. Now, when you say no, it only matters at this point. Well, that would be true if it was us saying that. We all know we're off this standard, but we've been critical that this guy isn't, and now he's redeemed himself. So therefore, I'm going to ask you again, tell me you're not impressed. He not only gave the statement of fact, this is a logical fallacy, he then gave the form for it perfectly.
Yeah, that's followed very well. I wonder what Will's going to say.
Oh, fair enough. I'm not. He's not buying.
Yeah, he's trying to
I think
deflect.
that's cruel.
Yep, he's trying to deflect away.
Yeah,
You got
I
him,
think
Nathan. You got Brian. There's nothing he could say about it now. Are you saying he was fed the form too? It just seemed that he thought about it and then stated it to me.
He got some mojo in there, so now he's Mojo Jojo.
I feel Brian's moving the standards, because if Brian went on there and said exactly what Brian would want Brian to say, yeah, and then Will Duffy didn't respond as Brian wanted, he thinks he should, it's not Brian's fault. The guy can only say what he's out to say, and what he said has been flawless in addressing the final experiment, as it's called, yeah? However Will Duffy responds, he's got no control over. I agree with you, Brian. He probably will brush over it, as to be expected. But this guy on Will Duffy's channel has pointed out that this is a form of logical fallacy, mate. He's on air. Perfect. He can't do any more than that.
Is the suspense killing you guys? You want me to hit play?
It's killing me.
So
Let's go.
You've called this already, and you'll be right. You'll be proven right. It'll be Dunning-Kruger deflector shields at full blast. Go ahead, press play.
That's all he's done ever since the beginning, right? Why is it going to change now? Let's see.
The only thing that can undo what he's said is...
I knew that was coming from Adam.
No, it doesn't matter whether he's Dunning-Kruger or anything. What's been said stands true, okay? So the only thing that could negatively happen now is for Will Duffy to actually try and address it, and then him agree with Will Duffy's addressment.
Here we go.
But other than that...
Can everyone just pause? We do actually want to hear it now.
I mean, those are just fallacious. It's kind of like when I was in algebra and calculus, there would be times when...
Now he's algebra and calculus. He didn't give him Dozy Duffer a chance to respond. Now we're in algebra and calculus. Really?
Yeah. This is a problem. This may improve, but I doubt it. There's the oversell.
Yep.
Weak salesman. Once you get to the pitch and you've made your conclusion, you make your close, then stop. And keep pitching. You've pitched. That's it. You're done. He's not stopping. He's carrying on. This will give an opening to Will. It will become a compound question.
Yeah.
Instead of why are you affirming the consequent, it'll be why are you affirming the consequent and this section now. And when there's a compound question, I assure you, will take the latter.
Yep.
As the answer.
Jojo, can you tell me what algebra and calculus has to do with affirming the consequent form of logical fallacies? Unbelievable.
The answer to the question was, I don't have enough information. There's not enough information to solve the problem.
This is just waxing philosophical again about some anecdotal bullshit. You just dropped algebra and calculus. You're not focusing on... You just killed... He's dead. He was dead with the logical fallacy. But nope, couldn't shut up, could you? You haven't redeemed yourself.
So just because we don't have all the answers, and like I would put it to you,
you had the answer. It's a logical fallacy. Why are you continuing to drone on? Why? Shut the fuck up.
No swearing.
My God, flat earthers.
to you like this: if there's a dome, if we're in an enclosed system,
oh God,
does that not mean that there are a whole lot of variables that we don't know about that could affect the lights in the ceiling?
Pause, please.
Yep.
Yeah,
now,
I can grant that.
So
now we're on the
okay.
third rendition.
Let's just explain what's happening. So you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Yes, he has a knowledge that this argument exists, understanding the strength of the argument and when the argument needs to be brought to a close, where you need to hold your opponent to task with the argument. Those come with experience. Now, it means he's gleaned the argument, and at the very least, he's put it to Will. And all we got to see was him looking at his shoes and a smirk. That's what we got out of it, which is a shame. But I'm not going to cast the guy to the wolves as QE's doing because he's annoyed. Yeah, he didn't know the strength of the argument. But by the same token, why didn't he know the strength of the argument? For the same reason he didn't know what his equatorial mount offered in terms of flat Earth evidence. He understood the affirming the consequent fallacy. He would have held him to task on it. He doesn't have that confidence. He's heard the argument but doesn't appreciate how the argument is used. It's like giving a kid a chainsaw, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are you saying, Nathan,
He's
a
going to
bit of
try
a
and address.
flat?
Brian first.
Thank you, Gibby. I just want to ask Nathan. Sorry, Adam, I'll be quick. Are you saying, Nathan, that he's a bit of a flat earth failure? Kind of like Jaron Campanella?
No, I'm more like when you tell me that I'm just not listening and I haven't appreciated the argument because I parrot off the incorrect conclusion. You know, when you do that with me, Brian.
Yes, Nathan.
Yeah, well, when you do that with me,
Yes,
that's
Nathan.
me doing this with the same thing with him. He doesn't appreciate the strength of this argument, like I often don't appreciate the strength of your arguments until the penny drops, and then I'll let you know that the penny has dropped. Up until that moment, don't appreciate the strength of the argument. It needs to be drilled into me. Not just understanding how the argument's phrased, which I can often parrot almost immediately.
Really?
Who's groaning? Is it QE?
Really?
Yeah.
And a bit of empathy for the guy.
Yeah, but Nathan, you can't know what the logical fallacies are and why they're fallacious and not know the strength of them. It sounds to me like he just parroted him off and didn't know what he was saying. He just said stuff and hoped that it put pressure on Will Duffy.
Those two are the same thing. You're saying you can't just parrot off an argument and not know the strength of it, but he's just parroted it off and not realised the strength of it. I mean, you can. We just witnessed it.
Yeah.
Not with a logical fallacy. You have to understand the fallacy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you won't be able to say it.
Which he doesn't. He can parrot off the form. So he's a good parrot. It's a shame, isn't it? We'd like that he'd comprehended the argument in the first instance to then parrot off the form, defend the form for its strength. He doesn't. He's just managed to parrot off the argument, which is unfortunate. There we go. That's life, isn't it?
Yep. Now we went from that to algebra and calculus, and now to this little fiasco he's got going. Adam, did you want to finish this up so we can continue?
Yeah, because that's kind of my point. If you listen to what he said, he's destroyed the guy, not realized how powerful the argument is, then felt the need to address the fallacy and work within the fallacy. And the way he's chose to address the fallacy, which he doesn't need to do, is to invoke a false trichotomy through an argument through ignorance. Because there could be this sort of thing in the den, there could be this. Therefore, even if we do see it, i.e. addressing the fallacy, I could explain it away because it's optics within the dome.
Unbelievable. Yep.
That.
So, for me, with the preponderance of evidence that we have, being you can't have gas pressure without.
Why are you going? Why? Just why? How long is this going to take?
Well, he's now going to gas pressure without a containment. It's machine gun evidence, isn't it? He's loaded up his gun with these bullets. He doesn't know how to use the sights and doesn't know how to use the trigger. That's the problem.
He's using a very good argument, i.e. gas pressure without a containment is impossible. But he's not using it in the way we would use it. He's using it to substantiate that there must be a dome for something to have a coffee cup caustic effect upon. Because you can't have gas pressure without a container. Yeah, but in that argument, it just means you've got a container, therefore that means we can have a coffee cup caustic to explain the 24-hour sun if we did see it.
Anyone remember the logical fallacies?
Yes, he's missed one of them, though, hasn't he? He's recognised the begging the question, the antipodal position. He's recognised the affirming the consequent fallacy for the globe. Hasn't recognised that there's a false dichotomy. And by not recognising that these are being stacked up with two affirming the consequent fallacies, one for the flat Earth and one for the globe, he instead, as Adam's just pointed out, inserted a new one. It becomes a false trichotomy. Could be a globe with antipodal positioning, could be a flat Earth with a sunset that doesn't occur or does occur, and it could be a coffee cup caustic. Like, no. The fact that we have a third alternative just means that the dichotomy as a fallacious set of reasoning is debunked. Not that you need to insert a third alternative. It's a failure to recognise the false dichotomy. And that is only there to mask the fact that they must assume antipodal positioning and get away with it if it's not noticed through false dichotomy. But he's missed that nuance.
Yep.
Now we're into, here's my third explanation.
It's going to get more because he's got his fingers out right here. There's a list coming.
Without a container, water, the physical properties of water,
Told
the
you.
fact that the motion of Earth can't be detected by any terrestrial or optical experiment.
Oh, God.
I mean, you have all this stuff that goes completely against a spinning.
What about the logical fallacy that he's guilty of from the beginning? Remember that? My God.
Just on that point where it's funny, he says that, he says that he mentions the Einstein quote without quoting Einstein, that you can't tell optically whether the Earth is rotating or not, all this rubbish. No, that's a load of rubbish. Rory Cooper shows how that's a complete load of rubbish. Not that we didn't know it already, but I'm just saying that's a total load of rubbish. So him churning that out, to me, is just like, why are you saying that? Have you given that any thought before you open your mouth about it?
No, he hasn't.
Space pair. It just does. I mean, the three-body property, there's so many.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Sorry, I just want to encourage Adam to pipe up here. When he was talking yesterday, I think it was yesterday, about interns that he's training and his frustrations that he would have with them initially, until you have realised that this is somebody who's recognised good arguments and is attempting to employ them, but hasn't had the discipline or debate experience to utilise them in the way we would. And we are being overly critical. Before we started the show, Jin was not moaning, but saying we shouldn't be so harsh when people are clearly at least on the right lines. If you're too harsh with this guy, you'd be like, my God, picked up and run with your arguments. Okay, I didn't conclude them in the way you'd like, but bloody hell, all I've got is you're such a disappointment. It sounds like we're really fickle. We're not. There is justification in everything QE said. The level of disdain that comes along with it will alienate this guy. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah,
I'm
tough
okay.
shit.
He's not a flat earth knower.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm not putting up
That's
with
what
this
I want.
shit anymore. I told you that.
Problems. And I feel like that's kind of like the disconnect on the globe side is.
We're not going to get to it.
He still hasn't shut up.
I wanted to get Adam's opinion on it, but you obviously don't
all
want that.
the
That's
other
fine.
problems. But if we see a light in
Go ahead, Adam. He's just going to ramble on. Who knows what he's going to come up with next? This rambling moron of a baboon. You clown. Go ahead, Adam.
I think that's the point. You can listen to that little ramble there. He had him by the balls. He had him. He'd won. But because he doesn't know the Earth's flat, he doesn't even know when he's got a winning argument. He doesn't know that he's got a winning argument just over his shoulder. Just as he didn't know, and he falsely used gas pressure without containment. He didn't use it as a winning argument. He used it as a straw man nonsense to invoke a caustic cup effect. Yeah, he probably does believe the Earth is flat. He doesn't know it, as you can tell. Yeah, by his not even knowing a brilliant argument. When he kind of stumbles across it, we get excited because we think we give him plaudits, but he doesn't know himself. So how powerful some of the argumentation he's throwing out there, which is why he just brushes straight over and onto that ramble that we're in now.
I think Nathan wanted you to touch on how this relates to the interns, Adam.
It's a slightly different point, but in terms of that, you do have to encourage people, don't you? So if somebody is demonstrating a certain amount of knowledge, it's not necessarily conducive to their development if you destroy them and point out how shit their performance was, even though they hit certain criteria that prick your ears up. It's better to pat them on the back for that and then describe how they could do those things better.
I feel this is a personal attack against me.
No, don't take
Brian.
it personally.
Brian.
It's against
No,
Brian.
It's not a personal attack against anybody. And I prefaced it by saying QE is justified in every one of his critiques. You're correct. And your frustration's palpable. But it doesn't mean that you won't alienate people from their obvious cause. Now, Brian just thinks the guy's a shill fed by Will, which is fine. he's Irish. We'll give him that.
I didn't say that. They weren't my words.
But you've got a
Deliberately
point, Brian.
strawmanned you, so you'd pipe up, Brian. Go ahead.
No, Brian's got a point. You could interpret this that these things that we've just got excited over, he's been dropped in, and he's brushed over one of them because he is a stooge. And Will said you must mention these certain things because it's what's in all my comments. Now do it and then move on. Well, that's actually all we've witnessed. We're attributing good behavior to him just because he's saying certain things. We condemned him, then we've raised him from the dead. And now, yeah, we don't know him. It could well be Brian's position that this is all a bit of
It could be
great TV.
Yep, it could. I can't believe
But
I'm going
it doesn't
after.
have.
I can't
Sorry.
believe I'm going after conspiratard Brian. It could be.
We won't. No, we will not do this. We will take what he says at face value, and what the words he says will be taken as what they mean when he says them, and that is all we will do.
All right.
I'm not going to read between the lines. He's been fed anything by anybody.
Okay. Let's keep the conspiracy out of it for a moment. Let's just call it like it is, because that's all that matters. This guy, right, is doing the wrong thing. And that's why Will Duffy is talking to him, because he knows the guy is not confident enough to do the right thing. Because he doesn't have enough information and knowledge. Whether it's on purpose, whether he's acting it out on purpose for Will Duffy, or it's just a case of Will Duffy sees him as easy prey. Same thing.
There's a term for it. It's called being a useful idiot.
Yep. Here we go.
No.
No, I want to hear about his laundry.
No, listen. If he doesn't, Will Duffy doesn't address the most important thing, which is the affirming the consequent thing, and latches on into the post ramble. Yeah, then he may well be a stooge like Brian accuses him of.
He's not going to respond to no affirming the consequent formological fallacy from 15 minutes ago. That's not going to happen.
There's 15 minutes in our time. It was like 30 seconds of these guys talking.
All right, let's see. This is the fourth, fifth. He's on his sixth rendition past the logical fallacy that he killed him with. All right, I can't wait.
Can't explain, and that means we're on a globe. That's weird. Now, I'll grant that both sides
He won't shut the fuck up. He won't do it.
have been, and it's the same. It's this way with any debate. You know, both sides can have people that are
There is no debate. You're a moron. It's a category error.
just uncouth, I guess is a good way to
It's very uncouth. What else? What color socks
put
you
it.
got?
I try not to do that. I think a lot of times
Holy shit.
when you're trying to text back and forth and communicate that way, things come off wrong. And I don't ever intend to do that. I try to be
What does texting have to do with this discussion? How about your hubcaps? What a bozo.
respectful as much as possible. And I realize that I can come off wrong. I think you would realize that you can come off wrong. I think all
Oh
of us
my
realize that we can come off
God.
wrong.
Gag me with a
but
spoon.
That's just kind of how I see it is.
Shut up!
He surely has some female that he's friends with or related to that looks good, that he could be showing us photographs of while he's waffling on with a heap of nonsense. Give us something, man.
Just because, and another thing, like, even though I feel like I can explain 3 different modalities.
Oh my God, 3 different modalities.
Ether is on the way.
I'm gonna string them up.
Of how this could be happening. Those are all theories, so nobody's going to accept them anyway. And like I
Oh
said, very
my
few people
God.
almost 3 full years shining lights through domes, and 5 years doing
He's spent 3 years shining light through domes now.
And this is who Nathan is simping for. Adam is kind of simping for him too.
No. It's because he's got verbal diarrhea. That's what this is.
Everything they
Because
can
you
to
don't realise that it's at year 7 that the real knowledge kicks in. Yeah, 5 years of shining lights at domes. You've got a good idea. By the time you get to year 7, you know that shit inside out.
as much evidence as they can to figure out how to build a working model. And I feel like I have a working model. Now, can I just flip a switch and it all happen all at once? No, but I can set up things individually. Like I can demonstrate nebulas and galaxies, assuming a superfluid. I can show the star trails. I can show how star trails have
Whoa.
all at once facing
Hold on.
Superfluid?
He just said he can show that nebulas and galaxies are superfluid. That's what he just said. This guy's just a Billy bullshitter, isn't he?
Absolutely.
3 different positions all at once facing south within the dome system. So like when they say people in Australia, South America, and South Africa are all facing south and seeing the Southern Cross, I agree with that. And I think it works in the flat Earth model. Based off of what I can show within my model. Rayleigh scattering, I think I have a good answer for redshift and blue shift. Lunar eclipses, I have a...
Oh my God.
You know what? He's been to a Sunday afternoon show of Witsits, hasn't he?
Yep.
A great explanation for lunar eclipses, solar eclipses. I can sunset, sunrises, moonsets, moonrises, moon phases, what the moon is.
Kiri, the point I'm making here is...
No. I'm sending a... I'm going to send out a contract on his fucking ass.
He's not
Please
just
stop
rambling
swearing.
on.
Shut up!
Please stop swearing.
He's not just rambling on. He's scattergunning.
Right, Flatby, it's what he's scattergunning with, which is interesting, which is why I mentioned that. Look at the proofs he's thrown out there. Red shift, blue shift. They're all Ethereum stuff. They're nothing. There's no elevation angle, is there? There's nothing which is based in evidence. Yeah, it's all Narnia stories of giving a new cosmology to stuff. Strange things like a new explanation for redshift. Yeah, and a new explanation that nebula aren't gas clouds, they're superfluids. This is nothing to do with flat Earth.
Just to say, we can summarize his viewing habits based on what he's saying. He watches a little bit of me and a little bit of QE. He watches quite a lot of Jaren and Witsit. He watches quite a lot of Globebusters. That's what we've got, haven't we?
You think Will is going to answer to the affirming the consequent formological fallacy?
Unfortunately, no.
Whenever JoJo Glue Sniffer gets done, I got a ZZ Top beard.
No, if it had been one sector, it wasn't one compound item. It was a string of verbal diarrhea to put as much guff and distance between the killer coup de grace and his next response that he could address none of this if he chose to.
Yeah, we just want to say there that what he's doing is the same as what Jaren did. When Brenda was on his show at the start, he didn't want to have to be messing around with her. He used the Black Swan and he ended her right there and then at the very start of the debate or whatever you want to call it. Right, he needed something solid, right, in his statement to Will Duffy. The only thing solid he literally put in there was when he referenced the logical fallacies. The rest of it is all rubbish he's adding in. Just like Jaren will use the Black Swan argument, and then he starts harping on about ether or whatever nonsense he goes on with, and the same with the rest of them. So they need something. Yeah, go on, Flatty.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you were done.
Go ahead. I'm done now. It don't matter.
Oh, I was just saying, it's really not nice for him to raise and lower our endorphin so quickly.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I mean, I feel like I can answer all that stuff now. So does that mean I'm right? No, it doesn't.
Oh my God. Let me put this back up on screen. Here we go.
And I guess it would take a lot of debate and a lot of actually showing people my work in person versus trying to shoot it in a video and explain it to see whether people agree with me or not.
Can you
explain it or what? Now he's going to ask you another question because you didn't shut your blowhole. This is what's going to happen, right? Can't wait for this.
give one of your examples that you have right
There we go. There it was. Not dealing with it. Not dealing with the logical fallacy there, JoJo. Wonder why.
now as to how you think, one of your theories as to how there would be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
There we go. Back to his 24. Back to the logical fallacy, by the way, JoJo.
Back to your 24-hour local theory. Sorry, Adam.
No, that's the point. That's what we were waiting for. That's what I said. Will Duffy address the most pertinent thing, that the TFE is a logical fallacy? No, what he did was, so let's talk about the logical fallacy you invoked as the false trichotomy earlier on. Yeah, brushing past the whole thing that the TFE is affirming the consequent.
Well, of course.
The bit he had him with the balls with.
Well, of course, he's justified into asking him a question about his frigging speculations now about 24-hour sun. Let's see if he brings up the logical fallacy again, right? Because he just handed it to him again, right? Let's see.
Antarctica?
Yeah, it's the way the light is working within the realm. But what we do know is everybody has an apparent position to the sun.
It's the way the light is working in our realm? What?
Yeah, so he's doing exactly as Adam called it. It's appealing to this extra aim to be explanation as a false trichotomy now. He hasn't recognised that we're now into affirming the consequent, what, for your additional the false dichotomy. So we've got a new affirming the consequent. It's like, no. So what you're going to now do is employ this logical fallacy for your explanation. You won't realise that he's guilty of the affirming the consequent he's just detailed to Will only 3 minutes earlier.
Wow. Let's hear it again.
24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Yeah, it's the way the light is working within the realm. But what we do know is everybody has an apparent position to the sun.
Everyone has an apparent position. That answer to that was that a coherent answer to the question he just asked to JoJo?
Both models agree on this.
Both models agree on it. Really, both models agree on it, JoJo. Really, show me the models agreeing. Show me the models first, and let's see them agreeing. You clown.
His explanation was wrong. Right? My position isn't apparent. My position's real. Yeah. The descriptor of where the sun is what's apparent. This guy has just got some buzzwords, hasn't he? He's got no idea what he's using, what he's throwing around. He's a bit like Spurs Chemo when he first heard the word science. it's just yielding it anywhere. Yeah.
It's a chainsaw. Giving a 6-month-old a chainsaw. Yep.
The globe model agrees that there is an apparent position. Now,
the globe model agrees that there's an apparent position, really. Did that sentence make coherent sense to your dumbass?
They say it's offset by a certain amount of degrees, but to me, like, I kind of agree with what I heard Austin Whitsitt say.
Oh God!
Here we.
Thank you. This is what we've got now, isn't it? We've got a guy that genuinely doesn't know. Right? He knows it's definitely not a ball, or almost could actually still be a ball in his mind. But he's got lots of good ideas of just so stories that are filled in his head, which means he wants to continue on this journey. He's not a flat earther, respectfully, dude. You're not. You're like, to claim you have been around in this soup, in the feast of nonsense, because that's what you're in, yeah? For what now? 14 years. You're probably going to stay there, mate. Yeah? Because if you don't realise this is what I said earlier. You know when we said earlier about, pondering what an eclipse is? Yes, ponder it, realise your limitations and move on. Yeah, and then try and get some parts of reality that can affirm whether it's flat or not. Things that you brush over, that you've ignored how pertinent they are. He's going to sit at the table of nonsense forever, isn't he?
Adam, you don't understand. He's on a journey of truth. Why can't you get that?
But his road's too bloody windy and it double backs on itself and heads nowhere.
It's a circular road that goes around the lake of nonsense. Yeah.
And then tell us that we have to adhere to this certain degree of offset or whatever. But anyway, both models agree that there's an apparent position.
What in the world?
I called this. I told you.
What an epic disappointment.
He's missed the false dichotomy, and now he's doing it with his version in a false dichotomy. I don't think it was me called it. It was Adam, actually. But yeah, it's just into the thick of his affirming the consequent now. It's sad. He doesn't actually understand what affirming the consequent is. He just heard it. It's spewing buzzwords.
It's kind of like someone actually said that earlier.
My first answer is it's just the apparent position to the viewer. And because of the celestial dome and the way light works within that dome, you're going to get this counterclockwise. Like you got Arctic and you got anti-Arctic. So everything seems to go anti in the anti-Arctic versus the Arctic.
What the
so you have counterclockwise.
Oh,
he's about to say counterclockwise and clockwise, isn't he? It's worse.
Let's see what happens.
No.
Solar trails in the north, whereas they go clockwise in the south. The sun appears to have that clockwise motion in the north and counterclockwise motion in the south, but it's still all the same motion. Like the sun's always traveling west, no matter in both models. It's like, well, let's grant.
Not in models. The sun travels from east to west. Not in any models. Okay. So that was correct.
Fascinating.
Go ahead. Talk over me, Adam.
Fascinating thing. I thought you'd done. I thought you'd finished swearing at him.
Go ahead.
He was done, but I'm not defending him anymore, you notice. It's because you can't spew this kind of garbage and know you're not talking garbage. He knows he's talking garbage. He knows he's making this stuff up. I can't defend it anymore, can I?
Yeah, I think he knows he can't back anything he says up. He doesn't know any of the, like I said, he's using headlines, yeah, that he knows are pertinent and he's heard other people use them probably effectively because but him and of himself, all he can do is repeat them. He can't then use them to drill down and win an argument because he probably doesn't understand them at their core, which is what I'm hearing. It's just a guy that repeats headlines. And some of the headlines we really like.
This is why flat earthers hate us. I just want to point this out, right? What we're doing now is absolutely not conducive to good YouTubing. This doesn't help us build our community. It doesn't get people on our side because we're being hypercritical of our own side, where Adam earlier popped it in so I can refer to it, right? We could have more empathy and pat him on the back. We're not going to do that because we're not mucking around. This isn't a muck around subject. So when people do this, you're going to get called out for it. It doesn't matter that you have an allegiance to your belief in flat Earth. That won't get you any sympathy from us, as much as it's not going to help me build a massive audience, or in this case, QE. It doesn't matter. That's not what we're here for. Any bullshitter. Sorry. I wish I could defend you, but I can't anymore, can I?
It's a bit like when we were talking about Candace Owens. Yeah, bullshitter is the right word. It's not to say retard or anything. Yeah, he's intelligent enough to realise that the buzzwords he uses are pertinent, but he's not been applied enough to bother to learn what those arguments are, to use them effectively. So he's a guy here that is just a bullshitter, respectfully, because he's saying things that he can't back up. Yeah. Pertinent as they are.
QE, do you want to go ahead and I go after you? Thank you.
No, I don't have anything left to say about this glue sniffer.
All I'd add to it then is, yeah, that was my point earlier. If he didn't bring up those logical fallacies, then everything he was saying there was just total waffle. The only part of what he said that meant anything was when it was the logical fallacies he referenced. the very fallacies that he's now employing for himself.
Because he didn't recognize actually how to use that argument and destroy Will. Yeah, and then he went on to then use fallacy himself. But somewhere he's been told, like you might say, Brian, he might have been just said to say those things so they've been covered. Yeah, but and this is just to Nathan's point. I'm with you. I'm not attacking him. I say I'm not calling him a retard, calling him uneducated, like I did Candace Owens when she talked about these things. Yeah, you're just uneducated, mate. Stop it. You're doing us harm. If you're the guy that's sticking yourself out there because you've watched a bit of Jaren and Witsit and now think you can engage with Will, what you're dealing is giving an ammunition and painting flat earthers as you believe you are in a bad light, as you misrepresent quality arguments that would destroy this Muppet if you actually knew them.
That's the problem. They're not keeping up with the flat Earth debate.
It doesn't really matter. I can't say why he's not spotting that he's doing the wrong thing. It could be conspiracy reasons, or it could be just him himself, right? Either way, he's doing the wrong thing. That's all that matters.
And say that your globe model was true. If you're in the north, the sun's traveling west. If you're in the south, it's still traveling west. It's just an apparent view of what you're seeing based on your locale or perspective on the realm itself.
No, it's not an apparent view, you glue sniffer. It's subjective. My God.
Whether that be a globe or a sphere. But as far as it working within the dome, that my main theory is it's just the perspective of the viewer.
It's his main theory. He's got his hand out. We're gonna get another list.
Based off of the way the light is being shown through the celestial dome or off of the celestial.
Through or off or between or up over or below, right? The celestial dome, what's that? You're just making dumb shit up.
Dome and the azimuthal spherical vision that our eyes give us.
The azimuthal spherical vision our eyes get. Really?
And then, I have other theories as well, but
I'm sure you have other theories as well. Can we hear them?
Simplest explanation that it can.
You didn't give an explanation yet, moron.
Work that way, and there seems to be these 6 quadrants to where it's happening.
6 quadrants?
Simultaneously, to where any viewer in all 6 of those quadrants, and I don't really put stock in the Book of Enoch. I don't know if it's scripture.
Now we're on. He's just bouncing off the incoherent friggin' walls in between his ears. Every different direction.
You know what it is, QE? This was supposed to be an interview between him and Will Duffy, where Will Duffy asked him questions or talk, and he asked Will Duffy questions. But instead it's become, in his head, my opinion for 20 minutes. That's what it's become.
Yep.
I've just got a quick technical question. If it was 4, it'd be a quadrant. Would it not be, if you're going to divide it into 6, would it not be a sextant? And if it is 6 quadrants, where would the other 6 be?
Superchat. Holy.
Super roller coaster ride with morons.
Super chicken butt. Roger Ledwell said, let's dance with that yellow sun in Antarctica.
Thanks, Roger.
I don't really care if it's scripture or not, but it talks about these 6 gates and these 6 portals.
He doesn't really care if it's scripture or not, but it's 6 gates and 6 portals of where?
Maybe that's tied into
specific
it.
That it's not scripture, it's Book of Enoch. So unless you're Ethiopian, it's not scripture.
Gotcha.
No, you have to be Catholic, because it's in the Apocrypha, which is the Roman Catholic extra scripture, or actually it's a replacement scripture.
pseudo-apocrypha or the pseudepigrapha.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's where we're at with this idiot.
In these 6 portals, maybe that's tied into it. And you know, I've seen magnetic fields.
You've seen magnetic fields, really?
He's got good eyes. He's got good eyes.
Watch Will Duffy. He's just sitting there with a little smirk on his face. Just like, because he doesn't have to do anything.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
like
that's
What
QE,
QE is
isn't it?
trying to tell
It's
us,
like,
though, isn't it? Just let them speak. Right, Brian? Well, that's what Will Duffy's doing. I mean, in a way,
Yeah.
you can give him praise for it, but that's all he's got to do. Just sit there and let the guy ramble on and watch his own demise.
Yeah.
Under Pharaoh cells that seem to show these 6 portals.
oh,
or
no,
6
no.
slits or
Right,
6
stop down.
zones.
Done. Go sell all you like. We're finished here, QE.
Yeah, for real. I don't know if I can handle much more of this crap.
QE
Surround
finished
that
a while
field.
ago.
And you know, if Earth is an inertial plane, a magnetic toroidal field, then
Oh my God!
very
No.
possible that those exist within that.
Let's hear what Will Duffy has to say.
It's the Witsit bunch.
Here we go. It's true earthing time, isn't it?
I mean, there's so many different things it could be to, but for me, it's like if we say, just because we've always been told it can't work, if we just say, well, it can't work because we've always been told that, that's just fallacious to me. And I feel like we should dig deeper than that. And
We're back to the fallacies again, right? Is he going to resurrect himself again? Let's see.
and
Who's that
I
bloke
try
you
to
keep
dig
putting up
deeper.
that looks like I feel?
Yeah, Archie Bunker.
Thank you.
Listening to Eat It.
And answer the tougher questions. Am I there yet? No, I'm not, but I'm constantly trying. And as far as just the surface itself, like we can measure the floor as level.
Uh-oh.
If we can measure the floor as level, but the lights in the ceiling are doing something that we don't have the best explanation for right away, that to me, like, do I want to know? I'm glad y'all are going. I'm glad you're spending the money.
You're glad you're going. Why don't you carry on with that point? What do the lights on the ceiling have to do with what you're standing on? Why didn't you go there? Huh? Wow.
You don't know.
Because I want to know. Now I'm willing to bet. If I had to bet right now, I would say you're going to see a 24-hour sun. You know?
If you had to bet, he's going to see a 24-hour sun. That's great. What was that your conclusionary point?
Antarctica, that far south, and more than likely it lasts very similar to the amount of time that it lasts in the north, which is also something that I have recently changed my thinking on, because I was thinking that perhaps it was just much shorter of a time frame that it worked down there. Now I can see that when I'm working with the model and watching how the light works, that most likely it's lasting roughly the same amount of time as in the north.
So for those who don't understand, which I would admit includes me,
I don't know. Was there a point somewhere in there?
So I was going to say, or he could go to Antarctica and not see a 24-hour sun, and all the reasons he thought he would see it then wouldn't mean nothing, because he doesn't know anything about the sun. It's so stupid. The whole thing is so stupid. Anyway, sorry about that.
can you help the audience understand what you mean by an apparent sun or apparent view of the sun?
Yeah,
Oh,
so,
God.
At any time.
Yeah, Will's got him. Just keep asking him dumbass questions. Thanks, Bugger.
He's loud today, huh?
Yeah.
Misfit FBF 850 sent azimuthal spherical vision. Is he a superhero?
Nice one, Misfit. Thank you. You caught on to that, didn't you?
Time at any point during the day when people can see the sun. Yeah, somebody looking at a sunrise, somebody looking at a sunset, and somebody looking at the sun and seeing above them. All three have an apparent position to the sun.
All three have an apparent position to the no, they don't. They have an actual position to the sun. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, where I'm stood isn't apparent; it's actual. Where I see the sun might be apparent.
That
You
might
can't
be.
say if it's apparent or not.
That might be, but how do you know that that's the sun's apparent position? What he's not talking about, he's talking about himself. But let's carry this on. How does he know that the sun is in an apparent position? How do you know that?
Exactly. How do you know if you don't know anything about the sun? How can you describe it in any way honestly?
Forget the sun. You know, if you're looking at the sun, you're not apparently somewhere else.
Yes, we know that,
You're
Adam. We just went
we know
over
that, but we're talking about the sun.
Yes, we know he's a glue sniffer from that position. We already dealt with that. Let's flip it over in reverse and let's see, because I think that's what he's trying to say. Let me take that back.
But whether or not we prove that the position is just wholly apparent, what does that mean?
Nothing. And you ain't going to prove it. It's one big
Even if
nothing
we
burger.
did-
Let's see where he goes for it. Goes with it.
That's it.
They're seeing it in what they perceive as different locations, yet it's actually in its physical location presenting itself.
It's actually in its physical position presenting itself. It, the sun, or us?
To them, apparently. Now we don't see the physical.
To them, apparently. Okay, he's going to get into it. Sorry, let me go back. He's gonna. I think he's gonna say it.
In its physical location presenting itself to them, apparently. Now we don't see the physical location, in my opinion. We only see the apparent.
We don't see the physical location of the sun, only apparent. Show. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Apparent location. So in a dome type system where you
Oh,
have
God.
these quadrants that or not really quadrants, these 6 zones. where
There we
is-
go. Right, the pause. So I was thinking, we use this phrase against the borders because it's them that invoke it, particularly with regards to the sun. We don't ever invoke it as anything of a proof to us. It's used as a rebuttal. But I was wondering why he'd used the theme earlier that we both agree it's an apparent position. Yeah. And this is why. Because it has to be an apparent position if the position you're seeing is the point of reflection in a dome from a real physical location outside of the dome.
My God.
That's what you're about to get. Don't blame me.
is being moved in an anti-motion from the source itself.
It's being moved in an anti-motion from the source itself. Really?
What's anti-motion?
Wild claims he's making, dude. Why?
Well, let's just say, QE, that I rattled off the kind of very basic iteration of the scientific method, and then start talking about ether. Is that not the same thing as what this guy's doing? When he rattled off the logical fallacies? Is he not doing the exact same thing as someone like, let's say, Witsit would be doing?
I can't explain this behavior. I can't.
Apparent to the viewer.
No emotion. Sorry.
I've put up a demo with the Flat Earth Pro app showing one of these for each 4-hour time zone, basically, and you can see just in that every one of them, and you can't even take them far enough.
The 4-hour time zones in each quadrant.
Each of the 6 quadrants.
But the 4-hour time zones would be 16 hours.
Wow. He's just pulling stuff right out of his ass.
South in that app, you can't take them to Antarctica. You can only take them like into the ocean close to it, and you still get every one of those zones experiencing daylight at the same time. So
wow.
The way the sun rises and sets in New Zealand during the summer
Kiwi,
solstice.
quickly.
Yep.
Sorry, I mean quickly as in for you to stop quickly. I meant just something I want to say quickly. This to me is coming across as one of these things that someone like Mac Toon could easily pull apart, but jump on all the stupid things that we can jump on here, all these obvious things, like 6 quadrants anti-motion, all this kind of stuff. This is coming across to me like somebody who's pretending to be a flat earther. To me, that's how it's coming across. I could be wrong. He seems to have said a couple of things that, like when Will Duffy came at him about the EQ mount, and then nothing came of that. Then he came up with the logical fallacies, but then he waffled on, and Will Duffy didn't have to deal with it. So he's throwing in there things there that we might say, but then waffling on with a lot of nonsense around that, and making all these little mistakes that the average baller, let's say McKeegan, Toon, FTFE, all these people, Creaky Blinder, they could all make videos separately on and pull it apart and get loads of super chats and 50,000 subscribers. That's what it seems to me.
Yep.
Technically, like if you wanted to argue that a light in the ceiling is proof of something, technically that's already a problem for the flat earth. If that's your argument, if the lights in the ceiling doing something we can't account for means that the floor beneath our feet is round, then you already have that argument. But to say,
huh?
Well, we know that the sun rises in the southeast in New Zealand or Australia during the summer solstice and sets in the
Now we're in New Zealand.
southwest, basically coming in from this part of my view, going around the back of my head and leaving in this part of my view. So it's going like to the west. That to me, it's like, okay, so now I can watch it rise in the southeast, go around by my head and set in the southwest from that perspective. I'm not even in Antarctica. But if I'm in Antarctica and it doesn't set, then all of a sudden the Earth's the globe. Like that, it's just, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And I get that there are big names like Jaron and
what in the hell?
Austin and Dave and Dean, who have said that it disproves flat Earth. Well,
yeah, they're morons.
Bunch of morons.
Yeah, there you go, Neil. Yeah, yep, they're morons. Okay, and
but isn't he not agreeing with them? With us there, he's saying it doesn't make sense that they think if we do see the sun, it will disprove flat Earth.
Don't know.
He's calling them out. Give it to Jay.
I'm going to give a $5, and I want to listen to the.
Perfect.
He's going somewhere with this. I hope to God he is. Let's see where he goes.
No, don't be so optimistic. You're a
right.
kind man, but don't be so hopeful.
And Dean, who have said that it disproves flat Earth. Well,
let's go. I'll give you a full Jay.
And Dean, who have names like Jaron and Austin, and it doesn't set, then all of a sudden the Earth's the globe. Like that, it's just, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And I get that there are big names like Jaron and Austin and Dave and Dean, who have said that it disproves flat Earth. Well, I can put you in touch with a lot of flat earthers who've never really felt that way.
Oh, God, a moment of clarity. No, not only he did it, he's resurrected a little bit of his dumbass self. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you can put him in touch with actual flat earthers, because the ones you mentioned, they're not flat earthers. Those people that you mentioned, they're true earthers. Idiot.
You know what I find funny about just very quickly, about the whole TFE thing? Who's not involved in it? Who's not going? People like Brian Cox, people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, all that ilk, Michio Kaku. Why aren't they involved in all this, right? Because they're leaving it up to the flat earthers, right? They're not real flat earthers, the true earthers, to go to this thing with the likes of Fight the Flat Earth and Wolfie and all these other people who aren't Michio Kaku and aren't, Neil deGrasse Tyson and whoever else famous, right? So once again, a group of basically pretenders from the globe side are going to Antarctica in December with a group of pretenders from the flat Earth side.
Yep.
A big, massive character assassination of flat Earthers. That's what it is. True, real flat Earthers like us. That's all that is. Because they know that this is the likes of deGrasse Tyson and all that. They'll never get involved in that, because then they're giving validity to the likes of Jaron and them, or to flat Earthers. And they know, basically, they're not going because they know that the likes of Fight the Flat Earth and all them will go instead of them and fill that little void and make flat earthers look like idiots, one way or the other. They're saving themselves. You know what I mean?
They don't have.
I can't really say what I'm saying. I can't say it. Yeah.
They don't have to do much. Just allow pretender clown flat earthers to talk. Shout out to JoJo.
Every one of those men I just mentioned have
Why would
also
any of
said
those
that
guys?
the lights in the ceiling don't determine the floor beneath.
What do you want, Adam?
I was just saying to Brian there, why would any of those high priests ever respond to something which is basically like Shackleton's job application? Wanted, pointless task, long nights, yeah, little chance of reward. This is the point.
What?
It's insignificant.
Super stupid, super long-winded.
Sasha sent, why nobody invited me for Antarctica event?
You're not a pretender clown. You done? Explaining why Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't going down?
I can put you in touch with a lot of flat earthers who've never really felt that way.
No.
And honestly,
Press
like,
play anyway.
Good.
Without a response.
Well, you hesitated.
I am now.
Go!
But no, I'm not going to now. Because the point of responding to Brian's point's kind of passed.
Yeah.
You've ruined it.
Okay, thank you.
Jumped all over it with
I'm
your
glad.
frustration at these
men I just
clowns.
mentioned have also said
You
that
take
the lights
it
in the
out
ceiling
on
don't
this.
determine the floor beneath you. So
Gotta go fucking.
that's
Hold on. Pull 3 J's.
like that. It's just, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And I get that that there are big names like Jaron and Austin and Dave and Dean who have said that it disproves flat Earth. Well, I can put you in touch with a lot of flat earthers who've never really felt that way. And honestly, like every one of those men I just mentioned have also said that the lights in the ceiling don't determine the floor beneath your feet. So that's a contradiction of, within itself.
Yeah, they've contradicted themselves. Yeah, they did. Good call. It's about time. Another clear thought. It's another coherent thought. You had about 2 or 3 in 30 minutes. Okay? And?
It's a contradiction too.
Okay.
Backed up by other people though, QA. It's not, again, you see, I can put you in touch with other people. Not I can present the argument that I've heard.
Right.
Yeah?
Right.
Just present it, mate. Don't put me in touch with someone. Just tell me.
I see where he was going. He could have did both. He could put you in touch with actual flat earthers that call that horse shit and then explain it himself. Yeah, he could have done that, but he didn't.
Always say the lights in the ceiling don't determine the floor beneath your feet, but then to turn around and say the light in the ceiling does this and it determines the floor beneath your feet. That to me is odd. And I don't.
No, it's fallacious.
At the same time, though, with like Jaron and Austin, I think people are giving them a bad rap and they need to stop.
Really? I don't need to stop.
Super chat. Super chat.
Super pretender clown flat earthers.
Cannabear sent, the failed expedition is a tactic admission that all the supposed Antarctic 24-hour sun videos have so far been fake.
Thanks.
True statement.
That's correct.
They're being honest. They're saying, look, this is what I've said. And because
No, this is what I said. So they're being honest. You got true earthers. They're not flat earthers, so they're being honest. And why shouldn't we come down on them with Thor's hammer?
He just showed where they weren't being honest.
Yeah,
just
right.
Prior to saying they're honest.
No, he showed where they contradicted themselves.
Is that not a lack of honesty, though, at times?
No,
I've
contradiction
always
doesn't have to
said
be
this,
dishonest.
then I would have to reevaluate. And I think both of them have been very clear on that, and they're getting just bashed for it.
Clear on what? Their contradiction. They're not flat earthers. They believe that the Earth is flat, much like you. They need to be jacked up. Go ahead, Adam.
I want to support Brian there. There is a contradiction. If they say the Earth is flat and they know the Earth is flat, but if they concede that they don't know the Earth is flat, so if you go to Antarctica to see whether or not you see a 24-hour sun to define whether the Earth is flat, you can't hold the position that you know the Earth is flat.
Exactly.
Especially if you're prepared to mitigate it by affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy.
You're all over it, Adam.
It's dishonest. Like, I would consider that not just a conspiracy.
No. It doesn't have to be dishonest. I already said contradicting yourself. It doesn't necessarily point to you being dishonest. You're just a moron.
No, I understand not normally, but in that situation, concerning what they were claiming is that the lights in the sky don't determine what the surface of the ground is or whatever. Right? And now they're going to Antarctica to see if the lights in the sky will determine what the surface of the ground is.
Yeah.
That to me is more than just contradiction. That is, to me, that's just dishonesty.
Okay.
Yeah, just so you know, I'm not saying this argument originated with you, but it is a straw man.
What's a straw man?
We don't say.
From the king of the idiot straw man fallacies. We don't say. What about you? You can't speak for anybody else but you.
On the globe side, we don't say that the lights in the ceiling determine the shape of the floor. What we're stating is that...
you are. Implicitly, you are. Don't determine, don't reveal is a better, using better phraseology.
He's about to contradict himself. He's about to contradict himself in the next breath.
He just did.
That the globe model demands...
Hold it. Nathan's come back. You just woke up.
It's not that I've just woke up. It's just I've never to date heard Will actually state the form of what this is going to prove.
Okay.
Even though it's by juxtaposition against what he's claiming the guy's used as a straw man, I do want to hear what Will's about to say.
Okay.
If you can just give it a 5.
I pulled a J. I pulled a J already anticipating it. You good? We ready? Here we go.
We don't say, on the globe side, we don't say that the lights in the ceiling determine the shape of the floor. What we're stating is that the globe model demands a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and we're saying that the flat Earth model can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
There you go.
A false dichotomy to affirming the consequent fallacies to hide the overall begging the question fallacy of antipodal positioning.
Yep. And his
straw man.
And his fairy tale idiot appeals to models that they don't have and don't even know what they are. This is delusionary.
What I'm saying is that you have to have the position, that this is impossible in my model of yours.
Yep.
It started with a total straw man before he went into the nonsensical fallacy.
After he charged him with the straw man. That's how stupid this idiot Will Duffy is.
But that's what he's been hunting for, isn't it? People that will affirm that consequent with him. That's what it's been. And that's why we've given this guy the very few plaudits that he's earned, which is to identify the fallacy. It doesn't prove anything. What's interesting is he's called out Jaren and the rest of the True Earthers as disappointing in the fact that they've accepted that going there and whatever you see would mean, in his words, that it's not flat, it's a ball. From the reason is he's understanding that Jaren and the True Earthers are going. If they see it, then it's a ball to Jaren. I wasn't aware of that, but whether it's true or not, it's interesting that people like him, with his surface skimming, think that that's Jaren's position. If Jaren sees a 24-hour, then he'll affirm that it's now a ball.
Hopefully.
I hope that happens so they can go back to the ball and we could be done with them forever.
That goes
It's actually the case.
And does
sorry,
Yes,
drop this in. So Level Earth Observer trimmed out a clip with Dave Weiss and Jaron discussing exactly that. That is their position. That's correct. He's not just assuming that. That is what they've stated. So if you want to hear him saying it, the clip is on Level Earth Observer's channel.
Superchat.
Super pretender clown flat earthers.
TVH sent QE, this is all your fault. Now I'm obsessed. If you can, would be able post a photo of the final excrement. Sorry, that was
It's just a poo emoji.
Thanks for the super chat.
A 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and we're saying that the flat Earth model can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, meaning a sun that goes south of the observer and does circles around the observer regardless of where they are in Antarctica. So that's really what our position is. And so I don't know where that straw man originated, but that's
quick question. If you were at the South Pole, wherever you observe the sun, could it ever be south of you? Wouldn't it always be north? On a ball.
Oh boy,
A
Adam.
definition.
I don't know.
It's not my claim. If I'm at the South Pole, whichever way I look, is any of it ever south?
No.
Just
It has to be north.
Thanks, Adam.
It's not coming from us.
Shut up.
I disagree. You're literally saying that if the light in the ceiling stays above the horizontal plane of reference.
Uh-oh, we're going to get another moment of levity from this guy. This roller coaster ride, even just the ride is pissing me off.
It's Spurs chemo again.
Yeah.
Pulling out the word hypothesis.
Let's see where he goes.
You know what's wrong? This amusement park doesn't know the difference between a roller coaster and a ghost train. And they're after amalgamating the two of them.
Wait a second. You called him JoJo the amusement park.
Yeah, but he's comparing it to Spurs scheme. Hold on. This is along the lines of my analogy earlier when I said it's like handing a kid a chainsaw. Now we've got a comparison that Brian's made to Spurs chemo, which is absolutely appropriate. With the scientific method, asking people that are just making a random claim about something that's a concrete noun, being asked what their independent variable is similar vein to what I believe we'll now witness, which is he doesn't know the strength of this argument, saying the sun will always remain above the horizontal plane of reference. We already know from him using his equatorial plane that he doesn't know the strength of that, or he would have used it in both instances.
Well, let's see.
But it'll be interesting what happens. Yeah, let's see.
Let's see what happens
Before
now.
you do, yeah, it's the word horizontal plane of reference.
Hold on a second, Adam. Go ahead.
It's just to recognise that he won't focus on the horizontal plane of reference. He said it, and he's done this in a number of things, like I said with Spurs. Yeah, it's like Spurs pulling out the word hypothesis. He might recognise it's powerful, but he doesn't know how to wield that tool. Yeah? He will not drill down. It's just he's heard the phrase. This is why you can't hate the guy. He's just lazy.
You're presuming. You're presuming that because of past history in this video, but you're presuming that you don't know. I don't know. You don't know if he's going to do that. Let's see what he does. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. How about that? I'll give him some mercy right now for this
one.
Again,
another one. Let's give him another one. Then.
Yeah, I'm gonna get. I gave him. This is the last one, by the way.
Well, I disagree. You're literally saying that if the light in the ceiling stays above the horizontal plane of reference, that the floor is curved. Literally what you're saying. So it's not a straw man. You're literally saying if the sun, which we measure with elevation angles.
This is hilarious.
Adam.
All he's got to do to win now is stop. Literally. From this point forward, if he shuts his mouth now, he's won.
No, what's going to happen is you get onto that roller coaster, it brings you up, and then you go down, and you go wee, and you go into this tunnel, right? And then suddenly it slows down, and there's all these dripping sounds and cobwebs, and from your right comes this big rubber hand right? Along with zombie sounds. And when you move away from your right from that, on the left comes a vampire wolf. Do you know what I mean? Because they don't know, because it's going from roller coaster. It's going from roller coaster ride to
What the hell did you just say?
It's a weird rendition of what I
Ghost Train.
said. It's a weird rendition of what I said. He is feeding us endorphins and taking them away at a fast rate.
Now, what he was saying, hold on. What Brian was saying, AI, he's going back to his comment that JoJo is an amusement park. And he's trying to make the analogy. He's going for two different scenes, but he just couldn't get the last scene out. He's going to the haunted house.
Three different scenes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's doing.
Roller coaster, haunted house, and it's a roller coaster, haunted train, and House of Mirrors.
He's got. I'd give him no chance, and I'll tell you why. In his first part of his analogy, he invoked a horizontal plane and his kitchen ceiling, right? And he said whether or not he's going to see whether or not the kitchen floor's curved is what the guys decided. Not knowing that it's horizontal. This is why he doesn't know what he's doing. Not knowing that the kitchen floor is his horizontal plane, hence why he can measure an elevation angle to the light on his ceiling. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's got just a few strap lines. Yeah, he's right.
You're presuming that. We haven't heard the rest. He's not done yet.
Okay, well, I'll eat my words, but I've heard enough from the first bit where he doesn't recognize himself that his horizontal plane and his kitchen floor is all he needs to use to destroy this.
Stop with the negative.
To investigate whether or not his kitchen floor is freaking bending.
Stop with the negative waves. Okay? Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I can't believe I'm saying this. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Here we go.
Oh, don't go anywhere.
Literally saying if...
Why? Bugger?
Superchat.
Super pretender clown flat earther super mustache.
Roger Ledwell said, "Get back, JoJo, back to where you once belonged."
Get back, JoJo.
If the sun, which we measure with elevation angles, stays above the horizontal plane of reference, then the Earth is curved.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh. I told you. If it stays above, so we don't even know what an elevation angle is.
Right.
It's a measure of height of the celestial object, apparently.
Yeah.
Above the surface that may or may not be curved.
He had two flat earth proofs right there. Now it's staying above. Okay. He said it doesn't make sense to him, so he's not totally screwed. Let's see what idiot has to say.
I want this claim again.
Okay. Jay?
If the sun.
Do you want a Jay?
Yes, please.
I gotta swap to my phone, guys.
Okay.
Stays above the horizontal plane of reference, then...
I'm going to have to go another J, Adam. Here we go. Whole thing.
You're literally saying if the sun, which we measure with elevation angles, stays above the horizontal plane of reference, then the Earth is curved.
Yes.
How do you get
The globe model makes incredibly detailed predictions, which can then be tested. So for example,
I couldn't make
people
it
on the
out.
globe side are
I couldn't make it out, Adam.
If the sun stays above the horizontal plane of reference, and it's a ball.
Fucking piece of shit. I'm going to run it again. I'm going to run it again. Relax, Adam. Relax. Let me run it again.
Yes.
See, his audio cut out because his mic doesn't work. So I didn't catch that part. Now go ahead, Adam.
No, play it again.
There's nothing there. There's nothing there, Adam. It's jarbled. or
Didn't hear
garbled.
that.
Let's go. I'll give it another 5, or let's try it again.
Yes.
Yeah, nothing. There's nothing. No audio came through, Adam. I don't know what he said. Let's continue.
The globe model makes incredibly detailed predictions,
No,
which
it
can then be
doesn't.
tested. So, for example, people on the globe side are actually making
Holy shit.
models. People that have never been to Antarctica.
Fucking Mike. This fucking mouse. Do it again!
Stays above the horizontal plane of reference, then the Earth is curved.
Yes. The globe model makes incredibly detailed predictions, which can
No,
then
it doesn't. You don't have a globe model, and even if you did, it wouldn't make any predictions. You'd fail 5th grade intro to general science, moron.
be tested. So, for example, people on the globe side are actually making models.
My God.
The point we alluded to earlier was whether or not this guy is similar to Spurs when he yielded the word experiment hypothesis, what it meant. He just used the word horizontal plane, elevation angles, right? And then come out with a statement of if the sun goes below the horizontal plane of reference, and it's a ball. He's got no idea what he's talking about, does he?
Nope. He doesn't.
I don't think he meant it that way.
We can only take his words, Brian.
Yeah, I just think he can't. He was trying to. Well, what I mean is that this guy is trying to throw in things that are relevant here and there, and he's just. It's like as if he has them on cue cards, and he's throwing them in there. But when it came to a point of having to go it alone for a second, he messed up. He wasn't able to explain things in the way he was trying to explain them. That's what I think.
Make sure you
That's
identify.
what it sounds like to me.
Make sure you identify which goober you're talking about here, okay?
Joe.
Detailed predictions, which can then be tested. So, for example, people on the globe side are actually making models. People that have never been
making models, really? I thought you had a globe model. Why would they be making models then? That was incoherent, nonsensical, fucking horse shit.
to Antarctica. They're making models of what the sun will do while we're there.
Everyone's making models,
including how high it will be off the horizon, how high
off the horizon. You mean elevation angles? How can you have elevation angle on a curved surface? You just train wrecked yourself. This whole fiasco, it's burning. But you're so retarded you don't realize it.
high it will be above the mountains while we're there. And so that's the kind of things we're looking for from the flat earth side, but we're not getting.
We're looking for it from the flat earth side, but you're not getting. You're not down there yet. Why would you even be looking for that? You fucking ignorant mong. That made no sense.
Just the hijack.
It made no coherent. It wasn't coherent at all.
What he's just, I know, and I'm trying to explain what's after happening. He's after just trying to hijack reality. He's saying, we have all the predictions for what height the sun will be above the horizon on a globe. What? And the flat earth side is not coming out with anything. The heights he's talking about above the horizon is the flat earth.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And so he's saying, you don't have any predictions. No, you stole the real world. What will probably happen in the real world, that's what you've stolen. And you're trying to then, we're supposed to come up with some ad hoc heap of rubbish that's easily debunked. Well, they use the real ones. That has nothing to do with the globe.
He's a retard.
On the globe, the height of the sun above the mountain is 93 million miles minus the height of the mountain above sea level.
Yeah.
They will never get that, Adam. Won't happen.
Again, because the light in the ceiling does something that you feel like can't be explained, the floor is curved.
The light on the ceiling is doing something that can't be explained. What? Huh? That was stupid.
Well, he said, again, he's just reiterating that Will Duffy is trying to make claims about what the surface of Earth is geometrically based off of what something in the sky does.
I know
That's
what he's doing.
do.
I know what he's doing, but he said it incoherently. Shocking, JoJo.
That's just fallacious. It just is. And
Okay.
I mean, or geometric law, like it applies to.
Whoa,
I can
whoa,
send
whoa,
you a
whoa,
link. It
whoa, whoa,
applies.
whoa. Geometric law? Citation, please. What? In what?
Or geometric
Well, he
law,
may
like it applies
this
to.
statement might be a bit. The statement of geometric law might seem a bit fancy, but there is basically laws to geometry. Like you can't have more than 180 degrees within a triangle, things like that. You know, so there is laws within geometry. That would be true.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. Can you post a citation for a geometric law, Mr. Helper?
Okay, then.
Do you like it? He did. He took it well. I give him that. Thanks.
And the floor is curved. That's just fallacious. It just is. And
Okay.
Law of sine, law of cosine.
Is that your answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are specific laws of cosines and sines in trigonometry. I'm looking for the geometric law.
Yeah, it's number 9.
Number 9.
Number 9 is the geometric law.
Number 9.
Thanks.
It is.
In the
I can send you a
number
link. It
9.
applies to our flat plane just like it does a spherical ball. So the math can go both ways. Like,
What math? I didn't hear any math. Are you saying that the math is a hermaphrodite? Go both ways.
there's not really a problem there. But that's the thing. Like, you guys act like watching a light stay above the reference plane, the horizontal reference plane.
Isn't stay above the horizontal reference plane? Isn't he dead right there?
No, what he said there.
No,
is
isn't Will dead? Sorry, isn't Will dead right there? Yeah. Yes.
No, I was listening to him hang himself and demonstrate that he doesn't know the tools he's yielded.
Yes.
So he's just pretended, right, that the data that he's collected, which is flat Earth elevation angles from his kitchen floor, may or may not prove mathematically whether or not his flat kitchen floor that he's gathered an angle from is curved or not. And that you can apply the data he's got from flat Earth elevation angles into one of two models, and both will be supported by the data that you've inputted as flat Earth data to find out whether or not your adjacent side is curved or not. He doesn't get the point.
Yeah, we know that, Adam. Thank you. Yep, you're exactly right. Yes,
is a determining factor for the floor beneath your feet, but you ignore the physical properties of water. You ignore.
He's got the hand out again. We're gonna get a list.
Distance observations. You ignore gas pressure without a vacuum. All.
Gas pressure without a vacuum.
This has to be a put on. This guy ought to be CIA or something. This is come on.
All these things that are the three-body problem, the flatness problem.
The three-body problem. What?
I'd like to see that movie.
Jesus.
Horizon problem. I mean, there's so many issues with the whole heliocentric model, and you guys are trying to cling to this one observation.
Probably the biggest one is there's no heliocentric model. That would probably be the biggest one, wouldn't you think, JoJo?
As though it is the final proof just because a few flat earthers have stuck their foot in their mouth and said that, yeah, if the sun does this, then that disproves flat earth, whereas they don't speak for the whole. Now, I got a ton of respect for those guys because they're brilliant guys. They've done a lot of great for the community, for the truther movement. So I got tons of respect for them. Just...
Neil.
Will Duffy looks like he's watching that Three Body Problem movie.
I don't idolize them either. So they're fallible, just like I am, just like you are. We're all fallible. And I just think that they're...
Speak for yourself.
Their approach of, well, because I don't have a great explanation, or I don't know exactly how it's working, then that falsifies a model. I don't agree with that. And I don't see why there's such a big disconnect there, that people can't see that just because there's not a great, especially when it comes to flat earth, because if this has been hid from us for all these years and we're trying to learn.
Brian's losing it.
Just waffling on and on and on. Will is sitting there having to do absolutely nothing.
Yep.
Truth, which I believe it has, and all other flat earthers believe it has, and we're trying to learn new truth. And it's
all other you can speak to all other flat earthers' beliefs. Jojo, how you doing that? Unbelievable. Oh shit! I lost my spot. Where was I?
But yeah, I mean, I believe there's one sun. I believe there's one source to the sun.
Sorry, guys.
In your theories behind the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, are all of your theories based on there being one sun, or are they based on there being multiple suns?
Yeah,
shout out to Adam.
For me, I would say there's one.
Yeah, baby.
It's just so sad that he has to use that, because Adam's using that to make a mockery of a potential false trichotomy. Yeah, this guy's inserted his own, and now Will's like, "Hey man, what? 3's great. Why not 4?"
Let's see where this goes.
One source to the sun. Is it possible at times that we capture what appears to be a double sun, or even a triple sun based off of the celestial dome and the Atmos? Yes, I believe that's a possibility.
Atmos. No, it's Atmo. You've been listening to idiot shitbag Witsit. It's not Atmos. It's Atmo. Moron. Another
And there is no celestial dome.
Say again.
Yeah, he said that could be due to the celestial dome. No, the celestial dome is only mathematical. Maths can't cause the sun to do something.
Yeah. Train wreck.
I've demonstrated in some just simple demonstrations using a class 4 laser and cotton and trellis netting, how having a sun above a cloud layer, the laser representing that sun, can actually create a second sun just in the cloud layer itself, because of the bright.
Well, then it must be true. Since you were able to do that with a little pen light laser, then that makes it in reality true, and Adam gets his Chinook sun. Makes perfect sense. An idiot.
Surprised you didn't call it an experiment.
He will. Give him time.
Brightness of its light, and I've got those videos that I can send to you if you'd like them.
I'm sure he would.
I believe there's one sun. I believe there's one source to the sun. What exactly that source is.
So you accept without evidence that there's one sun and one source to that sun. That's what you just said with your belief claim.
Is up for debate, and where it's coming from is up.
So everything's up for debate now.
And do we ever see the actual sun?
Oh, God.
I don't think we ever see its physical location. I think we only see the apparent location.
You think, or do you know? And if you know, how do you know that? We don't give a shit about what you think or your beliefs. Okay, Jojo? Only what you can demonstrate or prove. Shout out to Robert Bassano.
The apparent, however, what we're seeing is a perfect representation of what it looks like in its physical location. We're just seeing it in our apparent location.
Really? How so?
Wow.
A thief came in and stole everything in my house and replaced them with exact duplicates. You fucking bozo.
Okay.
Disprove
And
that,
so,
though, Huey.
on a
Disprove
flat
it.
Earth map,
Say again?
Disprove it.
Yeah, I want you to disprove what I just said.
This is
in our apparent location.
Shut up.
okay. And so, on a flat Earth
Our
map,
apparent location. What a bozo.
when someone in the southern tip of South America and someone in Australia are both seeing a sun in the sky, they're so far apart. Are they seeing a reflection of
How far apart are they?
the actual sun?
Are they seeing a reflection of the sun? Huh? What is that? Is somebody cutting grass in the background? Hello? Unbelievable.
See, these are the questions. For me, it's like, one, there's most likely, and like, again, these are theories of the flat Earth.
No, they're not theories of the flat Earth. No, they are not.
That I have, and I'm sure
You have theories of the flat Earth that you have. Okay. Are they scientific theories?
other people have them.
You don't know if other people have the same exact theories you do, huh?
So I'm not claiming them as 100% truth. They're just
Oh, so theories that are not true. Makes perfect sense.
my theories at the moment. I believe we have a super fluid.
At the moment, he believes we have what? Hold on. Here we go.
Claiming them as 100% truth. They're just my theories at the moment. I believe we have a superfluid ceiling above us.
Oh, boy.
Superfluid.
Did I lose everyone? Let's take a break.
No, that's just his opinions.
Time for me to take a break, man.
What's that superfluid made out of?
Superfluid, obviously.
A fluid with viscosity, Neil. That's what superfluid is.
He
You
believes.
can create superfluid out of heat.
He believes. He just said, "I accept without evidence that we have a superfluid ceiling." That's what he just said.
Can I just add some ridiculum to that, please?
Sure, you could pile on.
Right.
Might as well.
If people like him are claiming that there's a superfluid up there, and what they're
super aggravating.
Pablo sent, who stretched a measuring line across it? On what were its footing set, or who laid its cornerstone?
Hey, thanks a lot, Pablo. Do you know that was my first public speaking engagement at university? I memorized that entire passage, just so you know.
Job 38?
Yeah. Yep. Not that had any relevance, but thanks for the super chat, Pablo. Go ahead. Somebody was speaking.
Yeah, I was just going to add some ridiculum to their claim.
Oh, I heard
to
that.
This
yes.
superfluid.
Yeah, I think Neil said.
I've heard this many times.
I think Neil said might as well.
Yeah, I might as well go with it, right? Just so people can get some logic right into this. What they're employing is
Who are there? Who are there?
You know, people like Joe, right, and Witsit and whoever, right?
Okay.
that there's these lights in the sky and they move through this medium, right? Call it a superfluid, right? Like he just did, if you want. I've heard this many times from flat earthers. And they move through this superfluid medium, and that's where they're doing what they're doing, right? Now that means they have, very likely, that makes them tangible. So they're pre-assuming there's tangibility to the sun and the stars and whatever else. Now, the whole point of a superfluid is not only is there only, that I'm aware of, only a helium superfluid, and that requires temperatures and pressures that do not exist in nature, and the temperatures and pressures needed. There's nowhere in nature that has anything even close to them, right? It's a purely man-made thing. But secondly, there's zero viscosity, so there's no way for something tangible to move through it. If I was in a superfluid swimming,
no, you went off on a tangent. He did not say the medium was a superfluid. He said the ceiling was superfluid.
Look, are you really critiquing me on this?
Yeah, specifically, yes. Yeah.
Ceiling. Yeah, when he says ceiling, you know he's implying what
No. The ceiling is not the medium, it's the ceiling.
Superfluid would be a medium.
But not according to him.
No. The superfluid is the container.
I was just trying to add some ridiculum to it. If you add some information about superfluid, but it don't matter now.
Thanks, Robert Bassano.
Well, what I was saying is it didn't get out there.
You're fine. Now, can I ask, do you want me to continue?
Can we divorce ourselves from these people, please?
Brian says yes.
Yeah, we need to really make sure we're really getting all of this.
So 4 more hours is where you're going with this?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. You
Or
guys
as many as you can handle.
Yeah, you guys still seeing it?
Yes, we are.
Nathan, are you still here?
Yes.
Here we go.
Now, that superfluid ceiling could be responsible, well, has some responsibility in this whole phenomenon, because in a sense, it acts like a two-way mirror. And so when you have that and you have a physical sun moving.
So the ceiling is a superfluid and it's a two-way mirror. All right.
Around in that superfluid, and you have water and ice on the surface that are super reflective, and you have a celestial dome that's theoretically super reflective, and then you have a superfluid layer.
Or you're just super stupid. Everything's super. Right?
You have super ice.
Super stupid.
And you have this
and super ice
realm that's built for perfect reflections of a single source of light. If that, hopefully that lands.
Yeah. Oh, it landed all right. Right in a big pile of horse shit.
Yeah, it's
At the
definitely
back of the
confusing.
bowl.
What's that?
I said it landed at the back of the bowl.
How about this? Would it be convincing to you if there was someone on the flat Earth map in Antarctica at the same
On a flat Earth map. If there was someone on a flat Earth map? Really? What the hell does that even mean? Anyone?
Is it like, you know, in Friends, when Joey goes to London and he can't orientate himself, so he puts the map on the ground and then gets on the map?
I was thinking.
I missed that episode.
same time as us, but on the clear other side? Would it be convincing to you if they see the same sunspots and the sun is also doing circles around their head as well?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that is what happens on the flat Earth.
Really?
I'm saying that you could see it from any location in Antarctica, and the sun relative to your position would be the only difference would be the time zone, which works on the globe too. So if you're all around Antarctica on the globe and you're all watching the sun's position in the sky is going to be relative to your time zone. Whereas the same thing is going to happen on a flat Earth. You're going to have the sun's position relative to your time zone, but if you're far enough south, you're going to see a perfect apparent position of the sun doing what appears to be a counterclockwise.
An apparent position that appears to be apparently. Is anyone making any sense out of what he's talking about? I'm not.
Yeah, he's just he's just said to him, look, dude, whatever we see is exactly what I expect to see because the Earth's flat. And the proof of whatever we'll see is because the Earth's flat. It's just Jedi mind tricking him now. I don't think you're understanding my position. Whatever I see, the Earth's flat. Now, whether he sees it or not depends on what his explanation of why the Earth is flat will depend on, because he's a believer, not a knower. But he's got three. He's not just got one good explanation, has he? He's got three good explanations. Well, they'll justify him seeing a 24-hour sun.
And again, the light is staying above the horizontal plane of reference. Like everything we measure and do on Earth is based off of a horizontal plane of reference.
There it is.
See that little smile he gave him?
Yeah, I see it.
Wait. Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah. Yep. As soon as he said it, yep. Looked at him. That little retard smile he gives. Yep. You're done right there. Let's see.
Smack it off.
Let's see if JoJo can bring that on home. What does mean?
Yeah, he hand waved it.
Yeah, if we lived on a cube Earth, everything would be horizontal too.
Now, if we lived on a cube Earth, everything would be horizontal?
It's a nonsense throwaway garbage statement, means
Yep.
nothing.
Yep.
Is that Nathan?
Yeah, that was. He's back.
Yeah, get into it, Oakley.
Get into it, Oakley.
I got a cup of coffee for 10 seconds.
Come on.
You ask if I was here when I was grabbing a cup of coffee?
Okay.
No, hold on. This is important. On a theoretical cube Earth, two different people looking at a horizontal
theoretical cube Earth, really?
reference would actually be looking at lines that are perpendicular to one another. Can you at least agree with that?
Well, see, what you're saying is the cube Earth is a horizontal plane.
What? What?
Huey, they're breaking down cube Earth right now. Don't you realize that?
Look at him smiling. What? These out of context little retard smiles of yours is quite disturbing. From your horse pucky cube Earth. I'll give you some perpendicularity, you fucking clown. What?
The reason Will Duffy wants to bring up a hypothetical cube Earth is because his globe is hypothetical, but at least they have that down pat. You know, they have the maths and all the rest of it. So if he can get JoJo here into talking about his hypothetical cube Earth, Will beat him with his hypothetical globe Earth because he has more information about it, because it's 500 years old or whatever, whereas 300 years, whatever. Whereas the hypothetical cube Earth is only half a minute. So that's what happens. Let's talk about hypotheticals, because my hypothetical is established and it'll beat yours. That's what that is. What's his name? Mark Twain. Don't argue with a fool, because he'll drag you down to his level and win every time. And that's exactly what Will Duffy is doing there.
Plane of reference. A plane is not a shape. A plane is a plane. It's a description. A cube is a shape. A sphere is a shape.
Mm-hmm.
So a plane is just a flat plane of reference. So you're wrong.
I'll explain that one day, but on a cube Earth, you could have two people on...
You'll explain that one day, huh?
Patronizing him, being condescending. He's annihilated him. He's just said cube's a shape, globe's a shape, flat's an aspect. Good rebuttal.
I'll explain that to you one day. Yeah, that's what he said.
So then
one
he
more
should have
thing.
stopped him. Hold on, he should have stopped him and said, "No, you'll explain it right now."
Should have stopped him at perpendicular, which is a term that he's not allowed to use. If one deck was here, he'd be listing off the things and words that they're not allowed to say.
So a plane is just a flat plane of reference. So you're wrong.
I'll explain that one day, but on a cube Earth, you could have
Absolutely unbelievable.
two people on different sides of the Earth that have a horizontal plane of reference, and those horizontal planes of reference would.
This fucking glue sniffer is still on his hypothetical cube Earth.
Is anyone claiming the Earth is a cube? Because if not, then
Will is.
why is this involved in anything?
Yeah,
Well, no,
Dickhead
he's
Will is.
introduced it. Well, he introduced it as a hypothetical. He didn't introduce it as something someone is actually claiming.
I don't
Yeah,
care.
but-
The words crossed his lips, not mine, not his opponent's. So whose is it? Will's.
Their
would
Will's
actually be
words.
perpendicular to each other.
Will wants to take you to Planet Spastic, doesn't he? And if you
Mm.
go with him, he's trying to get him to go there. Yeah, that's all he's trying now.
Yeah, that's my
Desperation.
point. I wouldn't do that.
Just got blown
Okay, so
out
here's
the
one for
water.
you. On the globe model, there's a very
On the globe.
Super chat.
Super pretender clown flat earther.
Roger Ledwell said, "Get to co-hosting the shit out it, Nathan."
That was that we missed that
Sorry.
opportunity, sir. Nice one. You got it. Go ahead, Nathan. Explain that yourself out of that.
Stop swearing.
Shut up.
specific
Oh yeah.
piece of it, which is the tilt, the axial tilt.
The axial tilt of the horizontal plane or the
Yeah,
cube?
you'll need a flat Earth for that.
Yeah.
You need a flat Earth for an axis.
Yes, you would.
Of around 23 and a half degrees. Now, because of that, the globe model
Around
has something
23
called the Antarctic.
Around
Whoa,
20.
whoa.
Yeah.
You say it. You're going to say the same thing I am by the sounds of things. Go ahead,
Yeah.
QE.
No, go ahead. You got it.
At what degrees with respect to what? Flat plane? You're going to need a flat plane for that degree measurement you just gave would be with respect to a plane. You can't use these terms.
That's the 23.4 degree tilt that they remove every time they're referencing the celestials in astronomy or celestial navigation via placing everything at vernal equinox.
Yep.
That one.
Yep.
Yes.
That exact one. Yes.
Arctic Circle, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Now, because of the tilt being a specific angle, the globe model says that you will not have a 24-hour sun.
The globe model doesn't say anything. The globe model doesn't exist. And even if it did exist, it wouldn't say shit, you reifying retard.
Whoa, how's
And
he
they
going to
wouldn't
get
be
an
saying
angle
that.
off this
Just 1
globe?
second.
What's that angle?
Hold on. Yeah, we're all piping up about the same thing. It certainly wouldn't be describing an angle that you'd acquire from a globe model that doesn't exist. Your curved surface won't give you that angle. You'll need a horizontal plane of axis, a horizontal plane of reference to describe your axis, to describe an angle from it.
Yep.
That's what you're doing. You're using flat Earth references. You're not allowed to do this, Will. You'd be slapping you on the wrists right now for using terms that you can't use on a globe.
Moreover, what I just mentioned about the vernal equinox, anything that they will be doing in Antarctica, they'll be referencing Earth at vernal equinox. That's what astronomers do. And so does celestial navigation, right? It's always placed at vernal equinox because at that time of year, it mathematically negates their 23.4 degree tilt, and it takes their equatorial plane and extends it out into the celestial plane. Then it makes that massive plane stationary and makes the celestials move.
Yes,
So
sir.
if he references anything, right, that's not that, then he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, no.
Sun, one step to the north of the Antarctic Circle, and you will one step to the south of the Antarctic Circle. Again,
Doing it
What?
again. Using terms that you can't use. What do you mean one step to the north, one step to the south? You mean one step with respect to a horizontal plane of reference in a northerly direction? These are flat Earth terminologies. You're not allowed to use these.
and assuming the right time of year and everything else. We can test that because there's something called the Antarctic Peninsula, which actually leaves it starts inside the
Antarctic Peninsula leaves. Really?
Antarctic Circle and leaves and goes out. So why is it in your model or your theory that
model
I don't
or
even know if
theory?
your model can
Which one?
account for an Antarctic Circle, but why is
Our theory can't. What? That made no sense. What the hell is he talking about? Wow. You don't know. Don't pretend you do know.
it that one step out, there's not a 24-hour sun, and one step in, there is?
What? Huh?
Incoherent nonsense.
Yeah.
Incoherent nonsense.
Yeah. Incoherent nonsense. I heard you the first time. Yep.
So you're asking me to answer a question that you can't verify yourself 100%.
We can definitely verify it.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Right.
Joe. Joe.
Gotten interesting. Yeah.
He caught him. Shocking.
Cruise ships can go down there. No problem.
Cruise ships. So your rebuttal is cruise ships can go down there? Really?
Down?
No,
Hold on a
not.
second.
You can't go
Down
down.
where?
Hold on. Can you just rewind a second and just
Yeah.
play it again?
Yeah,
Just 10
play it
seconds.
again. Let's hear the question. Let's hear the claim and then the rebuttal in full and see if it makes any damn sense.
That I don't even know if your model can account for an Antarctic Circle, but why is it that one step out, there's not a 24-hour sun, and one step in, there is?
So you're asking me to answer a question that you can't verify yourself 100%.
We can definitely verify it. Cruise ships can go down there. No.
Is there a big
We almost got there, Adam. Almost got there.
Yeah, that was the bit I was trying to listen to.
Let me do it again.
Just get 10 more seconds.
Like 2 J's. Here we go. Let him finish.
Model or your theory that I don't even know if your model can account for an Antarctic Circle, but why is it that one step out, there's not a 24-hour sun, and one step in, there is?
So you're asking me to answer a question that you can't verify yourself 100%.
We can definitely verify it. Cruise ships can go down there. No problem.
Have you verified it yourself?
He's got him on mute. He's got him on mute. Am I wrong?
I don't know.
If you look, he's responding to Will. No sound is coming out while his lips are moving.
Yeah, there's must be some technical issues. That response right there, because we have cruise ships that can go down there, is not a friggin' response. It's not coherent. It is moron. If you would have said amoebas are beach balls, it would have been just as relevant as a rebuttal to his claim for you to show. You dumbass cracker.
How's he gonna go down in a globe?
Shut up.
Yeah. Can I just make a point?
Neil's got a point. Hold on.
Well, no,
Neil's
it's
got a
not
point.
my point. It's non sequitur.
It's non sequitur. It is non sequitur. It doesn't prove his argument. It's garbage. But then on top of that, he's used antipodal positioning as part of his argument, and Neil caught it. Kudos, Neil.
Yeah, exactly. He's saying down, right? He can't be saying that. But he also said cruise ships. Now, he earlier said, how come one step out there isn't a 24-hour sun and one step inside the Arctic Circle there is, right? And he was asked, but that's a claim basically you can't even support yourself. And he says, I can. We have cruise ships that go down there. Now, the down part, right? Yeah, I get it. Antipodal. I said that a while back. No one heard it. It doesn't matter. The point is that the cruise ships he's talking about, we already heard from one of the cruise ship operators, right, whatever amount of them there is, that there isn't a 24-hour sun that they can offer people in Antarctica.
No, he wasn't a cruise ship operator. He was some travel agent.
Yeah, but he was told. Yeah, but the operators of the cruise ships.
I can't believe we're even talking about cruise ships. Holy shit!
I'm pointing out that what he said is some kind of a I understand it's a nonsense thing to say, but he's trying to insert that people go on cruise ships to the Arctic Circle and see a 24-hour sun. Yeah. That's what he's trying to insert, which is not true as per what the cruise ship operators say.
Oh, God. Okay.
Oh, look, get it.
No.
So you're going off of hearsay. And I don't, whether it happens or not, just because you don't have a good explanation for something doesn't negate that the reference plane of Earth is horizontal, period. Everything we do is done that way. NASA tells us this, aeronautics tells us this, astronomy. I can take you to astronomy sites right now that tell you that a geocentric plane of reference is the best way to do it. It's in their disclaimer. So
But
Here we go.
Best
This
way-
is the crux of the problem. Hold on, we've got to something quite sweet here. This is the problem, right? It's not that he doesn't understand the arguments. He's done it 3 times now, so I can call him on it. He's referred them off to someone else. What that tells me, he doesn't own the arguments. He's not taking ownership of these arguments. I can take you to textbooks. No, you've got a telescope right next to you. Didn't reference it back to you and your use of it when you could. And now you're referring to a geocentric frame of reference that's horizontal in a textbook. You need to own these arguments. He hasn't got the confidence to just take ownership of them. This is the problem. This is the crux of the problem.
Sorry, I was just making my dinner order.
Everything we do is based off of a flat plane of reference, period. So to say that because a light in the ceiling does something that you don't have a good explanation for, that the flat plane of reference is no longer viable is fallacious. It just is. And I'm going to stick to that. And I'm going to stick to...
Well, he's correct. Everything he just said was correct right there, right? So let's see what Will has to say about it.
that you're applying fallacious logic.
Oh, back to the fallacies. Is he going to say them again? Is he going to resurrect himself again? Let's see.
That's just how it is.
Okay. Are you familiar with?
No. Are you familiar with fallacies, the logical type?
Yeah, every time.
Yep.
This is called chaff and redirect.
Yep. Is JoJo going to fall for it? Place your bets.
Going to be audience members.
Yep.
I'm just going to speak on behalf of the audience, right? There's going to be people who say, hold on, how do you know he's not going to address what he's just put to him in terms of the requirement for a horizontal plane of reference? He's absolutely correct. QE's given him 3 words, and we already know, I already can back QE 100%, we're about to get a chaff and redirect, a non sequitur. So he's going to ask him a question about something non-related. That is absolutely, without question, what's about to come, right? But people will be like, hang on, after 3 words, you can't call him on that. Yeah, we can. Yeah, just so the audience is not under any misapprehension about what's just happened. We're about to get chaff and redirect, and we absolutely will not get addressed to the requirement of a horizontal plane of reference. Again, we're into, what is it, Flatsy? A bit of an endorphin rush. It'll be snatched away any second, I guarantee it.
Yeah, but the question is, will JoJo take the chaff and redirect, burn it, and then hold his feet to the fire? Place your bets.
See?
I haven't listened to it.
No way. Absolutely not.
It's the Funhouse Ghost Mirrors amusement coaster.
Let's see what JoJo does. JoJo, what you gonna do?
Flat Earth David Weiss's newest video.
Oh, that'll get him off it. That will get JoJo. He won't know whether to shit or wind his watch. Now, look out.
Where he calls it the real final experiment. And he says if we took 2 planes and fly the short.
No, you'll never recover from this. JoJo, you can't do it. I will bet the farm everything I got that you're not going to hold his feet to the fire and you're going to chase this shit. I'll guarantee it. Anybody out there want to make that bet?
Absolutely. You already know that's what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen.
I don't know.
That's what's going to happen.
It.
He's going to chase down this chaff.
I don't know.
I think there's a possibility.
Go ahead, Brian. He was talking to you.
You asked, does anyone out there want to take that bet?
He invited him, so you're right.
Go ahead, respond to it. Do you want to take that bet?
I don't know. No, I don't. No.
Yeah, yep. JoJo can't recover from this. There's no way. No chance that he can recover. The power of suggestion by this extended example, there is no way that he can dismiss this. No way. Here we go. Let's see if he does.
Shoreline of Antarctica, that would prove whether we live on a globe or a flat Earth?
I disagree with that.
And why do you disagree with that?
Nope, done. I win.
There we go. Right, follow that chaff. Follow it. Follow it. Follow it.
What a freaking schmuck.
What a schmuck. Which one?
Just this is not an educational tool unless we tell people what should happen. In a dogfight, metaphorically, right? This guy has got Will between the sights. He's ready to launch a missile. And what Will's done is shoved a load of chaff out the back of the aeroplane. And this guy's now chasing after it instead of blowing him up.
Yep.
What he should have done, said, that was a load of non sequitur waffle. Why are you asking me something? I've just pointed out that we need a plane of reference. What say you?
Yes, sir.
Now, me, I would be doing from this point forth is counting them off. How many non sequiturs before you address the horizontal plane of reference that we absolutely require? You just described it for an axis, didn't you, Will? That's what I'd be doing. And every time he ignored it and asked me about what Dave Weiss is doing, I'd be pointing it out and counting it off. That's 2. So you're going to ignore this horizontal plane of reference you absolutely require. We all require. It's how we measure Earth. You've just ignored it, Will.
Yep.
He's disagreed with the point. Non sequiturs followed. Chaff followed. That's it. He's Kiwi called it. He can't recover from the huge number of chaff that's fired off. He's got to fire. He's got to follow one of them.
Yeah. Do you agree with that? No, I disagree. You're finished, JoJo.
As far as jet streams and how fast planes are actually traveling, and
Now he's on jet streams and how planes are actually traveling. Unbelievable.
jet streams, there could be some.
Oh, I'm trying to make an amendment.
Some,
Sorry.
Good.
No, I just to give props to you guys, right? Me, obviously, I'm involved. But what I would have done instead of what I just described, or in addition to what I just described, was add in, we'll get to your question about flights, and I'll slap the pitch data on the desk when I do. Meanwhile, what about the horizontal plane of reference that we absolutely require?
Yep.
That is to say, I'll acknowledge that you want to talk about aeroplanes, do you, son? We'll slap that pitch data down on this desk shortly. Meanwhile, your non sequiturs getting counted off. That's 2. Why are you ignoring the horizontal plane of reference? We'll get back to pitch data shortly.
Yep. Yes, sir.
variables that we can't account for there. So I wouldn't say that that's a great final experiment either. Like, I don't think there necessarily is a final experiment that can be done that falsifies a horizontal plane of reference. I just
he's back to the horizontal plane of reference.
Is overwhelming. I mean, it is ridiculously overwhelming that we are on a level surface.
Is this going to repeat?
Hold on, he's clawing it back. He's steering off the chaff.
Yeah, he did. He didn't throw it completely off, but then he got back on track. Now, is it going to repeat? Is Will Duffy going to give him another chaff?
Oh, we got the endorphins, a roller coaster. What's it again?
Go ahead. Anyone else?
So give me the farm.
Yep. Let's see what happens.
And that we are enclosed.
Oh, he gave him 2. Horizontal plane and enclosure. Okay, Will.
And that all this stuff is far, I mean, personally.
Okay, what about your sister's pantyhose, Will?
This is another one of those times that he just needs to stop. He just needs to shut his mouth.
Yeah.
He needs to stop, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yes. Let me go back, but he's not going to. Yes, you're correct.
And that all this stuff is far, I mean, personally, I've seen the blood moon lunar eclipse.
Oh my God. He chaffed him. This fucking clown chaffed himself.
I see your chaff, and I raise you my chaff non sequitur to my own point that won. Have this chaff.
Why didn't he just stop it enclosed?
He saw how beautiful the chaff looked coming out of his opponent's aeroplane. Thought, I've got chaff. I can launch chaff. Chaff, 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 chaff. Forget that I had him in my sights and I could have blew him up. I've got chaff of my own I could launch.
Unbelievable.
I got a bet for you, Kiwi.
Say again.
I got a bet for you.
What's the bet?
You're willing to bet the farm and everything. You put the farm and everything against a $5 donation from me that Will is not going to hit his chaff response to chaff with yet more chaff. I'm saying he's smart enough not to do
it. He doesn't have to do his chaff with more chaff because he's already got his chaff taking care of his of Will's responsibility to give another chaff response. He doesn't have to do anything.
All right, let's see where this goes.
Above the horizon, at the same time the sun's above the horizon. So if your umbra shadow of the Earth is your go-to, then it's been falsified. And I actually have timestamp photos of this. And I've got video. Now, I don't have video of the sun actually, but I do have timestamp photos of the eclipse blood moon over my western horizon.
Eclipse blood moon he's on now.
The umbra of what? That was nonsensical gibberish.
And I've got 4 witnesses that were in the plane with me that'll tell you that it happened.
He's got witnesses,
if I
baby.
falsified the umbra shadow teaching.
He's on the umbra shadow. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Causing the lunar eclipse.
These are points of amusement. Yeah. They're what we talk about after show. That we don't present as any kind of proof. Yeah. They're just like after in the pub chat. Yeah. The impossible moon positions.
Adam's chasing the chaff now. Adam, do you just come back?
No, he's not. He's not. He's saying this is the kind of crap you bullshit about in the pub.
I understand what he's saying, but he's following his chaff. Still.
What else is there to do? Do you know what I mean?
Blow him up. The whole point of chaff is to get you to not blow the opponent's plane up. In this instance, he's won over and over again. He just keeps babbling and offering up his own non sequitur in this instance. This chaff is his chaff. Like, no, you've got the guy in your sights. You've got him over a barrel, whatever metaphor you want to use. Why aren't you destroying him? You can. You've got every tool in your arsenal there to do it. All you have to do is stop babbling after you use one and watch him explode. And if he tries to chaff away from it, don't leave off the target. You just repeat what you've got to say. You just use the same missile. You can use it infinitely. You can use it over and over again.
Jojo,
yes, of course.
Wait a second. So Will threw out his chaff, right? So Jojo maneuvers his plane to chaff Will's chaff.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead, Adam. Sorry to cut you.
He might be the master of chaff. Yeah. So we think it's just more chaff, the blood moon. But if he gets him to accept that the opposite positions of the moon and the sun on the horizon are flat Earth elevation angles, he could rechaff the chaff back to what he did actually have him with.
Let's see.
Is independent replacement.
Did you say anti-chaff?
Anti-chaff.
If Will responds to this, my bet is that it's going to be the classic. Well, that's the apparent position of the sun and moon. Counter argument from McGlover. That's what I'm putting my money on. He is going to bite on it.
Let's see.
Parent chaff.
I've done those things. Like I've been up and I've used thermal cameras on solar eclipses. I've been up and I've shot lunar eclipses. I've shot them from the ground with my cameras and scopes. Like I put in a lot of work and I have a lot of data saved and filed to argue my points. Now,
what about that horizontal plane of reference? Oh, you forgot all about that, didn't you? Because you chaffed yourself.
No, metaphorically, to keep the metaphor going. But there was a little dogfight with the chaff battle. Now they've both landed next to each other and go, oh, that was pretty, wasn't it?
No, he's
Now,
he's
am I gonna
firing
do that
because he's
online all the
explaining it.
time? No, I'm not actually. I'm like you. I have a business that I have to take care of and family and stuff. So
Now
this
his
is fun
business
for
and
me.
family
I'm
and the
not really-
formula that he has to buy and the diapers. OMG.
Nathan, you were right. They've had the little battle, chaffs everywhere, and they're looking up going, oh, look, pretty glitter. Yeah, I've got a family. What's going off now?
No, Joe chaffed and redirected away from his own argument after Will had already done it. So it was a double chaff and redirect away. But what could happen is that could bring him back around in a circle to it. Come on, Adam.
I was thinking, is he overchaffed and forgot the route he should have been going? There's too much chaff, he don't know where to go now, which is why he started talking about his family. Weather.
The guy that likes to debate, but I did decide to do this to kind of stand before my accuser, I guess is a good way to put it. But there, to me, it's ridiculous to try to keep falsifying a level surface.
Oh, he brought it all the way back.
He did.
Okay.
I told you, 360.
Attaboy.
Master.
It doesn't make it a chaff fest though, because it totally
What's
was.
going to happen now?
You can see through the chaff. It's clarity. It's like he's a Jedi with the chaff.
You put out the chaff. You put out the chaff to avoid the incoming missile, and neither one of these guys are smart enough to realize yet. Neither one of them have missiles. It's all they have is the chaff.
He's got loads of missiles. He's got missiles.
No,
he
that's
just
a
doesn't
great
know he's got
that's
them.
a great analogy. It didn't matter that he's got him in the sights. While I'm saying you can fire that missile infinitely times, he didn't load the missile. He didn't know there was a missile to be loaded.
They're still on the landing strip. They're not even on the plane.
Maybe
Anyway, he's come full circle. Let's see how this dogfight ends.
It's clinging to the brainwashing and the programming of this beast system that we've grown up in. It's just all it is. It's clinging to nonsense, and it's fallacious in all aspects. That's my stance on it, and that's not going to change. I don't think.
That's your stance on what? The horizontal plane of reference. That made no damn sense. You just chaffed yourself. What's Will gonna do?
Truth is on the side of truth. So everything we do moving forward is only going to.
Truth is on the side of truth. That's profound.
Evidence flat Earth more and more and more. Now, is the 24-hour sun going to probably throw a kink in some things when y'all?
Is it going to go throw a kink in that horizontal plane of reference that you just stated a few minutes ago? Like 3 times?
Hold on. He's going to take his chaff. There you go.
He's got. We didn't hear that because Brian interrupted.
I said
Brian was
that
trying to say something 3 times.
Oh, he's
Sorry,
interrupted
come on,
again.
Flat.
He's doing it deliberately, Flatsy. He's doing it deliberately.
You're a turd stir. Anyways, he's going to call his chaff and raise him chaff.
I was just going to say that.
Look at the wry smile Will got on. He's got some chaff for him.
Hang on.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
What 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Nobody has shown it yet.
Yep.
That's why Will is smiling, because the guy is referencing it as if it's an already proven thing. Show the thing.
Yep.
Or don't show it. Until then, you can say nothing about it.
I believe you're going to observe it. I believe you know this because you're connected with Anthony Powell, and he's the guy behind all this.
Oh, no. Oh, yep. So
I believe he's seen it. I believe
he
his wife
believes you're going to observe it, and he's associated with Anthony Powell? Who's that?
That name is familiar for some reason.
Alster.
The Powellster.
Is he an astronomer possibly or something?
He did. Nathan said the Powellster.
I know. Powley. Anyway.
Powley. Let's go back. Let's see this. Let's hear it again.
Powell, and he's the guy behind all this with you.
So there's Anthony Powell is behind this with Will. Interesting.
And I believe he's seen it. I believe his wife has seen it. I don't think they're being dishonest. So I think you know that you have an ace in the hole here as far as showing
An ace in the hole. Really? All right.
a 24-hour sun and then showing some of the big name flat earthers who stuck their foot in their mouth saying that a 24-hour sun disproves the flat earth, when all flat earthers this whole time have always said that the lights in the ceiling don't determine the floor beneath your feet. Yet because they stuck their foot in their mouth in that situation, now all of a sudden this one light, the sun, does something that we don't have an explanation.
I think he's called it.
He
knew
did
something we didn't. He's got a couple of witnesses that have made a claim that they've seen a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. He's put this to Will. Will casually and nonchalantly nodded along. So I think he's right. Will thinks he's got an ace in the hole. He's got a couple of witnesses. Oh, my bad, Brian's. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I'm saying there are people that are connected to Will. This guy, Anthony Powell, and his wife, who are connected to Will, have claimed that they saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And this guy, Joe, doesn't think that they're telling lies. That's Joe's evidence that it's a 24-hour sun. And Will's evidence is this guy, Anthony Powell, and his wife, who said they saw one. That's it.
It's fine. I mean, from my perspective, I go, okay, so we've got testimony from Robert Shortman that unequivocally said there wasn't a 24-hour sun. And then we've got a couple of other individuals who say they've been to Antarctica that say there is a 24-hour sun. Well, that's interesting. So we might or might not have this phenomena of a 24-hour sun. Okay, that's it. That's what we've got. But how does that, in his mind, give him an ace in the hole? Because it will be 24 hours of sun in Antarctica. Okay. I mean, I'm happy to say that and take it as read now. Until you affirm the consequent and assume antipodal positioning, it's not going to do anything for you. That's the point.
Well, at present, the ballers are trying to say that Robert Shortman wasn't there during the Antarctic summer.
He spent in total, he spent 18 months down there. One of the stints was 12 months, like non-stop. For an entire year, he was down there.
Yeah, well, according to the ballers at present, they're literally saying online to everyone that Robert Shortman wasn't there during the time of a 24-hour summer, during the Antarctic summer. Just letting you know.
Hey, can you guys babble on? Hold on a second. Can you babble on for about 5 minutes?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Absolutely.
I just wanted to add one little thing real quick.
We're going to talk about you for 5 minutes.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Go ahead, Platypus. Oh, Bushel. Go ahead, Bushel.
Hey, I'm pretty sure that whatever his name is you just said, Powell, I'm pretty sure that guy is the one who paid for the entire GoFundMe, like I think it was 35,000. He foot the entire bill.
How sure are you?
85% sure.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Unless you absolutely know, it's not even worth. No, not trying to attack you. I'm just saying, unless you absolutely, definitely, 100% know, and it's definitely there, we can see. Yeah, no. Maybe whoever this Powell guy is.
Very generous.
You know, I wouldn't villainize Robert Shortman. Where he was located, he may not have seen one at the time of year that somebody can see one. Maybe further into Antarctica.
It doesn't matter. Okay, there's conflicting testimony about a potential observation of a 24-hour sun. Okay, I can take either side. There isn't a 24-hour sun. What was that proof? There is a 24-hour sun. What was that proof? Well, then we're into breaking down, affirming the consequent fallacies, aren't we?
Yeah, I was just giving a little bit more, like your Robert Shortman testimony is still a testimony of his experience. I wasn't saying that it proved anything.
Yeah, 10 years ago we thought it was.
Do you remember? Sorry,
I was just saying, 10 years ago it seemed relevant, didn't it?
It's still relevant. I mean, if he was in Antarctica, then chances are that he was past the 80th parallel south. Do you know what I mean? If he was in Antarctica, because anywhere in Antarctica, because where they're going to at present, this Union Glacier, that's actually slightly prior to the 80th degree south. It's like the 78th or 79th degree south. So it's not even past the 80th degree. Right? So if he was past the 80th degree south, right, which he probably was if he was working there as a plumber, then he's definitely far enough south to have seen a 24-hour sun if there's one to be seen. Just saying.
Yeah. I can take or leave his testimony. It's his testimony. You can only take people at face value in terms of what they tell you they saw or did not see. Now, if there's conflicting testimony that suggests they saw something that Robert Shortman did not see, that's fine. I'll take it as read. But this guy, at the point that we're in this discussion, is saying, Will, you think you've got an ace in the hole. It's like, no, it doesn't make any difference if there is or is not a 24-hour sun. Only seems to make a difference if you take that observation and affirm the consequent with it. That's where we come in. Now, this guy has pointed that out to Will. Hasn't backed it, hasn't stood by it, hasn't defended it. He's just slated it, parroted it off. But yes, it's an affirming the consequent. If we assume we are on the bottom of a ball, then we will observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But for the fact that you've assumed your antipodal positioning that we can debunk with the pitch data of an aeroplane that will take you to this location, you haven't got any evidence to stack up with your phenomena you now can confirm does exist. That's all you're doing if you see a 24-hour sun, confirming that there is that phenomena. That's it. He wants to say, well, because we've confirmed there is the phenomena of a 24-hour sun in this location, that means I'm antipodal on the bottom of a ball? No, Will. It's not an ace. Might or might not observe this phenomena. That's it. That's what you've got. What do we do?
The pitch data is the ace in the hole. That's the only ace in the hole. The black swan is an ace in the hole. 24-hour Antarctic sun is not an ace in the hole. So it never made any difference to me. I don't care what they see, because it never mattered. It has no relevance to the geometry of the Earth we're on. It can't have. You know what I mean? It's in a different frame of reference. Go on.
Brian, when you said 80 degrees earlier, because I don't know it for a fact, were you implying that 80 or further south is where you have to be to see the 24-hour sun?
No, I'm saying, I'm not sure exactly of how far south you have to be, but I think it's 70-something degrees. But where they're going to, Union Glacier, as far as I know, is prior to 80 degrees south. So I think it's 78 degrees south or 79 degrees south. So I'm just saying that if Robert Shortman was working in Antarctica, then the chances are he was past the 80th degree south if he was working at one of the bases. So the chances are, if he was at any of the bases, because it's claimed from every one of the bases, it's claimed that you can see a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic summer, in the southern summer. So Robert Shortman was working at one of those. That means he would have had to have seen it. If you know, just when Flatsy was saying that, like, he may have been somewhere where he wasn't far south enough to see it. No, if he was working at any of the Antarctic bases, then he definitely was far enough south to see it if it's there. Like, that's all I'm saying.
Plus, it's not, when I interviewed him, Robert Shortman, this is, now, for context for the audience who may not know who we're talking about, this is a guy who spent 18 months in Antarctica as a plumber. Okay. Now, it's not that he was there consciously worried about whether or not this would be an observation he would observe. It's just after coming to the subject of flat Earth and Feast of Nonsense being presented, suddenly whether or not he has or has not observed a 24-hour sun in Antarctica becomes prevalent. So he's quite careful with his wording when he's talking about what he failed to observe. It's to say, when he explained it to me, he said, I would have noticed if the sun had gone behind my head, metaphorically speaking. As in, if it was doing a full circuit around, I'd have noticed. What do you recall of what you did observe? Well, I observed it taking a very wide and high vector in the Antarctic summer. It most assuredly did set. We just had lots of light all the time in the summer and lots of dark in the winter. And in the winter, like we observe here in England, it hugs the horizon. It doesn't go very high in the sky in the winter. So he visually drew out what he observed from his memory it did, and simply said that if it had have done a 24-hour circuit, I think I'd have noticed. In other words, he's not saying I didn't observe it to do that. He's saying if it had, I think I'd have noticed, and I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, the only question really anyone should be asking Will Duffy if they're speaking to him is what is your claim about there being a 24-hour sun? Are you claiming that there is going to be or that there isn't? And if he says, I'm claiming that there is going to be, or my prediction is, or my gamble is that there is, then say, okay, and what does this prove then? And then he goes on to probably tell you, well, it proves it's a globe, and blah, blah, blah. You go, well, how does it do that? And that's the point. He can't, because two models, you know what I mean? At that point, he's working in dichotomy, false dichotomy.
He already told you.
He
already told you what it was. It was going to disprove the azimuthal equidistant map, flat Earth map, which is a globe projection. He already told you what the deal was.
I was just speaking hypothetically. It's all right.
No,
he has laid that false dichotomy. It was the first time I've heard him do it.
Yeah, he's already laid that out, Brian.
I know. I'm speaking about. Hang on. I'll start again. I'm saying
God, no.
the only thing that I'm going. Yes, I will have to because you came in telling me he's already said this thing. It doesn't matter. That's taken away from the point. The point I was making is all that matters is what he's claiming, and then what he's claiming it will prove. And at that point, he has nothing. It'll fall apart. So you don't even have to argue with him. Just leave him come up with all his nonsense. You don't have to go through anything. He can say whatever he wants, and it's going to be a load of fallacious nonsense. And you can point out that it's just a load of fallacious nonsense. So his whole thing is that there's going to be a 24-hour sun, and that's going to prove a globe. How is it going to prove a globe? Well, it's going to disprove a flat Earth. How is it going to disprove a flat Earth? He has nothing at that point. It's a nothing. That's my point. There's nothing to be worried about with this guy.
All right, have we all took it out? Have we had enough of this?
No.
Is that okay?
Explanation for the floor is now curved, and that to me, it's just fallacious. It just is.
I've got somebody I'm talking to right now, and
here we go.
There was a question on the table, just to answer it. There was talk of this place being 80 degrees south, and the question was, is that sufficient to see it? Well, it depends on the time of year, but in the north, and let's assume that we are hemispherical, so things should be equivalent. In the north, at the equinoxes, then 65 degrees north is sufficient to be able to see it at the peak. Now, there are periods where 5 or 6 months, even further north it is, but hopefully anything further south, if we're talking hemispheres and equivalents, then anything 65 degrees south or further south should be able to render you that 24-hour sun in the peak of the Antarctic summer.
And he is hoping to do an experiment to show curve. He doesn't need my help.
So it's all fallacious. He just brought it up again. JoJo did it again. Now he's going to chaff with some idiot non-experiment for curvature. He did it again.
He hasn't asked for my help, but he did.
Say again?
Sorry, I wanted to squeeze it in from the previous pause. It's unrelated to what they're talking about. How rude was that? When he just sat and listened to this guy talk for like 3 minutes, about the topic they're on, and the first thing that he says when he finally gets a chance to talk back is, "Oh, he was talking to somebody else."
Yep, you got it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just flat out rude. Yes.
No, he's got his Dunning-Kruger deflector shields, Will does, at full power. And you got JoJo idiot over here. He's not going to hold him to task. He's already shown that for the past nearly an hour.
Yeah, sorry I wasn't listening to you. I was talking to my my co-pilot, the chaff operator. I was telling him to reload.
Yeah, no, the reason he's able to do that and get away with it is because every time he asks Joe something, Joe comes out and starts answering stuff and addressing what he's after being asked. But then he goes on and adds a load of stuff to it, and that allows Duffy then, when it comes back to Duffy, to just completely handwave everything, all the addresses of what he asked and what he had originally asked, and move on to another subject.
Do you realise that this is what I get asked for quite frequently? In terms of when people describe to me what they want Flat Earth debate to be, they want it to be this. They don't want conclusions, they don't want you to hold people to task, they don't want to hold them to the fire, they want a point to be made, to be ignored, and then the point to move on to something else. So it's information rich with lots of different subjects. Like, in other words, chaff going off left and right, nothing getting chased down, no one getting destroyed. The people want this. I know it seems bizarre, but people want this.
No, it's like
I get it.
fireworks. They like the flashing lights in the sky. That's more entertaining than actually talking about the point.
Yeah. In other words, that's a very good continuation of the analogy. If you shoot down the plane immediately, and the plane goes down within 3 minutes and it's crashing and burning, then no one gets to see a whole chaff fireworks display for 3 hours. There, Kiwi. Your screen's gone blank.
Yeah, where are you, platypus? Oh, there you are. I got to turn you up. You're a little bit low. Radio check.
Check, but I'll also check my own stuff. I might have lowered my own volume.
Yeah, people want the fireworks display. They want this information rich, with nothing getting chased down, load of non sequiturs, everything being effectively, just even in this instance, rudely hand waved. Like, was the whole diatribe that he just gave you going to be completely ignored? Oh yeah, completely.
Radio check, QE.
Better. So let's get the new chaff. Get a load of this. Pull it, Jay.
I've got somebody I'm talking to right now, and he is hoping to do an experiment to show curve.
Experiment to show curvature.
OMG.
It's only been 300 years.
Focus, Brian.
Yes, this is
focus.
another.
No, not the 300 years. Not the 300 years. He's gonna do an experiment on curvature.
Yeah, that's a category error.
I know that.
It's what science is. But ultimately, when he says he's going to do an experiment on curvature, right, it's a bit like when Jaren's going to try and do an experiment for flatness. It's the same equivalent. No, we reference Earth flat. It's used for navigation, for building, for surveying, for charting things, not getting killed at sea. You know, these are useful references that have a practical application. Curvature is claimed to be a derivation from the surface level at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet with an eye line parallel to surface level. That's what Earth curve is in your rhetoric derived from a flat plane. Well, this is Brian's rhetoric, by the way, just and wave all of that, next goal wins. All or nothing fallacy, basically. All right, well, I'll put it all on the line that Earth is a sphere based on this experiment in a category error where we're in cause and effect reasoning on shapes that you establish with some tools that you take out into the field. No, son. It's a derivation from surface level when you calculate eye level at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. That's eye level with respect to a plane in feet. That's what Earth curve is. You don't need to do an experiment. We debunked it in 2020. This is an effective way of hand waving everything that has happened in the last almost 5 years, isn't it?
What are
We've
you
already
saying?
debunked
Anthony?
Earth curve. It's laid down in stone in the Earth curve maths. We don't need your experiment.
So you're saying the guy who is calling a trip to another part of the world an experiment is using the word experiment incorrectly again? No way.
Yeah.
Yes, it's also correctly identified as fraud.
He just said in this particular context that his friend is testing for the cause of curvature, is what he just said.
It's idiotic. Idiotic.
Okay, I need to say something here.
Specifically say that.
This is going to make me go after Adam.
Well, no, just he implied he was going to be the Dr. Joseph Mengele of geology. He said he was going to experiment on Earth curve, which is nonsensical in itself. But this is the muppetry. We can now do science on geology of a shape.
Okay, I'm going to become unpopular, and I'm going to say it. First thing I said when I made a video about this is that the word experiment in the final experiment, right, term, is a red herring to be chased. They want us to chase that word, right, and keep correcting them about that, right, and then we're not then addressing the massive hand wave that they're trying to employ, right, the hand wave of the past 10 years away. So earlier on, when Will Duffy said, my friend is doing an experiment for curvature, right? I could have, and I'm fully aware of what he said, I could have chased down the word experiment and said, that's not an experiment. I would rather at that point out that it's been 300 years, and if your friend is looking to find curvature 300 years later, that means there's 300 years without it being shown. So, Nathan, when you said we debunked curvature in 2020, no, it was never shown to be debunked. You can't debunk something that was never produced in the first place. So that's why I'll ignore the word experiment from time to time when I have to, just to go for the jugular, which is you have had 300 years and you haven't shown this. Why would you need a supposed faulty premise of an experiment now, 300 years later? If it was there,
the experiment is the jugular. You're going after varicose veins.
Not for me, it's not.
All right.
Okay, you're both right. Brian's right. You're right. And yes.
No, he's not. He's wrong.
I want to push back though, because just because they haven't ever proven the claim, they still made the claim, so you can debunk the claim.
Yeah, I'll just rephrase how I suggested it. It was we debunked Earth curve in 2020, and Brian's right in response. There wasn't any Earth curve shown. They've had 300 years. Where they extrapolate a claim of Earth curve in mathematics, we debunked that as Earth curve maths in 2020. Now, this is back to Brian's point. Now, I've hopefully aligned with him. It's a massive hand wave. Right, all or nothing on the next experiment. Piss off. No. You derive Earth curve from a horizontal plane of reference. I mean, that non sequitur's already slipped through chaff and redirect and going around in circles several times. But ultimately speaking, no, we know how you define what you think Earth curve is with a horizontal plane of reference in mathematics. That mathematical claim and assertion that we have Earth curve was debunked in 2020. But who cares? This is a massive hand wave to the plane of reference that we keep deviating from.
Yep.
Yep, you're wrong. Here we go.
He doesn't need my help. He hasn't.
No.
You got. Fair enough. All right, here we go.
Asked for my help, but he did make me aware of it. And I just said, hey, if I'm going to give you one piece of advice, I told him this: talk to the flat earthers. Don't just go do something and then claim victory. Don't just go do something and give it to them and say you're wrong.
Go and give us the experimental results for the cause of curvature. Fucking imbecile.
And so I think that is noble and honorable. That's the spirit behind the final experiment.
It's stupid. You're a retard.
Yeah, but he's down there as he's sorry.
No good.
It's an old trick that goes on, unfortunately, with the less favourable on the opposing side. Is they'll get an agreement ladder together, and then they'll show you something and say, "You agreed." Do you know what I mean? It's like the devil you're talking to. You know what I mean? But you agreed. Do you know what I mean? Oh well, I didn't mean it. That I'd agree. Do you know what I mean? At that point, you have to agree to a load of things. You know, you've been sweet talk. They're after sweet talking you into agreeing to stuff. You know what I mean? That's what happens to flat earthers. Then they're held to account.
It's a sales tactic. You're absolutely right. Can I just check? Is that anthropomorphization and reification when he says it's the spirit of the final experiment?
Yes.
Flat earthers say this constantly. Like I see it in a comment or an email once a day, and I kind of just.
You're a liar, and that's a stereotype fallacy.
Just heard it from you, and the flat earthers say, "Show me the curve. Show me the curve. Where's the curve? Where's the curve?" And so
that's because they're idiots, idiot flat earthers asking you to show curvature. No, yeah, that's what we've done in 2024. Gone on the road and explained to flat earthers that no, they've got a positive claim of Earth being flat, and they need to actually assert their positive claim, stand by it with evidence. Not ask your opponent to reify their belief comes from flat earth measurements. That's pathetic. It really rubs me up the wrong way when someone who's professing to be a flat earther, why? Because they go around asking for curvature? What? Like saying I'm an ex-alcoholic. What do you do with your day? Going around asking everyone for beer. Show me the beer.
So in the spirit of that, I'll ask you first, if somebody was going to do an experiment that you would accept.
Do an experiment that we would accept. We would first need to see the hypothesis and then natural phenomena observed. Retard.
The results of, what could they show you that you.
No. Observe natural phenomena and the hypothesis, please.
Would accept as evidence of curvature.
What would we accept as evidence for curvature? I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Curvature? Fucking clown.
We understand the genesis of the curvature claim. We understand where the inference comes from mathematically. It requires Earth be flat to infer it. When you say, show us the curvature, it only, quote, exists in the maths, end quote, the rumpus. That's where curvature resides, in mathematics only. The mathematics that are inferred to come from reality take a reality that's flat to create curvature in mathematics. It is that simple. There is no showing us Earth curve. Brian's right. You've had 300 years to show it us in physical reality. It only exists in the maths.
Hijacking perspective.
Well, yeah, I have to agree with all that. But if you ask me what I would accept, I'd accept a measured change in the rate of slope over distance geometrically. That's what I'd accept.
Yeah, that's curvature.
You'll need a horizontal plane for that, Brian.
Yes. But that's my point. A measured change in the rate of slope over distance.
Yeah, so you'd see for the evidence that you'd accept for curvature is what? Curvature. Yeah. I heard Adam pipe up in there. Adam, did you just wake up?
I was about to speak earlier and then pressed the back button on me screen. But yeah, the evidence you'd accept for curvature is curvature. Reasonable. So I don't think that's
That's Will's question to him.
But the question really is they still thinking that this evidence could be scientific evidence for curvature?
Nicely done, Adam.
Still seems.
Shout out to Brian.
I would have to go up in a high altitude balloon.
You'd have to go up in a high altitude balloon for his evidence.
Go up on the globe.
For his evidence of curvature.
Brian and I are on the same vibe here. Right, when you went up with respect to a horizontal plane of reference perpendicular to it, when you say up, we're describing your altitude with respect to a plane and your height above sea level. Quite a few flat Earth proofs in that statement.
Yep.
And Cesare won't identify any of them.
No, he didn't. He just whistled by him. Can you believe the evidence that he would accept for curvature from Duffy is for JoJo to go up in a high altitude balloon? Does that make any sense to you?
Nope.
I thought.
It's go
these new balloons.
out in a high altitude balloon.
I'm sorry. That was the really that was the compelling factor in the matter. My God.
That they're coming up with where they're supposed to take tourists up. And
Did you get that, Adam? Utter contempt.
It's more interesting than this, isn't it? Correcting their
You
grammar.
did it
You're
for
gonna be on the ball.
You did it for effect. You didn't think I'd call you on it.
I didn't preface it by saying this is about to be
You're
profound.
smiling. I hear you smile.
Yes, sir.
Hey, QE.
What?
What's your
go up on a high altitude.
Hold on,
and
hold on, let
look
me stop it.
out the windows and see the curve.
Stop it. Go ahead, Platty.
I said, QE, what's your ultimate contempt for?
Meatloaf sandwiches.
You said something so funny last night on 24/7. You said, I have utter contempt for retards. I was still laughing about that when I went to bed.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Take tourists up, and you're able to go up on a high altitude balloon and have dinner and look out the windows and
High altitude balloon and have dinner. What was for dinner?
The Red Grand. They give you a whole box.
I thought somebody was going to say meatloaf sandwiches. You
see
lost
the
it.
curvature of the Earth from 30 plus miles high. But see, this is the problem. Like
30 miles up.
He won't be seeing that from that height. He'll be dead.
Well, he's having dinner.
the guy's on your side.
What's that? What do you? Hold on. 5. Let me get a $5.
But see, this is the problem. Like the guy's on your side.
Oh.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, for example, who's like the spokesperson for the heliocentric model, has
spokesperson for something that doesn't exist.
said that we can't see the curve at 63 miles high.
No, 128,000 feet. I don't think that's 63. Adam, quick math.
What?
128.
63,000.
What's 128,000 feet, Adam? Miles. 5 by 5.
10 miles, isn't it?
I know the answer. It's about 24 and a half miles.
24. That sounds about right. 24. Yeah. Thanks.
So if we can't see the curve at 63 miles high, then how can we prove the curve from the ground? You can't. So to me, that says for anybody to see the curve, they're going to have to go above 63 miles high.
Well, according to Will, they're doing experiments on it.
Now, are you going to
hello.
get flat earthers that are...
Hello.
Yep.
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yep.
From surface level with eye level parallel with surface level. That's what Earth curve is. Based on your observer height from surface level, you need a flat Earth for it. That's only in existence in the maths.
I had to step away for a...
Adam first and then platypus.
I'll change my analogy. You'd have thought he'd have brought up the black platypus, wouldn't you? Being so well informed. But he's ascribing to globe rhetoric, which is the worrying thing again. Why is he doing this?
And
Why isn't he just...
he's ascribing to it incorrectly. Go ahead.
No, I heard him Will mention this friend who's doing an experiment. I had to step away for a work call for about 15 minutes there. Has he actually said anything about what this experiment is yet? Did I miss that?
No, he didn't say. He didn't. No, he just made the statement. He didn't mention anything about any detail.
So that's all we have so far. Okay.
Yes, they're gonna test the cause of curvature. That's what they're gonna do.
Right.
No, you're not. We're not that dumb. And so it's going to be very hard to prove curvature from the ground because we haven't been able to do it to this point. I mean, I think you yourself would admit that you've been unable to prove the globe. You said that, right?
So no.
What is going off? Nathan alluded to it in Shattered Black Swan. If he's going to cite priests of heliocentrism, then he's got to have boats disappearing over the horizon. I forgot his name. Stupid bloke with a bow tie. Yeah?
Neil deGrasse.
You can't take one and not take the contradicting position from the priest. You can see Earth curve from the shore. You don't have to go up high. But my point again, why is he chasing ghosts?
No, he's doing that thing that Nathan talked about in the David Weiss video that you watched. It's all the anti-globe stuff. It's all the don't stick the fork in the outlet stuff. It's nothing affirmative. He just keeps bringing up all the talking points that everybody's been talking about for 10 years now. You can't do this. We don't see this thing that, we're pretending should be there. It's all the stuff Nathan complained about like 2 months ago.
He made a very good point there. I'm going to pull a J. This is a good point. Listen to JoJo.
Curvature from the ground because we haven't been able to do it to this point. I mean, I think you yourself would admit that you've been unable to prove the globe. You said that, right?
Yeah, you're unable to prove the globe. That's why you have to go down to Antarctica. If you already proved the globe, then you wouldn't need to go down to Antarctica. You're caught in the catch-22 with the flat earth pretender clowns that are going with you. You dumbass cracker. Can't hand wave this. He's exactly right. What's your answer?
So no.
So yeah. Fucking clown.
I forget who's been taking me out of context on this one. What I've been saying.
Hold on. This might be an opportunity for us to point out fraud again. So if depending on what he says next, if he already knows that it's not the case, and again he's perpetuating a quote unquote experiment under false pretenses. If he already knows an outcome based on something else, right? It's just a charade. Charade.
Charade. Good. If you know Pink Floyd, I knew exactly what you meant. You understand that?
Exactly.
Ha, charade. You are. Yeah, I knew that. They're from England, so I knew that meant charade.
You yourself would admit that you've been unable to prove the globe. You said that, right?
So no. I forget who's been taking me out of context on this one.
We wouldn't have to take you out of context. You don't need to say anything. The mere fact that you're going down to Antarctica, like I said, is the undeniable frigging evidence or proof that you haven't proven the globe, dumbass. Or why would you be going down there?
That's
more.
the
It's worse.
context.
I'll go first. So this also indicts everybody who's endorsed it.
Yep.
Right. So initially we just criticised the flat earthers for endorsing it.
Yep.
But we said at the beginning, or I said at the beginning of the show about Creaky. Suddenly dawned on me by pure connection to it. What QE has just said applies to Will, applies to everybody who has stuck their name next to this, because it means that they don't know. Why would you be doing it? That means that any time that McToon says, look how wonderful the final experiment is, that means you put your name on the list of people who don't know. You need it to be confirmed.
Yep.
So that's an indictment of every single one of them. Simon Dan, McToon, Dave McKeegan. None of them know it's a globe, or they wouldn't have their name on this list.
And both sides are putting all their eggs in one basket.
Yeah, and they're dancing around prouder. They got their tail feathers up. Yeah.
Yeah, speak for yourself, Flatsy. I'm not putting my fingerprints anywhere near this.
You friggin' bonehead baltards just blowtorched yourself.
I wasn't talking about you, Platypus. I was talking about everybody that's endorsing this fiasco.
Yeah, not you, Platypus. No.
No, definitely not me.
I hope that's not lost on people besides the side conversation over there between Platypus and Flatsy. Save for that. Did everyone catch that? Do we got to repeat it?
Yeah, it's very simple. There is people who know the earth is flat, and there's a lot of other people who don't have a clue what they're standing on. It's that simple.
Yep, you got it.
What I've been saying is that
we don't care what you've been saying. It's what you do. Clown.
I found in my journey in this flat earth rabbit hole.
Flat earth rabbit hole that you've only been here for what you said 2 or 3. Well, it depends on who asked you and when they ask you. It changes.
That I didn't have anything that was convincing to me that would
that convincing to you that it was a globe. Yeah, we know.
Also prove it to a flat earther.
You don't need to prove it to a flat earther. Is he going down with these idiots? Is he part of the crew? Anyone?
I could only presume. I don't know if he actually is.
All right.
I don't think he gives a toss. I mean, if we're going to crystal ball this, why not? I don't think he cares. Based on what he speaks like and how he reacts to things, I don't think he gives a toss. I just think this is a way of developing a bit of cash.
I don't think so. Is he going, Platypus?
He's going. The way he talks about it, he makes it sound like if he's not going, then he's doing everything in his power to give the impression that he is going on this with him.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I couldn't say because I don't actually know. I've thought about this myself some while back. Is he actually going to go? But the point is that he's. I'm after losing the point. It's after forgetting about it.
I forget it.
Back to the drawing board.
That's the problem with potatoes. You got solanin poisoning.
The things that are
convincing. What I was going to say. Oh, it's gone again.
Go ahead.
Just forget it. Forget it.
Just forget it, Brian. God, what's your point?
I genuinely forgot it.
You forgot it again.
No, I genuinely completely forgot it.
That's my fault. I'm so sorry.
I show them to flat earthers and they disregard them.
You've shown the flat earthers what?
Now I remember. Sorry.
Good.
Just a response to Nathan. I don't really think so much anymore it's about the money. I actually think because he's got a little bit triggered with a few things that were said to him there. So I think that he actually is being told by someone he's in contact with or friends with that there is a 24-hour sun, and he's pre-assuming that there is. I think he's purely pre-assuming that there is. And I think that he's arrogantly thinking that he can't lose. That's what I think.
Okay.
And so that's why my ears perked up when I started hearing Eric Dubé and Dave Weiss and Dean Odell and Jaron Campanella and Austin Whitsitt, and the list goes on and on. When they started saying,
the list goes on and on. Didn't he already explain this to you? That they stuck their foot in their mouths? They're not flat earthers anyway. This convoluted gaggle screw that you conjured off idiot non-flat earthers it's a train wreck of a disaster of a dumpster fire that's rolling down the mountain. And you're the chief conductor.
talking of which, you're talking about the dumpster fire. Let's just say hypothetically that Patsy's statistics are right, and 9 out of 10 of us basically true earthers if we stereotype them, yeah? And this dumpster fire continues down the hill through December and on through January and takes 90% with it. I'm just spitballing here. Would that be such a bad thing?
No, actually, it's what I want to have happen. Because that 90% are in our way. Literally, they're in the way. If we could remove them, we'd make more progress. Realistically.
Right, and Jojo is representative, I'm sorry, Joe, of the 90%. Just in our way. No offense to you, mate, but that's how it is.
You're lowballing. It's a lot. It's not 90%.
95%.
Yeah, I'd agree.
You're still lowballing. That's how bad.
98.
Yeah, it's 98.
0.5.
Yep. 98.
Saying we are.
Yep, you're lowballing it.
Like we are the 1 in 100. Right?
Yes. At this point, yes. From what I've listened to, from where I've been, yes. Yep.
Can I just remind you of something?
Good. No, good.
I'm gonna.
I meant to bring something. I meant to bring up some days ago. I kept forgetting about it. I keep meaning to bring it up, and someone's speaking, so I wait for them to finish, and then I forget about it, or something else happens. Mark Sargent often relays that supposedly George Orwell, who wrote 1984, would take to the street in London, right outside his home or wherever, and ask people, what is the world? And they'd say, it's a globe. And supposedly, George Orwell would say, how do you know? And nobody would be able to give him a good answer, right? It's exactly the same with flat earth. We have people who believe in flat earth, right? And we'll say, you should just believe, you don't know. And they go, I do know. How do you know? And then they can't give us a good answer. It's the same thing, isn't it? No different.
24-hour sun doesn't work on a flat earth in Antarctica, or 24-hour sun in Antarctica proves the globe. I'm like, okay, now we have something that I might be able to give them that would change their mind. So that's a little bit of a difference there.
No. That wasn't a coherent response to his claim against you. That was absolutely non sequitur. Period.
That is my position.
Your position is non sequitur then.
So, but you would also admit that it's okay to change your mind with new information?
Of course, we should all do that.
So, for all these years, we've not had any good representation of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And
I disagree.
So what?
I disagree.
Who cares?
So a few videos is good representation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's we have hundreds, if not thousands, if not more videos of it happening in the north, and we've only got a few videos that are questionable of it happening in the south. So
I've heard flat earthers talk about hundreds and thousands.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, this is why he's here. That's why he's here. Chase down this fallacy. That's why he's there. We can argue this fallacy alongside Will. He's been handpicked to do this.
Oh,
Are you there, mate?
Really? So you're on? You're taking Brian's part?
No, I mean, if Duffy's selecting who he does and who he doesn't talk to, where he takes the conversation, he's going to steer it onto his affirming the consequent. What you just called a complete non sequitur. Yes, it is non sequitur. Don't want anybody to trim out what you've just said and take it out of context, because you're almost saying his entire affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy in false dichotomy is non sequitur. No, it was non sequitur to the point put to him by his opponent. All he's done is bring it back to his affirming the consequent and false dichotomy and suggested that would be proof for a flat earther. I'm not saying that it doesn't. I don't already have proof for a globe. I just want to prove these despondent or idiots that are flat earthers wrong, because they obviously haven't got a good enough standard already. My false dichotomy will do that. That's how he's non sequitur his way back onto his garbage.
Wow.
Thousands of videos in the north. I can't find them. If you guys could show me where they're hiding, that would be great. I've counted and I can barely get past 12. So we barely have more in the north than in the south unless I'm looking in the wrong place. And that makes sense because the north is easier to get to than Antarctica.
Yeah. So again, a sun staying above the horizontal plane of reference doesn't
Uh-oh, we're back.
Here we go. Here we go.
doesn't make the floor beneath our feet curved. It just doesn't. That's a the whole thing is fallacious from the start. It is an affirming the consequent.
Oh, we're back. Unbelievable. We've circled back. What's going to happen now? You may ask yourself. It's an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. Is he going to stop there? Let's see. And is Will going to deal with the affirming the consequent?
Fallacy. It just is. And arguably, it's two, because you've got one with the globe assumption and you've got another with the flat earth assumption.
Oh, so damn. Oh, my goodness
Hey man,
gracious.
This guy's been watching us. This guy's obviously watched us.
Yeah. It's time to lay your money down, folks.
We already know what's going to happen. This little endorphin rush hasn't even come this time. I don't know. Did anybody else get an endorphin rush off this? I didn't. I know he's not going to stop. A couple of things might happen. Either he'll go off on his own little chaff session. Alternatively, he'll just keep waffling on to the point where he's got a couple of alternatives for Will to sink his teeth into. Or he'll draw a conclusion and get a hand wave, and the hand wave will be ignored. He won't keep his feet on the fire. There's a few different all things that will happen, but based on what we've seen in the last 50 minutes. So, I don't know. I'm not that excited, although I'm pleased that he's at least getting these discussion points out there. It's just a shame he can't hold the guy to the fire with them.
Nathan, we're at the point, to use the teaching analogy, where what credit should I give this guy now when for the 12th, 13th time he demonstrates to me that he's plagiarizing somebody else's work? He doesn't deserve no credit. Until he can put it together for himself, for him to make an argument, all I see is somebody that's just it's no better than a Google search. Whether or not we recognize and are flattered by some of the bitty Google searches and parrots, it's all he is until he can put it together for his own argument, because he can't make use of it.
There's no
Maybe
way.
he's not meant to Adam. That's the point.
Just a shame, isn't it?
There's enough here, and what we're getting frustrated with is in not holding Will to task at any point. He just goes past, because as we said from the start, he doesn't know the argument he's using. He's just Spurs chemo shouting hypothesis.
We know where he's heard this argument from, because no one else says that unless they listen to us.
Yeah, but he's a patsy.
Not only affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy on Will's part. Did you hear what he just said? It's an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy on the actual Tuofa's part. Who says that?
Yeah, you said it. Then I recognized it and acknowledged it and promoted it over the last month.
Yep.
If this guy definitely watches this, there's no two ways about it.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, but my point comes back again. Maybe the whole purpose of them is to not seal the deal, to bring up the arguments that turn up on Friday debate, and not Nathan, please.
You're being a conspirator, aren't you? You don't know. You can only speculate.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's a Well, I don't know, but it's becoming very much a possibility, because this is what unfortunately a lot of the opposition do. They make up a flat earther that they want to have there to debate. This is not a new thing.
Like a patsy. Like a patsy.
Like a patsy, exactly. Will Duffy only came up with a flat earther from Germany that nobody even in Germany knows about. Only a while back. Don't be telling me they won't make up a flat earther, Nathan. Oh, that's only conspiracy. It's not.
Yeah.
I don't really understand.
Witnessed it.
Delicious northern baked pastry. How can that make him a pasty?
A pasty.
Right. Go on, Kiwi.
Yeah, you're right. They bring out stiffs. They've been doing it since the beginning. Remember, we're saying like, has anyone ever heard of this guy?
You saying
No. I hate this. I really hate this.
Yeah, I know you do.
We don't know either way.
That's why I brought it up.
Doesn't make it wrong.
Yeah. All right, we're chaffing ourselves. So you have no confidence whatsoever in JoJo sticking to his guns and holding Will's feet to the fire on this. Is that what I'm hearing?
Let's see.
All right, here we go.
Assumption. So with the globe is, if the sun stays above the horizontal plane of reference, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy. All right. Well, and then also if the sun stays above the horizontal plane of Earth, if it stays above the horizontal plane of Earth, then it's not flat. That's also an affirming.
Who's laughing?
I got it right. Okay, hold on. Everyone stop for a second. Okay, there's two affirming the consequent fallacies. And the second one he's got. Right. There's a super chat, sorry.
AI. Super chat.
AI. Super chat. Thanks, Bugger.
It's from Vlad on 0 Degrees. He sent, thanks for the long one, QE, Nathan, Brian, Adam, and shout out to everyone in FBD, Discord, and YouTube chat. I didn't get a special mention, but that's all right, Vlad. Good to see you.
Thanks a lot, Vlad.
Thanks for that.
Okay. Let me just break down the flat Earth affirming the consequent. If P, the sun sets in Antarctica, then Q, Earth is the azimuthal equidistant globe projection, otherwise known as flat Earth model. Q, the azimuthal equidistant globe projection, therefore, so that's why the sun sets in Antarctica. I butchered that slightly.
Yeah, you did.
It's because I got interrupted. I had the form in my head, and then we got a super
you want me? I'll go through. I'll go through both. So,
past 1 in the morning. In case anyone wants to call me dumb, it's very late.
Yes, it is. If on the globetard side, if 24-hour sun in Antarctica, then the Earth is a globe. We see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, therefore the Earth is a globe. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. On the flat Earth side, if twilight in Antarctica, then the Earth is flat. Twilight, therefore the Earth is flat. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. Both affirming the consequent formological fallacies. That's where he got this from.
Perfect. Exactly.
Yep. Now, he screwed it up, but there's still, that doesn't render null the fact that both are affirming the consequent formological fallacies. We're getting to the part now. What's going to happen? Here we go.
The consequent fallacy. So, it's just a fallacious argument. It really is. We can measure the floor as level. We can't
my God.
measure the lights in the ceiling. We can't measure the ceiling. And just because we don't have all the answers when stuff has been hidden from us, doesn't mean it can't happen.
Yep, it's over. He chaffed himself again. Yep.
Play on a little bit. Let's just see. You can still stop now.
No, he can't.
That it can't happen just because our minds can't wrap themselves around it happening, because we've always been told that it can't happen. And how many people are actually physically trying to demonstrate or figure out how it's happening?
Anything? Are you still holding out hope there, Nathan?
Well, he's started a new question. He's made a statement of fact. There's two affirming the consequent fallacies. That's it. Stop. What's he done? Rambled on and now started a new question.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep. That's it. It's over. Dumbass.
And to say that it's disingenuous or doesn't show confidence to try to predict it ahead of time, that's weird. That's really weird, because it's okay if the globe predicts something ahead of time, but God forbid a flat earther.
Holy shit.
No. We want you guys to make predictions ahead of time. But
there
what
we
I've
go.
seen, and again, I haven't seen everything, is I see you guys.
Yep, there you go. Mentioned predictions. Now he's going to jump all over predictions. He thinks he's not fucking Gene Dixon or something, or Nostradamus or Jimmy the Greek. You idiot, JoJo.
There's a teaching opportunity for an audience, isn't there? If you give somebody a compound statement, that is to say, you make a statement in this case about there being two affirming the consequent fallacies, and then strap on another statement about predictions, there's a good chance that whichever is the easiest for your opponent to chase down, they will chase down that one and ignore the other. In this case, His prediction word's been latched onto by Will, and everything he said prior will now be ignored.
Yep. Thanks, JoJo. Coming through again with shining colors. You're an imbecile.
No need.
Yes, there is a need. He should be slapped repeatedly.
Yeah, I can't help but agree with Adam. It's like, I want to encourage the guy. I want to do the whole show. Most of it I've kept silent because I don't want to be verbally critical to the point where we'd make the guy cry. But by the same token, Adam's summary is accurate. Unless you understand and appreciate the argument that you're making, and therefore hold the guy to task with the argument that you've parroted, all you're doing is plagiarizing our argument. Now, while I value this guy as a viewer, remember earlier when I said what we do here and how we do it will never gain us an audience. It won't grow us. That's not what we're here for, though. In this instance, it's firmly with the flat earth hat on, and the greater good always will shine above all of the audience retention that I could ever moan about not achieving. This guy, if he's watching, is going to go, "You bastards. I've listened to you, I've paid attention, I've repeated your argument. All you can do is call me a plagiarist." Yes. You didn't understand the arguments. You didn't know the tool. You picked up the gun and didn't do the training. Sorry, you're wielding a chainsaw without any training. You've chopped your own arms off with it. Obviously, that you may not appreciate. I'm talking to him personally now. If he was to listen, I assume he is. You know, you're going to hear this and go, "I can't believe my ears. I thought I'd get praise." Well, no, fortunately not.
You guys borrow globe models and take.
So we borrow globe models now. What the fuck?
It's Eric.
Take those as flat Earth models, and that's just not really fair.
That's not true. The Earth is treated as a horizontal plane. By all rights, it's treated that way. By everything we do, it's treated that way.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessitate being flat.
Oh wait, okay, so I got it, guys. I got it. So the globe can use the flat Earth for its own purposes, and then flat Earth can use flat Earth for. I don't get it. Never mind.
No, I get this on Omi.
We are then using the globe and we use that same horizontal plane. That's what he's saying.
What he's saying is,
Go on, mate.
just because we measure Earth flat, he's saying just because we measure Earth flat doesn't mean it's flat.
The difference in, well, your guys' response there, we all heard it, what Will said, which is to affirm it's flat. Yeah. It'll be interesting from this guy to see his response. Does he laugh his arse off as he recognises Will's just told him it's flat and then point it out to him? Or does he waffle? Because he doesn't know the argument himself well enough, as I've been saying, to recognise what Will's told him. Even if he can repeat a flat plane, horizontal, gas pressure. Yeah, got to know the argument, and he doesn't unless he gets the same reaction as what you heard here, which is laughter and welcoming to flat Earth.
The Earth is treated as a horizontal plane. By all rights, it's treated that way. By everything we do, it's treated that way.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessitate being flat.
It's the default position.
Flat Earthers have hijacked the word level, and when you
really,
what he gave was Whitsit's response. That's Whitsit's response.
look up the dictionary definition of the word level, it doesn't just mean flat.
What does it mean?
Oh, the irony.
It doesn't just mean flat. So it means flat. It
No,
also means
no.
what?
Don't follow the red herring. The word level is the red herring. Go back to the word horizontal. Never mind the word level. Go back to horizontal, because that's what was referenced by this guy. This is what the guy should go back to. He's trying to bring it into level now, which means Duffy is already admitting that level and horizontal are the same thing, right? But he's trying to change the definition of level and lay it on our doorstep as if we're trying to change it. No, horizontal. He agreed that the earth is treated horizontally. Duffy agreed to that. Horizontal. Stick to that.
See, no, I'll remind him of the words, but there's only one point where level doesn't mean horizontal, and that's when you try to invoke that the level you're talking about is the sea level when it's sticking to the surface of a ball, meaning it's curved and not level. By its very invocation of the way you describe it in this special condition, it means that it doesn't fit the condition, because it has to mean it's curved and not level.
But you're arguing about level then.
No, I'm not. I'm arguing about him trying to use it in a special way, and the only special way it can ever mean is when you invoke it to mean the surface of water conforming to the outside surface of a sphere. That's the only time you ever do it. And it's only if you invoke that water sticks to the outside of a sphere that you need to invoke a special meaning of level, not meaning commensurate with horizontal, but meaning curved.
Second, Adam. Says who? Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. And my mic's probably garbage and I have bad coverage where I'm at. So I apologize in advance.
Sounds good.
Anyway, I've had this conversation with many people bringing up the word level. Well, if it conforms to the water of the earth, which is what I think the definition says, and the water is not curving on the earth, then level is horizontal.
Right.
Yeah, this is where semantics and the law of identity come in.
Yep.
Yeah,
Let's see.
one of the definitions, I think Merriam-Webster has a law of identity violation right in the definition of level.
Yep.
It both describes having no part higher or lower than the other in the first sentence, and then in the second sentence says it's conforming to the outside edge of a spherical surface, like water or something like that.
No, it says it curves.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
says
that's
level
a
curves.
violation of law of non-contradiction.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
law of identity, semantics, and law of non-contradiction has to come into play here.
Spot on. Yep, spot on.
Really?
That's it. You just smile. Flat earthers, your little stereotype fallacy. What the have they done for level? That was it. No proof, says.
See, this is why I don't do this stuff, because this
I can prove it.
you guys use.
I have no hassle proving that level is
I like
horizontal.
to figure out how stuff's working. You guys use these word games and these tactics that you can't get around, that the Earth is treated as a horizontal plane of reference. And to say that because the light in the ceiling stays above the horizontal plane of reference so far south, that the Earth is...
Stop. He's not identified how he's hand waved it.
Yep.
So to rebut this with not being able to measure the ground with the lights in the sky is a non sequitur away from the non sequitur rebuttal that Will offered when he's basically saying level curved. It's like the correct response is no, level does not curve. It's a law of identity violation. Also violates the law of non-contradiction if you refer to your Merriam-Webster definition.
Yep.
Meanwhile, we require a horizontal plane of reference. That means horizontal, not curved. Where he's talking about not being able to identify the ground with the lights in the sky. So it's non sequitur to his non sequitur.
Yep.
A sphere.
But Duffy has not.
Good.
Duffy has not denied that we treat the Earth, whole Earth, as a horizontal plane. He just did a red herring with the word level. That's all he did. He has not denied that we treat the Earth as a horizontal plane. That would be the point I'd be focusing on.
South, that the Earth is a sphere is just fallacious. It is. It's a fallacious claim.
Well, I didn't write Webster's dictionary. I'm just using it. Let me ask you one more thing, and then we can end.
Take a look at that. 1 second.
It's the only dictionary that defines level that way.
Let's take a hold on 1 second. Where'd you go? Where are you hiding at?
The audience's benefit, QE is just digging out that Merriam-Webster citation specifically violates law of non-contradiction.
I can't believe QE's taking longer than 10 seconds to pull up a.
Yeah, well, it's getting long in the tooth.
He wasn't prepared for this either because he hadn't seen this prior to today.
Platypus just neg QE for not being slick enough.
It took me a whole 25 seconds. Oh, I'm going to have to go back and share this with you guys because I want you to see it too. So let me do that. Stop streaming. Yeah, we're on another stream. There we go. So Discord can see it now. Pulled up the wrong one. There we go.
Want me to read it? Want me to read it?
If you want to, you usually do good with my work.
Level, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface.
This violates the law of non-contradiction. Shout out to Fallacy. Allow me to break it down for you retards. The first part of this definition says no part higher than another, i.e., no elevation change between the 2 points. The second part says conforming to curvature. Curvature means elevation change.
Just out of interest, how would we describe an elevation change?
From sea level?
From a horizontal plane of
With-
reference
with-
such as sea level?
Yep.
Yeah.
With respect to a flat plane.
Well, what that's actually doing is it's claiming level is two-dimensional, and then in the same sentence, it's claiming it's three-dimensional simultaneously. So it's claiming it's five-dimensional. Going to be
It's not. It's claiming that it's got no part higher or lower than the other, while simultaneously claiming, because it's part of a circle, that every part is higher and lower than the other.
Belly up.
That's what I said.
Yep, it's
Sorry,
belly
Ken.
up. Yep. There you go. By the way, this is like from 2015. Fucking idiots. Can't believe I still have to go back to this.
These are Duffy standards.
I got to make the changes. 1 second. I got to get you guys back on. There you go.
So just to conclude,
So-
Will Duffy's response to an assertion that he, as Brian points out, hasn't actually disagreed with. He's just changed the goalposts by changing horizontal to level and then going to a definition that violates the law of non-contradiction. Just to conclude what's just happened.
So, can I reiterate one more thing? This is kind of lawyer speak, right? So, if it conforms to the liquid parts on the surface of the Earth, how much does the liquid on the Earth curve? 0.
Yeah.
True.
You mentioned, we'd have to go high enough to convince you of curvature.
No, you don't.
I think
SpaceX
you've
has
shared this with
announced
us.
a mission called Fram.
Say again. Say again.
I
Nathan?
don't know how to get onto
Go on,
the
Nathan.
stream to watch it. I don't want to seem like an idiot, so I'm just going to try and figure it out.
What? I just changed the screen. Can't you join the QE Live?
I'll figure it out. Don't worry.
if you just don't leave in the first place, it'll come back on in the same place.
Oh, okay.
Just find it in the Discord there. You'll see it. Join Hangout.
I'm at the top. It says Quantum Eraser Live. Got a little red button up there.
Yeah, I've just got a whirly well. Don't worry about it.
M2, which hasn't happened yet, but they say they're going to go into a polar orbit, which means they will be going around the Earth.
Orbit? I don't think so. For orbit,
that can't happen.
Yeah, that's a flat Earth proof.
Yeah,
well,
it'd have to be falling. Can't fall in the heliocentric paradigm.
Doesn't orbital mechanics require a horizontal plane of reference?
Yes, sir.
I thought.
Earth north to south, including going over Antarctica multiple times.
Yeah,
Will
sure.
you accept that?
Yeah, sure. And Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather. Can you accept that? Idiot of a clown.
Space. I mean, you guys believe that orbit is something in a perfect state of free fall around the globe. Essentially, the orbit is you're falling constantly in a perfect circular or elliptic pattern around the globe. Because, and not only that, you think it's happening at 17,500 plus miles an hour, depending on, and it's over 200 something miles high.
And in the second law of thermodynamics violation. Piling on.
Like for the ISS, I think it's 250
I'm the same as Nate.
4 miles high. Going.
I lost the stream. I've tried dropping a couple of times, but I now can't.
You can't get in either, Adam?
Yeah, can you just
stop hear what
you're
doing?
I'll drop out of it and then do it again.
And drop back.
Drop out. Shut up, Flatsy. All right. I'm gonna. Yep, we should be good. So try it again.
Yeah, mine works. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Adam,
I'm back. Thanks.
There we go.
Yeah, all good.
Going 17,500 miles an hour, and it's in a near perfect vacuum, a pressurized container. There's
a near perfect vacuum. What?
The ridiculousness of space is to me, it's laughable to even talk about that.
Okay, so honestly, what I'm trying to do right now is just give you a little bit of advice, meaning I want you to
So meaning that you're going to red herring fallacy away from what he just said. That's what that's meaning. Do you think you're hidden? Do you think are you so stupid that you think you are that stupid? Blind Melon Chitlin can see your dumbass. He thinks he's gone stealth.
understand how the globe side hears flat earthers when they
how the globe side hears, really? Flat earthers with your idiot red herring fallacy away from his points again. Your incoherent chaff horseshit.
No, that's pathetic. A thinly veiled insult, is what that is.
He's pathetic.
What he's really asking there, or what he's really saying there, is how flat earthers sound, not what they're saying. That's what he's implying.
Well, yeah, right after he chaffed and redirect. Right?
It's more like what he has to hear to reconcile it with himself. He can't hear what we're saying. So what we're saying, he has to interpret, and that's what he hears so that he can reconcile it. So he can ridicule it. He can't deal with the actual rhetoric.
Get close to that mic, Adam.
I don't know who in their right mind.
Go ahead, Flatsy.
I don't know who in their right mind would take advice from Will Duffy.
Well, he's after consulting him, boys.
Here's how we hear it. Okay, so I'm just going to use an example which you've maybe heard me use before. Do you believe that the Titanic is at the bottom of the ocean?
Oh my God!
It's a cool story.
You're gonna chase it? I can't. You're an idiot. You're a stooge. Look at Will laughing. Unbelievable.
I mean, that is some serious chaff, that is, isn't it? At no point did I think he was going to pull out the Titanic as a distraction point. Look over there, there's a boat sinking. It's got an iceberg.
Well, what's more shocking, the fact that he pulled it out, or the fact that this guy bid on it? Like, of all the things.
Yeah. Double indictment.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Will Duffy is the red herring champion so far.
Okay, so it's possible that the Titanic is fake, and there wasn't a ship, it didn't sink,
Piss
and the
off.
remains of the ship are not at the bottom of the ocean.
Piss off, clown.
I don't like that's media propaganda. It could very well be media propaganda. I don't think it was the Titanic. I think it was another ship, and there's a whole conspiracy behind that.
Was it diesel or gas?
I think it was the Lusitania.
Will got out of that response exactly what he wanted to get out of that response.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. He has this guy. Sorry, Platypus, go on.
No, all I said was hook, line, and sinker. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, you were right though. That's all I'm going to say, because he got this guy Joe to start becoming the conspiracy nut that he's trying to portray him to be. You know, did Joe make a claim about the Titanic? Were we talking about the Titanic? No. Do you know what I mean? It's like straight away this guy Joe just bit on it. This is bizarre that someone can bite on it that many times. For me, it's bizarre.
You know who else bites on red herring fallacies? I'll continue.
Your sister.
It was the twin ship. I think it was called Titanic or something. They didn't really sink the Titanic. They just walked into and sank the one. And there was a whole lot of conspiracy and
holy shit.
And crap behind that. That's just kind of where I stand on that personally. But that's non sequitur. It doesn't.
No. I'm gonna make it relevant. So, am I hearing you right that there is a ship? There is a ship at the bottom of the ocean.
I'm not making a claim on that.
Hold on. Hello. So no. There's so many points in this endorphin rush roller coaster where he's actually got a grip on things. He's just said to him, "It's non sequitur." That's what I've been saying for the last 10 minutes, haven't we? But what happens immediately when he pointed out the non sequitur? Will started waffling immediately.
Yep.
Didn't he?
Yep. Yes. Yep. Let's see what happens.
He's also respectfully too polite. Yeah. This guy, Will's been pissing in his face now for the best part of an hour. So he's been giving responses, and not one of his responses has actually been responded to. Yeah. Has been recognized by Will. So there comes a point where, even as a very polite person, yeah, even as a good Christian, you don't have to take this. You are able to point out, dude, are you ever going to listen and respond to anything they say? Or are you going to bring up sinking vessels from the 1500? You know what I mean? What is going off, dude? Pay attention to what I'm saying to you. We're supposed to be having a conversation. He doesn't, for some reason, he must know that Will's, just completely going sideways and ignoring his point.
Number one, I completely agree with you, Adam. However, as I said earlier, that's not what people want. It's weird. If you or I were in this scenario and we're like, can you stop non sequituring away from the horizontal plane of reference that's required to measure Earth? Can you just stop doing that, please? What you'd get afterwards is, you were rude. That's what you get.
It's just
there comes a point where of civility on the other person's part, that when you recognize they're not listening at all, and you're not actually having a conversation, that you shouldn't have to tolerate that. That's not why that's not entertaining. Why just complete agree to disagree? Not even a real conversation is deemed more entertaining. is an indictment in itself.
No, it's
Nathan, isn't it?
disagree to disagree, and I want the
But
list of I want the list of names.
My point.
I want the list of names from Nathan that want that to happen.
Tony, Fred, Sally, Ian, Nigel.
Go ahead.
Crumster.
Bruce. Did you say Brewster?
The Crumster.
Oh, he
Crumster,
said
Crumster.
Crumster.
You are spot on though, Q. This guy. What's this guy's name on the right? I keep missing.
Jojo.
Jojo. Okay. He is simultaneously great at seeing the fallacies and the herrings and telling him that that's what it is, and then just carries on following them. It's like he's a minesweeper, and he goes, "Hey, look, there, I found a mine. I'll prove it to you," and then steps on it. Boom.
Yeah, the way that he should have responded to the Titanic, he basically responded, Rose had enough room on that door for Jack.
He didn't just respond to it. He gave Will exactly the answer Will wanted him to give to that statement.
Surely you just say to him, Titanic, Will. Titanic. Are you a conspirator, Will? What are you on about? Is the Titanic, Will? Have you lost your mind, Will? What are you on about? We're here to talk about the Earth being flat. Not whether or not you think the Titanic... You cuckoo.
The real conspiracy is there was enough room on the door.
Well, it's nearly like this guy is using a lot of stuff from Flat Earth Debate, and then he's going to end up in a big draw with Will. Where have we come across that before?
Shout out to Flatsy if you're on the YouTube stream. Oh boy. Too bad you missed it, Flatsy.
What did I miss?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Watch the rerun.
But it might not have been the Titanic, so there is a ship at the bottom of the ocean?
I'm not making a claim on that because that was something a TV showed me. I don't trust the TV.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, let me try this then. I'm gonna have to go to a different example.
Whoa.
Have you ever been to...
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. The way you said it, it's like I did get you.
He tried to get you. Let me try this then. So that didn't work. Oh, I've got you. I'm not going to work that. I'm not going down this alley. You've recognized this is bullshit that I'm trying to get you to accept. So let me try this then. This is like...
Openly, it's what he's telling him he's going to do it. Now it's a minefield where every mine has a little sign on it that says, definitely not a mine. Exclamation point.
Step on me.
I saw that on YouTube, by the way, the Leo in the water.
Oh boy.
New Zealand.
No, I have not been to New Zealand.
But you have a friend who says he lives there.
Yes.
And he sends you
Oh,
pictures
no.
of New
Oh,
Zealand.
God, right. Pause. Right. Earlier, when he brought this up, I was going to joke. Is he going to say, have you ever been to Australia? No. Well, how do you know Australia exists then? Is he doing this with New Zealand?
Yep, it's coming.
Is it?
You got it.
Oh, my God.
Here it comes.
What a king of shyster.
Okay,
chaff.
cool. So again, the whole purpose of this is just to give you some advice so that you guys know how you sound to the globe side. Imagine if I told you, Joe, that New Zealand is fake.
As
It
if
doesn't
I
exist.
care.
You've not been there.
Oh my God, he did it.
How does he think he sounds to normal, reasonable people? Master.
he thinks he's cloaked.
Just as
Adam,
a
that
piece of
was
advice
amazing.
to him.
That was amazing, Adam. Can you give me the winning numbers to the Mega Millions tonight while you're at it?
Yeah, 4, 17, 23.
Crumster, you got some off Crumster.
Crumster wants us all to have them so we can all
There,
share.
so you can't prove it exists. And those pictures that this guy is sending you are CGI. That is what we hear when you guys say space is fake and those pictures are CGI.
Well, because you're a friggin' moron. Right? Here, let me spell it out for you. For like the 795,000th time. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
So is frickin' Australia. Unless it's a false equivalence fallacy he's using.
What a
Hang on.
bonehead.
We don't say that. We have to clear this up. This is another one of those. So you're saying the horizon rises to eye level, and they're leaving out the word appears. What we say is that heliocentric outer space is false, not that space, which is three-dimensional space. We don't say
He's
that.
not saying that, Brian. He's saying, where did you go on your holidays? Australia. And you go back, whoa, you went and broke the second law of thermodynamics this summer. What he's claiming.
Oh my, retards are in the corner blushing at your dumbass, Will. You frigging bozo of a numpty dipshit.
How would you respond to that?
That you're retarded?
That
I
Australia
would say
and New
that
Zealand.
actually have a valid.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
didn't know you pressed play.
Yeah, go ahead.
That Australia and New Zealand existing is not an extraordinary claim. A second law of thermodynamics violation is an extraordinary claim and requires extraordinary evidence.
Thank you, Flat.
Or CGI. How would you respond to that?
Your
I
sister?
would say that actually have a valid. That I haven't been there. I've only talked with my friend. I've only seen the videos. I've only seen the pictures.
So he has a valid point.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Oh my God.
Yep. Yes, sir. Give me a minute.
No. So follow that. Like, so could you prove that Australia exists by going to it? Yes. Could you prove space exists by going to it?
He's going to say
That's
yes.
what we chat then. This is a false equivalence now. Yeah. It's as we
Absolutely.
in fact it's alluded to. It's all about, can you violate the second law? Yeah. And is going to Australia an equivalent there?
It's complete nonsense. It's complete nonsense. It's like, so you saying you've never been to Australia is the same as you saying you've never been to heliocentric outer space. So you can't say that heliocentric outer space doesn't exist if you can say that Australia may not exist because you weren't there. Do you know what I mean? It's this big straw man he's building around it, and the guy is going, yeah. It's like, this is horrendous. This has to be a put on. Go on.
You can't say it doesn't exist because you haven't been there.
I'd be telling him you.
Yeah, but the straw
why
man
don't
he's
you-
given. Sorry, Platypus.
I'd be telling, if I were this JoJo guy, my response to that would have been, how about you can put that argument to me when you know a guy personally who claims to have been to outer space. Then we're on equal foot for that argument.
Well, I would go different about it. I would completely ignore his Australia thing, and I'd set him straight. It's like, I'm not claiming that space doesn't exist. I'm stating, right, as a fact, due to a law of nature, that what you're claiming concerning a heliocentric outer space sky vacuum is impossible to exist. As if it did, we wouldn't exist.
Exactly. You ain't taking pictures from Narnia, you glue sniffer.
So therefore, I can't verify it firsthand. So it is a belief. I believe that he exists.
Oh,
I
my
believe
God.
that his videos are correct, and I believe that his pictures are correct. That thing gets me around fallacies because I'm admitting it's a belief, right? That's what you guys won't do. You won't admit
So you accept without evidence New Zealand exists, right? Unbelievable.
that you believe in the globe, like that it's a belief, that it's not proven.
Okay, cool. I think that's a fair answer, that you think that it's possible New Zealand is fake and that
Holy shit.
Wow.
the eyewitness testimonies
come
are
on.
lying to you and that the pictures are CGI.
That is what we in the UK call a wanker. Yeah?
No better
wanker.
word.
No swearing.
No, I'm genuine. There isn't another word that you can use. That kind of behaviour deserves a punch in the nose in the pub, innit? That. So I'm just going to assume that you mean that New Zealand can't exist. After what he's just said, it's just, like I said, there comes a point where somebody who's just completely ignoring what you're saying and golden showering you, trying to put my language flat, but it's hard because he's so disrespectful to this guy, that this guy's just being too nice. And as pleasant and good for numbers as it is, no, you shouldn't tolerate that, dude. Come on, throw a pair.
Possible New Zealand is fake, and that the eyewitness testimonies are lying to you, and that the pictures are CGI. I think
Piss off, Glue Sniffer.
I don't believe that. So don't take me out of context and try to put words in my mouth. I'm just saying that it's a valid argument.
There you go.
I
Right.
stand on.
Stop it, mate. Not him. Not him one. Sort this out. Don't smile and go, you're kind of taking me out of context there. He's not, mate. He's trying to mug you off. To point it out. He's deceiving, lying pastor. Yeah, what he's doing. Don't smile at it and ask for another portion.
Right. How are we understanding anything? Sorry.
Go on, Platypus. Go on.
You're taking another bite statement was very valid, Adam. I don't understand how we're able to understand either of these guys this far into the video with this much red herring in everybody's mouth.
I can't.
Well, I don't understand.
I can't believe I'm making it to the end of this.
Almost there.
Yeah.
Can't be
We
either.
nearly gave up halfway through.
Yeah, I nearly did. Yes.
For me, I just cannot. Like, this guy is literally biting on the very things. Like, he can't be able to do what he does and say what he says and then bite on things like that. I just cannot take that as something serious. I have to call this as being a fraud, the whole lot of it. I cannot take.
Oh, you're gonna draw out the JoJo simps.
Yeah, I probably will, but it doesn't matter.
Draw
there's
them out.
no way that he could bite on that.
Go ahead, continue. Draw them out. I got the flamethrower ready.
It is possible because I've never been to New Zealand. That New Zealand doesn't exist the same way as I've never been to I've never been to space. So space doesn't exist as Duffy. It's like, hang on, how could you bite on that when it's obviously character assassinating you and making you look like a conspiracy nut, and you're just going along with it when it couldn't be more obvious what someone is doing to you. I just can't take this as serious.
That it's a false equivalence fallacy.
Well, it was so obvious. I just can't take this as real. I can't.
You can't take the false equivalence fallacy real. You can't take that.
I can't take that this guy Joe did not realize the trap he was going straight into.
Yeah, the false equivalence fallacy.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, Brian. I'm going to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he realized what Will was actually doing there was insulting him with a question. That's all it was. It was an insulting question. It wasn't. It was. Kiwi, what's the word for a question that's not actually intended to be answered?
Rhetorical.
Yeah. It really was a rhetorical question.
It was stupid.
I think he's giving Will too much credit that he wouldn't just insult him to his face.
Don't try to draw him out anymore, Brian, please.
Spaces. Now, I don't stand on all the pictures are fake. I don't like.
I mean the pictures of Earth.
Okay, yeah, the pictures of Earth. Yeah, I don't think that any of those are one-shot single pictures. I don't believe that at all. There's only two that they claim that.
Huh? That didn't JoJo. You're lost. He's lost cause. Anyone else going to stand up for him? Better not. I'm going to chop you down.
And one of them's a pale blue dot. And it's like, I've taken worse pictures on accident. I mean, I've taken better pictures.
On acid, that's not surprising. You probably just got off the trip just before you arrived here. Shut up, Adam.
Just told him they were composites.
Oh,
Supposed to be shut up, Flatsy.
It's just ridiculous.
Okay, yeah, there's actually way more than 2 single photos of the Earth from space. Just FYI.
Really?
I'm not saying that means they're real.
Way
I'm saying
more.
there's actually hundreds.
There's hundreds and thousands of pictures from Narnia.
Way more than 2.
Yeah.
Way more than 2 in 2024.
If there's one real photograph, then why would you need more than one?
There are so-called
You know what I mean?
images of the Earth from space, but none of them are claimed to be single one-shot photographs.
He's
They're all
on the
stitched
single one-shot photographs.
Again, this shows he hasn't got an appreciation of the argument he's already put forth to utilise for his coffee cup caustic. I think it was Adam that called this. So why have you used that argument? Oh, it's because it's useful. Segue into your I've spent 7 years looking at domes argument, as opposed to when it comes to this guy claiming that he's got a picture of Earth from space. What, a sky vacuum? It would mean you'd have to violate the containment that was needed for the high pressure gas. You to violate that entropy law, go through the high pressure gas, and then click, take a picture of gas not expanding into the sky vacuum. He doesn't understand the argument. To him, it's just a talking point. It's just a headline.
Wow.
together.
Actually, there are hundreds of them from the 60s and 70s that are all claimed to be single shot photos.
Yeah, now we're on the single shot photos from Narnia. But because
I also like how
but because they're single shot now, let's focus on the single shot from Narnia.
From 50 or 60 years ago.
But did you also notice how he, of all people, the globe earther, had to add the qualifier claimed? Like, you could just say they're single shot pictures of the Earth. He had to say that they're claimed to be single shot pictures of the Earth.
The blue marble is a real photograph.
Yeah,
of a painting.
Of a painting. Yeah. Yeah.
You disagree. I mean, if you say that, then I'll take a look at it. But I just, from my experience in my studies, I disagree.
Okay, yeah, I'll send it to you. Like, for example, the famous 1972 blue marble.
Oh my God.
That was the best one that they took. They actually took
Yeah, the best photo of a picture they've ever taken.
just on that mission. They took over 100.
Yeah, sure, right.
And they wrapped around the ball.
Yeah, no, there's 100 second law of thermodynamics violations there, Jojo.
No, that was way before Robert Simon and Photoshop. That was in the early 70s.
That's according to other NASA employees like David Beverly Sr., who you talked to.
I can't believe I'm still hearing Robert Simmons' name.
I can't believe I'm hearing what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
According to the second law of thermodynamics, the gas that you're photographing would fill the area of volume that you claim to be taking the picture from.
Yeah, but it's better than that. We've descended into there are photos, no, there aren't photos. Well, there are photos, no, there aren't photos. As opposed to, where are you claiming the photos are taken from?
Yes, sir.
More than two. Disagree with that. There's other people who disagree with what you're saying. And so, again, you're trying to use an unverified source that has lied to us and it can be caught in their lies. I mean, so...
Sorry to interrupt again.
Yeah, that's all right.
It's back to him not taking ownership. There are other people and other sources that would disagree with your rhetoric.
Yes.
He needs to take ownership of these arguments and understand them. He's deferring. It's that guy I hypothetically refer to that when you lose, you blame the origin of the argument because you haven't understood it. You try and bash the black swan out and somebody says refraction, and when they're waiting for your response to it, you go, well, QE said it worked. It's QE's crappy argument. No, I just haven't understood it, have you? This is where you've won, and instead you're decrying QE's crappy argument when you've won because they've said refraction.
Yep.
No, you just didn't know how the argument worked.
Exactly.
It's lack of ownership.
Yes.
You're going to use these arguments.
You got it.
Own them.
Yes.
Own.
You're correct. Yeah, you stated it a number of times. You're right. You're all over it.
But it's
really
also
bad
a conversation.
and calling it real evidence, and it's just not. Like, it's not.
Well, hey, man, I do appreciate this.
Have to do though, you have to cling to all this stuff because you won't let go of the fact that we need gas. We need a container to have gas pressure. That
He's back to that again. He's going to give us a list. I can see the nonverbals. So if we
what's
need,
the point at this stage?
So if we need a container for gas pressure, then how is he getting the photos from space? Jojo.
See if he connects it.
Huh?
Let's see if he connects it.
He's not. He didn't.
There, but let's see.
He would have already done it. My God.
The physical properties of water, that you can't find motion, that we can't find curvature. We see things way too far.
We can't find motion. Yep.
He's scattergunning. Yeah, rather than utilizing his argument and knowing how lethal it is, he's now scattergunning what he thinks are good argument points, one after the next.
Yep.
Yep.
No, but he just used the sin of all sins, according to you. David Weiss statement: "We see too far."
But did he say one of the? I missed that one.
Give me a J.
We need gas. We need a container to have gas pressure. That the physical properties of water, that you can't find motion, that we can't find curvature. We see things way too far.
You got it. Yep.
Everything is done off of a horizontal.
He could end up on the naughty step.
So y'all keep looking for these.
Did you say we could put that in a bong?
No, you're obviously looking forward to something this evening. I said
I'm
he
not
could end
looking-
up on the naughty step.
Maybe on a 16. That shit ain't happening now.
Am I the only one who suddenly can't hear anything Adam's saying?
No, it's all of a sudden we can't hear anything you have to say because your mic's too low.
Go on.
Okay, I will.
You're not going to get them. And the 24-hour sun is not going to prove your point. It's just not. There's a whole lot of flat earthers out there that I talk to regularly.
What? Wasn't it fallacious? It was fallacious two times before when you raised our endorphins. Now it's other flat earthers.
It's lack of confidence. You just need to own this argument. Don't worry about what anybody else says. You're telling Duffy his argument won't work because it's an affirming the consequent. You're telling him it. Own it. It's your argument now.
Unless he doesn't own it, he's not meant to.
Unless he's a Cornish pasty.
Bry. What, Adam?
See, Nathan's right. It's like his rebuttal is almost an apology, even though it's got all the weaponry it needs. Listen to the tone. He's not, as you say, Nathan. He's not telling him. Yeah. He's mumbling that it's an affirming the consequence. It's not going to prove anything, really. Instead of going,
You know all about
well,
that mumbling.
Yeah, he's got
exactly,
that. He's got that market cornered, right, Fallacy?
Mine's due to head position and microphone as opposed to internal confidence, which is what I'm ascribing. Yeah. Or belief in my own argument.
That's it, Flatsy.
With the fact that
I say, you have a dig at me.
negate all of the other evidence that we have.
Done.
Now, the top guy.
Superfluid.
I don't see one.
Super false flat earther.
Superfluid ceiling.
I don't see a super chat.
Was that a false? That's false advertising, bugger.
He didn't see anything, did he?
I can't see anything, so.
Super false flat earther.
Let me check.
Nope, there ain't one.
That's false advertising, bugger.
I think you're falsely accusing Booger.
What do you
Someone else
mean?
must have used Booger Yeah.
Booger didn't say super chat.
Yes, he did.
I heard super chat. I absolutely heard it.
Somebody said it
I
like
heard some. I did hear. It did
I'll
sound
say,
like
I'll
Booger,
save
but if
little
you were saying it
booger.
again-
I'll save little booger. Vlad just sent a super chat. OBS studio reconnection. I'm thinking 6 hours of OBS is causing me problems. Do I still got you out there, YouTube?
I'm listening to you. I can hear you.
Well, yeah, you can hear me in
Yeah, I can
Discord. Do I still got you, YouTube? Give me some kind of semblance of reaction out there in chat.
Yeah, probably
Excellent
Vlad on
connection.
0 degrees being able to come quickly with that super chat is your evidence.
Okay. Yeah, but
can you just super chat just to make sure it's still working? Thank you.
that's so
Ah,
bad.
I like the way you think, Nathan.
Let's see. It's yeah.
Joey
I
sent-
got Misfit Game. They did send another super chat just for Booger.
Roger Letwell. Super chat.
He got a special mention. Roger Ledwell said just for Booger.
Thanks, Roger. Appreciate that. Yeah, I got a thumbs up from Misfit too. Okay, we're good.
We've got 1 minute left on this video. We're gonna get through it.
Is it 1 minute or 2 minutes?
It's 2 minutes and 2
that said
seconds.
different, that's fine. And I think some of them have changed their mind already. But you know, it is what it is. And I appreciate you letting me come on here and stand before my accuser. Again,
What do they accuse you of? Chaff and redirect and following the chaff. Idiot.
my theories are my theories. I think I've been
Your theories are your theories. Waxing philosophical on us. Are those scientific theories, by the way? You mean your wild speculations are your wild speculations? That's what you meant to say. That's what you're saying.
able to explain these things that I'm working on.
No, we don't need explanations. We need validation. Explanation's fine, but then the validation better come quick like at frigging light speed. Explanations are worthless. Stop listening to Witchit Shit at Zero, Boy Zero, Sky Grifter, idiot. Because I got a village idiot down on the corner who will give you explanations till the cows come home. They're utterly worthless.
Explaining them even better with time and demonstrating them even better with time. Which
Time's going to help your bullshit
I
explanations.
don't think you're an evil guy.
Is that what you're saying, idiot?
I don't think you're planning, and the whole faking the sun thing, that's ridiculous. If it's a fake sun, we'll know it. If you
It's a fake sun. Shut up.
guys have the proper equipment and you have a solar filter or the right types of filters and guys who
What do you need a solar filter? Shut up.
What he's talking about there, Dick.
know how to work cameras, telescopes, or whatever y'all have.
He's on about
If it was
McToon
fake,
with a
you know.
big torch strapped to his back.
Just straight up, it would be easy. So I don't buy that. But I do believe that you will absolutely see a 24-hour sun, and I believe it works in our model. And again,
You believe it works in your model.
Really.
Let's see the model.
It's the model of the Chinook sun.
Yep.
Don't
Proves flat Earth.
I think you're clinging to a fallacious model. And
You think he's clinging to a fallacious model. Unbelievable.
You're hoping to.
That is the
prove
ball
something that
summed
you
up.
can't
You do have to cling to it.
prove with a fallacious ideology, I guess, is a good.
So a fallacious model with a fallacious ideology. What's the fallacious ideology? Yeah, that's what I thought.
But I appreciate you letting me stand before my accuser. I don't
Oh,
think you're
shut
an
up.
evil dude. I think it's cool that you're spending the money to take
Yeah, it's really cool. Now he's going to try to relate to him.
several flat earthers down there. I would love to go.
No, there's no,
myself.
no,
If
no,
people
no,
already
no,
got
no,
something
no,
to
no,
go, I'll
no,
try to
no,
take some
no,
of the
no.
stuff with.
Not double speed either. Fuck with YouTube. No, 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 no. There's no flat earthers down there. Or going with you. They're true earthers.
Me.
Down there
Thank you.
insinuates
Oh shit!
anti-polar.
I missed the down there.
Yeah, down there.
much evidence as I can. Don't really like the idea of being in really cold weather, peeing and crapping in a bucket for a week, but I would be down to do it.
Oh boy.
Cool. All right, man. We'll take
He'll be
care.
down.
Well,
Bye, everyone.
Bye, numpty
Stereotype.
dipshit.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. There's still stuff to react to. Stereotype fallacy. I actually enjoy crapping in a bucket.
Nathan.
You don't have to go to
Oh,
Antarctica.
man. I was gonna say that he was like, I'd be happy to go down there. So you're gonna be happy to go affirm the consequence that you pointed out and beg the question with down there?
Yeah, exactly, Flatsy. That's the demonstration that he doesn't understand the fallacy he's accusing him of.
Outstanding performance, Flatsy. Outstanding performance.
Yes.
It's a little bit long in the tooth here, but you snatched it exactly, Flatsy. You got it.
Yeah. I would like to thank my sponsors and
My
God.
mother.
What about your friend at NASA?
I don't have one of those, but if I did, I would thank them also.
No Lisbeth then.
Right, shall I round out this train wreck?
The Joey simp is something to say.
Joey Simps. Jojo
Don't
Simps.
want Joey.
Yes, you are.
Let me say something nice about Joey.
Go ahead, say something nice.
A great telescope.
I'd feel.
I can
if
compliment
I was
Joey.
him, I'd feel horrendous now. I want to perk him up with something.
He's literally your enemy, whether he knows it or not.
Nathan and Joey sitting in a tree.
I have something for Joey.
This is family show.
Even though Will Duffy has found a way to find all the TikTokinist, knuckle dragonist, mouth breathingist flat earthers out there, he found one that did what Witsit could not do, which is bring up the formological fallacy affirming the consequent. So good job to Joey for doing what Witsit failed to do, which he should have known to do in the very first place.
Okay, so at the very least, Joe is smarter than Witsit.
Well, yeah, and as Seisu says, at the very least, he's now had the fallacy he's employing put to him, regardless of his non-sequiturs away from it. He's had it put to him, and that's down to Joe. So, props.
Smashed it again, Flatsy, then. That is an easy point of agreement we could end the evening on, isn't it? Well done.
End it.
Want to round out?
Yes, sir.
Roger wants to say hello. This is Ryan, and I'm Roger's friend, Roger Ledwell. He wanted me to say hello to you guys, and he said he wants his soundboard back.
Oh,
okay, Sid.
Yeah, I can't get the soundboard back.
Okay, I'll tell him.
Okay, thanks.
I managed it. I eradicated it. I eviscerated it.
You'd like to think so.
It's magical like that. Right, but with that, I'm going to say, first and foremost, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who have stayed with us for a prolonged period of time throughout this very long reaction to an hour-long video. And, of course, a massive thank you to all the BALLBUSTERS panel for making today's live stream possible. Obviously, a massive thank you to Quantum Eraser. I'm looking for my iPad so I can spam my 2-minute video that I released just before we started. I've been Nathan Oakley, and we will see you all in the next BALLBUSTERS.